Morning. It is April 27th, 2026, and we had quite the weekend. It started off with the peace talk, no peace talk, what's going to happen in Islamabad, then they canceled it, then there was an assassination attempt on the president, and then that started to take over all the headlines, and as we return here on Monday, everybody is now talking about a phone call and doing a peace deal via phone, and that they're still having another offer and plan to reopen up the Strait of Hormuz. Despite that, people are starting to price in a little higher on what they expect for oil in kind of the midterm. And then on top of that, man, we have a very big week with earnings. You have 25% of the S&P market cap reporting through all of the big tech. That is going to be a big driver. You have Mr. Jerome Powell in his last meeting on Wednesday. Kevin Warsh is also being looked it looks like he is going to be getting his confirmation. And then you got a bunch of headlines coming out of chips in Qualcomm and people getting ready for that. So essentially, if we do have good tech earnings and the chip stuff and this wave continues, you'll probably underreact to the war news. Vice versa, if the earnings start to go bad, oil is still kind of right at that danger zone, and then you don't get the good earnings, you will probably start to overreact again to some of these war headlines. So I hope you're ready for all of it. Doing a peace deal via phone, and that I hope you guys have been rested up. But my friends, we got an exciting one, but you know what we got to do, right? Before we chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. Active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, even the families. Thank you for everything you guys have ever given. I mean, again, man, you see it. You see it every single day, whether it's war, whether people trying to attack and do all sorts of things, man. You guys have an awesome level of freedom. We are so blessed to even live in this country. We're blessed to even talk about what we like and don't like, and that was because a lot of people did make a sacrifice to uphold and do so many things that are so honorable, whether or not you agree or disagree. War, conflict, I feel you, but I don't think you could ever take away that honor from those who have chosen to give up so much for their fellow man. So veterans, active service, past service, thank you. God bless every single one of you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the judge! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Chad, are you ready? Happy Monday. We love Mondays. I love Monday. Do you not love Monday? And this week, man, I can't believe even the SPY barely moving to start, but we do have a couple of pre-market movers. We got a minute. We got a good time. Qualcomm, obviously. Again, Microsoft, they announced some news here with OpenAI, non-exclusivity. It went negative at first, but it's kind of coming back up. Again, Amazon, I think they've moved off that. Spotify, Peloton. Don't forget the iHeartRadio from last week. There was some merger stuff. Even Eli Lilly buying a company. And then NVIDIA in terms of their relative performance to the chip index. So we're going to see where that all leads us. Again, there's one more, I think. Well, I guess we'll have to find out, and then, yeah, we'll see where any of those quali worlds from Friday end up going. So, Chatadonia, let's have a good one. Don't pump on your homeboy's head top, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Let's have a good one. Get hyped up a little bit. Have a good morning. What more could we ask for? Oh, that's what you could ask for. Oh, do we have enough time? I don't know if we'll have enough time. I just want, you know what I'm here for, right? I just want to hear the one part, bro. Great morning. What's up, baby? All right, chat. I should update right when it comes out. Oh, I think it's coming. Ready? Wait, where is it? You think I know this song by now? Oh, Charidonia. He wants to fight you mad. Oh. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty, so opening up Barely Red. I'm sure that'll change here in a second. But my goodness, where are we percentage-wise? NASDAQ even flipped red. No way. So that was leading a little bit. Russell's in the green. Dow is down by 0.1. Let's see where those chips go. IGV is down. NVIDIA. So so NVIDIA is still even up. Did those oh shit, those Qualcomms went up. Is that 1,000%? No. Well, yeah, I think they are. Remember those ones that barely moved on Friday? That's also because the spread. Yeah, but those are really cheap. You got a couple. It depends. You're anywhere between 500 and 1,000%. The spreads are cuckoo on Qualcomm. So yeah, remember that one should cover earnings too. So do what you'd like with that. They hate AI art. And then Microsoft. Let's throw a daily on NVIDIA. Who is the other one? Spotify. Yeah, and then Poet had bad news. That was a crazy one on Friday. Again, Marvel, I believe, canceled all their orders. And then you are going to get some IPOs this week as well. So there you go. SPY's moving a little bit. Again, oil, remember the 97. So you actually moved way more on the pre-market than not. Avis. I forgot about that. What day is it? April. Man, my shit's still super laggy. Yeah, spreads are pretty wide on anything chip related. TSM on the low. Intel, again, Intel, they did a bond sale for that Ireland thing. 400 on Qualcomm, baby. Make it free, 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 free. Risk and reward in harmony. Good work, baby. Good work. Where is Quali World? Drone attacks target Iranian opposition in Kurdistan. So be careful. I don't think we're going to react as much to that. If you remember from last week, again, in the Kurds and their relation to it all, I do think it makes it a little different. Yeah, ARM is down by 6%. Even CoreWeave, again, Nibis, you had those leading last week. See. No, those aren't going to work. I'm sorry, I'm shopping. I don't like some of the premiums to start, unfortunately. All right, I made the Qualcomms free. That was like 600, I think more. I don't know, I just threw a fat ask in there and it filled. No, it's 1,000% on those. Yeah. 2 to 20. Mm-hmm. So yeah, ride the rest for earnings, or you could even get rid of all of them if you'd like. It's up to you. That was a good one. Equal weight's up by 0.44. And we didn't have too many crazy earnings. It's weird. There was an alcohol thing. So again, at least TAP is going up. They weren't mentioned, but one of the analysts, they upgraded. They upgraded the what's it called? The beer companies because of the World Cup. Let me see these. Oh, these might be perfect. Okay, I think I might have a one now. A gold to calm it down. The only part that sucks with a lot of things is that we might remember the like earnings effect. So like a lot of these names, we might like chill out until everything reports on Wednesday, and then things are gonna kind of take off. So that is one of the parts I'm a little bit more worried about than not. Start with those. Yeah, premiums are even climbing. All right, hold on. Yeah, there are. That stock's not even. Oh, there it is. Now it is moving. All right. Relative to the chips. So not a recommendation. They did already kind of move up a little bit. AXP already reported. I remember nobody really even gave them love on that earnings. But yeah, they started running up there. Again, Fastly's at the low. Where's IGV? Still down? And then Microsoft, and there's Palant. Palant's actually going up. Oracle, Team, what's the other one? ServiceNow? Which one? No. There's one on Friday. There's either Team, ServiceNow, and there's another one of the mid caps. And then there's Nivda. What the hell? Whirlpool. Yeah, Microsoft. I'm surprised they went up on it at first. I don't know if that's gonna. I feel like it's gonna save them money, but then at some point, I mean, people like the deal, but I also do believe Microsoft wasn't the value in the stakes that they owned of OpenAI. Make it free. The sell in May and go away. No. So I do think this May is going to be a little interesting, but remember, sell in May and go away is a myth. At least let me put it. This is why I think this sell in May and go away will be interesting, because you have Donald Trump in office. So pretty much the last time you sold in May and went away was like the last Donald Trump, like 4 or 5 years ago. So usually though, it's like as of the modern era, sell in May and go away has not necessarily been like it doesn't really occur as often. It's I know it rhymes, it sounds good, but it's not as if that is like actually happened. So yeah, that's kind of the issue there. Free. Happy Monday, baby. Good morning. What up, open face? How you living, baby? Shout out to long term. Intel actually went up. Again, Intel was a lot more. Nike. I haven't looked at anything non-tech, actually. Staples are in the red. Yeah, Whirlpool's climbing. Have we heard anything from David Tepper recently? Remember, that was the last big thing with that Carney independent board. SPY's actually climbing up away. I don't know, is this all big tech effect or not? It could be the equal weight you were saying, because equal weight's actually in the green right now. SPY's kind of chugging along, barely green. NASDAQ is the one in the red. I mean, you just had Nvidia move up a little bit, but very fascinating. K-Web in China, that's another one. So again, we haven't even heard too about the what's it called? The China meeting. So that's even part of it. I know they were trying to link that. Baidu again. Oh, my bad. I had my link on the chat. Yeah, watch the China plays. That's even part of something more cyclical than not. And then they had that headline this morning. China's like household debt dropped for the first time in 3 decades, I believe. So that was actually decent. And then Eli Lilly, they bought the cancer company. Samsung eyes exit from China TV and appliance sales to focus on U.S. Appliance sales to focus. So are they going to get out of appliances or not? Maybe that's why Whirlpool's up. Bank of America, Eli Lilly again. Where's Quali? They're chilling. All right, not too bad, but I mean, as you see, oil hasn't moved too much. Even this SPY, like I'm telling you, the only thing that's going to kind of suck about this week is that you have these big earnings on Wednesday. So, and then Apple comes out on Thursday. So you might do what you did last week, just on a bigger scale, not necessarily in terms of moving, but where, you know, the market might just stay pinned and go in waves as we get ready for these earnings reports. So keep that in mind, my friends. Keep that in mind. TSM on the low. Yeah, AMD's down 4. I'm surprised. And then even Intel's back up. ETN. Is that the chips in the red? Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, chips are in the red. I mean, people were thinking. I even thought here, too, with everything going on. I thought the chips would actually, what's it called? I thought they'd be green because of Qualcomm. So remember, if they go green, today would be 19 days. If not, if they want to be good. Yeah, software has a really weird mix of what's going up and down. So, like, you have Microsoft kind of in the middle, Palantir's going up, CRM's going up, and then overall IGV. Actually, IGV is about to flip here to green. And then AMD on the low. Let's see. Chip into IGV, it's going to happen eventually. I just don't know when. That's why I said that's going to be the that will probably be the more accurate bottom on chips, is once they really actually rotate out of the chips and then go into software. So that is kind of what people are waiting for. SGMT is up 42%. What is this? Did they benefit off the Poet thing? So again, a couple of random software names on the high. Oh, weed stocks. I forgot about that from last week. Risk and rewarding harmony. Hold on. Now trying to flip. NVIDIA flipped. I'm looking at the other software names. NOC. Abivai Intuit is going up a lot too. Again, we've even talked about that for the long term. Verizon said to be in deep talks with hyperscalers on fiber 5G deals. Again, it's weird. You got the core weaves and the arms actually down, though, today. They are not going up as much. Yeah, oil, again, it moved a little bit more pre-market, and then just remember, 90s. I hope, do you guys see how sticky it's been at 97? So, like I'm telling you, when we really freaked out that one day on the, like, fake attacks and all of that, you went up above it, but, like, dude, I'm telling you, that 97 is somewhat of a danger zone. That's a 52-week high intraday on Intel. So again, remember Intel hit like 86 or 87 pre-market, and then it went down. But yeah, you're actually going up intraday now on your boy. Nuclear stocks up 3. Wow, shout out to Intel. Boeing. XPI, the leader. Boeing's even waking up here. Again, service now. That's waking up. It did a decent amount. Habibi. Well, thank you, Intel. I will hold a press briefing at 1 p.m. today. Caroline Levitt. 1 p.m. Eastern. All right, so right before, a couple hours before the bell. IGV green now. Again, XBI, I mean, I see a lot of biotechs on the high right now. MDT, AbbVie, they're like kind of going straight up. And then you had was it Zoma who got bought out? They're up 20. They were up 40% pre-market. And then you even got weed stocks going up too. And then the Eli Lilly even went up on a buyout. Apple, Nivda. All right. Actually, give me 1 second. You know, since we actually did it today. Shout out Qualcomm. I think you could use this for a second. Woo! I make the contracts free. Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Phone call real quick. Very early. Very, very early. The Joby news, I think, is crazy. Aren't they gonna start doing flights out of JFK? And they're gonna like treat them like helicopters. So I thought that was fascinating. Poet on the low. Marvel. But yeah, back at low. It's only 0.13, so let's see. Mondays have usually been good, but up until the Qualcomm news, that's the part I think that sucks. The fact that Qualcomm already faded that, I think that's bringing down the chips here even more. And then, again, up until the Qualcomm news, it was pretty much looking like it was going to be Red Monday. Aragachi tells Putin ties will be strengthened. A healthy correct. I don't think this is a correction. I think we're still at all-time highs, you guys. I think we hit one. No, I think we hit one in the pre-market. You know what I'm saying, bro? It's been a very weird market. You know what's crazy? It actually blew my mind this morning because, like, back in my day, like, most of the time when the market was, like, real bullshit, dude, never would you ever turn on TV and there'd be like, the market's broken. Like, I'm telling you, even the guys on Bloomberg, CNBC, people are talking about how the market's broken in the market. So it's like, I'm not used to that. I'm usually the one saying it's broken while nobody else is kind of, you know, I guess I've become used to it. And that's something too. I think the more and more you'll kind of deal with things, I do think you'll kind of adjust to how nonsensical the market could be. But yeah, it's like we are still at a very high amount. So we're right near all-time highs still. But for the most part, like I'm telling you this morning, again, it's like the market's going to move a little different, but I do think this week of earnings is going to dictate a lot of it, because by the end of it, if the earnings are not good, I think you'll start overreacting to the war news again, and then vice versa. If the earnings are good, I think you'll underreact. But you have a weird dynamic, and like we even talked about just right now with like software and chips, you know, that's a whole nother pocket of broadening out and other things that can occur. So that's something you got to keep in mind. Intel, baby. Intel, Liputa, even on the bond sale, dude. That's good though. But do you see how Intel learned, you guys? I hope you see it. So instead of fucking going on the earnings call and being like, oh, we're going to do a bond sale. Oh, we're not that confident. They're like, Renaissance. Oh, Bradley Frizzle. Oh, that was not on the Intel call, but it should have been. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Good morning, Bradley Frizzle. Peach Nation. Oh, the daily time has arrived. That's what I'm talking about. Good morning, my friend. Oh, man. See? Bradley Frizzle, I think you had an impact on Intel. You know that? I think they learned. I think Liputan, David Zisner, they were like, you know what? We should be more consistent. We should stop being hoes. But yeah, because that's what I'm saying, bro. This time, they like came out with good earnings, and then they saved all the bad news for after. They're like, okay, and we're going to raise $15 billion of bonds. So at least they didn't say that in the midst of all their good earnings where everybody focused on it. So I'm proud of them. They're learning. Oh, PG. How was their earnings, actually? I forgot about that. Or no, Kimberly. They're the ones. Kimberly has earnings on Tuesday. Proctor already reported. Boeing, U.S. Navy chief, successful MQ-25A test flight. Right, when Bradley comes here? Yeah, SPY still going down. Again, chips are dumperooning. I think NVIDIA and Intel might be the only ones that are in the green right now. Yeah, ServiceNow woke up. That's what I was saying. These like mid-cap software stocks, even Team went back to green. Some of them are holding up pretty well. Software is pretty mixed right now, but I hope you guys see it, though. For now, it's like it's early. I think it's very, very early to tell, but you are watching a little bit of software up, chips down, which isn't bad. I mean, it's just broadening out, but then again, you might end the streak today with the chips on 19 days, and then XLP, PG's going up. I make the contracts free. Kathy sold some AMD 5. Well, that's good. Kathy usually sells shit hella early sometimes. But yeah, remember, didn't she sell NVIDIA and a lot of things right before they popped? It don't matter. You have an Intel, Habibi. Intel long term look very, very good, Habibi. Very, very good. Oracle. Jostradamus told us, watch the rotation from chips to software. I feel, dude. I feel. I hope Jostradamus is right. He will be right eventually. I just don't know when. I know the what. But I am excited. Shout out to Josh Atola. Calls on Boeing. I know, but this might be a good time to remind you, you know, Bradley Frizzle does not mean buy calls. I don't know who needs to hear this. Maybe you can. It's up to you. It's your life. It's your life, brother. It's your life. CRGC. Yeah, Qualcomm's 2.5, but dude, that shit was up 15. So I can't, dude, we literally realized 1,000% on those this morning. I don't know where they're at now. They're still like 500%. That's why I was going to sell them at 500, and I said, let me try. But yeah, that chilled out. But again, that thing was up 11 or I think 13% at max today. Yeah, long term, I mean, again, if you have Intel, that's the crazy part, is because after Intel ballooning, now every single little Intel move is just going to mean way more for your portfolio. So again, I hope you guys know the next step of the plan, because it's like now with Intel, for some of you, even my both portfolios, Intel is a very big, it's anywhere as high as 30% on the rebuild, or like just under 20% on the small account. But it's like, yeah, we got to get some value and balance this shit out, because he's just going to keep growing, hopefully, inshallah. Roblo, SYM, again, our medical. Biotechs are still up. Medical's even up. Again, you've still actually been good since your boy, who was it last week? UNH. They're still up. All right, well, SPY's literally right back at open. Oil won't get above the 97. I'm sure if you get a random headline today, if it is going to be like a headline that moves things related to the war, you'll get oil above 97. 11%, that's not bad. That's not bad. Where is it? SMH. All right, see how these guys bounce. Check one more. I make the contracts free. iHeart, dude, that's what I was saying. I brought it up this morning. I was like, I feel like we forgot about that. Because remember, you had a chance to snake it briefly, and then that started going up. But that actually held. Usually the mergers suck, but that one did good. Again, SPY's moving back up. You got a couple critical minerals, and then, again, more software-type plays are actually leading. CPRX, that has to be a bio, right? And then Symbiotic. Oh, Meta. Well, Meta had bad news. I'm surprised they're up, but China's not allowing them to buy Manus, which is weird because they've already integrated Manus into a lot of products. But yeah, that was the bad news this morning for Meta. And then there's NVIDIA. I would watch. See, I mean, hopefully. So look, chips are going up. I think some of the money went to software, but just watch for that dynamic. And now Google's on the high. Microsoft's even trying to come up, but Google's actually doing very well. That's actually printing all on the high ticker. You thought I said mayonnaise? Mayonnaise. You sound mayonnaise. Some people, are you my dad? Get me the mayonnaise. The meta mayonnaise. Do you have a mayonnaise and lettuce on mayonnaise? No, M-A-N-U-S. Mayonnaise. So it sounds like an Arab saying mayonnaise. I'm not gonna lie to you. Mm-hmm. All right, we'll see how these play out. The Preem, I mean, this is the time to do it. That's what I was talking about the other day. Like I'm saying, if you're bored, don't do it. Like I'm telling you, if you're just bored and you're like, oh, I want to sell covered calls, let me sell covered calls on everything. No, it's like you want to sell covered calls into massive upside volatility. Because remember, you're selling your upside, you're selling your risk. You have to make sure it is worth it. So I'm not against the idea in the fact that Intel has it, but then, yeah, you just got to you have to know what is worth it. I would not sell something close to the money. I would make sure I got paid out fat. And then at the end of the day, too, I would also make sure you're aware of how to get out of it just in case things go bad. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. So even on, we could pretty much, you could just sell the furthest ones out and you could get like $2,000 a contract, which is kind of nuts. So I think you could make Intel free in the long term, at least on the big account. Because I don't know how much we even put in there. Let me check. But yeah, with a covered call, you remember how we did it with Redfin? That's exactly what we did with Redfin. Yeah. So practically, if you sold those 125s on January 28th on Intel, you could get back your initial investment on Intel. Not bad. But then again, it'd be capped at 125, which is like, what, another 50% from here for the next 2 years. And then, worst case scenario, you just have to keep rolling it and rolling it and rolling it and rolling it. But like I'm saying, most plays right now in the market, I wouldn't be selling covered calls on them. Again, it just, they're up 50, 70% in like a month. That's good for selling covered calls. That's like a really good environment for out of the money, high gain, high premium. If they add the one, even then, like I'm telling you, even on the 125s, you could get back your initial investment, which is kind of nuts to think about. I make their contracts free. And speaking of which, Intel, but yeah, for now it's uncapped. That's the crazy part. AMD calls. We looked at some of them on Friday. They had the cheap ones. I don't know where those are at now. I'd give it a little bit, let it kind of stabilize after this Kathy Woods sell and everything else, but it's been hyped. So yeah, the premiums got washed on Friday. Risk and reward in harmony. Not bad. Qualcomm still up. Oh, dude, what happened? What's it called? What happened to Fly? I forgot about that. Yeah, Fly's even up at the high right now. Remember, that thing went to 220, didn't it? Yeah, the high's 250. But yeah, I totally forgot about that. Would shorter ones be good? No. That's what I'm saying, bro. If you don't know the covered call game, I personally don't think you should touch them. Like I'm saying, if you don't have experience with covered calls, or if you're gonna regret it. Most people will. If you're gonna sell premium, you should sell literal premium. You should get as much premium as you can, and you should have it as far away as possible. That way you are just collecting cash on it and doing it. But like I'm telling you, if you start playing the I'm gonna sell the 1 week premium, the 2 week premium, and then you don't know how to even refinance them, what's the point of capping your gain? Like you see it, holding so far, it's been a nice, fun game. It'll take you up there. You get the profit off of it. Like I'm telling you, even the one covered call I just went over, it's like a 50% higher. You would, at worst case scenario, you got all your money back, and then you'd make 50% more on wherever your equity is at now. But then it would still, if that did happen, you might still end up regretting it, but at least you're getting paid on premium. So I have a video on this one. I have a short one, very quick, but the biggest mistake people make with covered calls, they don't sell into volatility, so they sell it when the stock's not moving. That's why I asked if Homeboy was bored, or they start doing 1 month, 3 month contracts, but that doesn't really make sense because, again, you're selling premium. Contracts with less time have less premium. So ideally, you want to actually, if you're ever going to do a covered call, you want every factor heavily in your favor. You want high premium, high time, high volatility, and a high purchase price. That's where it's going to benefit you rather than hurt you. Otherwise, it just turns into you may have just sold your future risk, and you may have just sold your future upside for pennies on the dollar. Intel, dog, are you kidding me? This is crazy, Habibi. Well, yeah, actually, this might help out the chips, dude. So yeah, chips are still down 0.45. Nvidia's up, Intel's up. SPY will not get above here, but like I'm saying, what's the damn all-time high, dude? Dude, you're right off of. They said correction. We're like half a point away from all-time highs still, but yeah, I'm just kind of curious on 19 days or not. Past life and health insurance, thoughts on the industry? It's a good industry. You can make a lot of money. It's very sales, but if you're good at it, I know people who make bank in life insurance and any sort of insurance selling, and then it's good. And then they'll even down the line, they'll actually. Do you have your Series 7? Because they will sponsor you. You sold them and they got exercised. Oh no. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you are gonna do it, if you are going to do a covered call, you should know how to get out of them. So I've done this live many times because I've sold covered calls. You're not done. That's why by selling the ones longer out, you could always refinance it and change. That's why I call it a refinance. You roll it over, but you get paid because if the stock is truly volatile going up, you should be able to roll out of it with more money and at least give yourself free money than giving it away. Prada seeks to mend ties with Made in India sandals. Where's Homeboy? Can you go cash secure puts? Not on a covered call. I mean, once covered call and a cash secure put are completely different. One of them you're agreeing to sell, one of them you're agreeing to buy. Unless you're going to sell like a in the money cash secured put. But a better idea is to just keep rolling it over. Wait a minute. The long-term free song. Didn't you guys just hear it? I guess. Yeah, they sponsored her Series 6. That's the good part about getting working with insurance. It's like they'll sponsor you and they'll pay for all of that if you want to get. And then again, I don't know if you want to be a broker or whatever you want to do, but it's very, very good in that sense. Qualcomm about to go negative 1.6. Maybe I'm just being dramatic, but that shit was up 13. Ah! Well, I'm glad we made it free. Make it free, 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 free. Risk and reward. And oil's coming down, so SPY's not really reacting to it. Who knows, man? Maybe one of these days, like I told you, it still hasn't happened yet. You're going to have one of these days where the market goes down and oil goes down, and people will be baffled. And then I remember Apple has earnings on Thursday. The ghetto spread, that's really just for options. It doesn't really apply to the long term. But the ghetto spread is it's simple. It's just a spread. So you buy one option, and then once it goes up tremendously in value, you're shorting another one so that you get all your option money back, and then there's still an upside on the contract. Yeah, I've only been exercised on a contract with like a credit spread that ended in the money. But like as far as like a covered call, I have never been exercised in my life. That's because I fucking again, I'm a real estate guy. So I just refinance the fuck out of it until I'm done with it. And but you don't want that problem though. That's what I'm saying. Most people don't know how to do that, or even then it's annoying because it's still gonna, just like a refinance on a home, you're gonna pay fees, right? So you're gonna leave money on the table every time you do that, or you're refinancing just to get more money back, but not as much as you would have if you didn't do it in the first place. So like I'm saying, I'm not against, especially on Intel right now, just because of how much it's going up so fast, so quickly. You have an opportunity to do covered calls. But if you're not familiar with them and you're trying to do it on any other stock, I would not say that's a good idea right now. But like I'm telling you, it's just something too where even from the beginning, you guys were asking me about covered calls on Intel. Just remember, people were asking me this at $50 when the stock was at $50. And I was like, you know what? I would rather, we got good positioning. We bought it cheap. We have good size on it. So it's like, why cap our gains right now? So it's a little better now, and that's what I'm saying, but you got to really I'd think about it, plan it, and I would not engage in something just because you want something to do, and make sure you're really, really thinking about it. Oh, I could use the Nokia example. You're right. So let's see. We have those Nokia contracts, the January $10 calls. We got those at like $1.20. Habibi. So Ryan, pay attention. So we bought these. This is a real play from last year. I still have these. We bought January 28 Nokia calls for what the fuck? That's SanDisk? Why'd I put SanDisk? All right. So yeah, $10 call. We bought these at $128 or $120, right? They're going for $300. So what you could do is oh no, we're in the money. So they're going for $380 right now. So we bought these for $1.20. You could sell. You would go in, instead of buying the $20 contract, you would short it. So then if you shorted this contract at $20, you would get $140 back. We paid $120 a contract. So you would get all your money back plus some change. And now you still own the $10 contract, and then you cap your gain at $20. So you get all your money back, the play is free, and then you can make up to $10 a share. So if the stock went to $20, you would still capture, this contract would be worth at least $1,000 a pop. and then you wouldn't miss out on anything. And even if anything past $20, you wouldn't make money on. But now, if you ghetto spreaded it, you would get all of your money back. There's zero risk on the table. So that's it. That's the ghetto spread. Super easy. Yeah, if it ends at 20, you make the most money. Because even if it ended up at 20 by the next year or two, because that would be, you'd already collect the premium. But like 19, 20 bucks would be your best case scenario. Because then you'd get the $10 a share on the in the money contract, and then the one that you sold would expire worthless. And then if it goes above 20, you don't lose anything. You just don't make anything either. Ta-da! Thailand announced they requested assistance from China to allow 8 Thai ships to pass through. For half. Like I'm telling you, I would, if you were going to do the Intel, not a recommendation, I would sell the 2028s as far as possible. That will get you back your initial investment. So one of our initial investments on Intel, every $4,000 has turned into about $17,000. That's on the long term. You could go and that got you 200 shares. So you could sell those 28 contracts for $4,000 right now, $2,000 a pop. You would get back pretty much all of your initial investment, and then you would still have 50% of upside. So that's the only one. I wouldn't do anything less than that. That's why I'm saying it's just high time, high premium, because if the stock does go up 50% in the next 2 years, I guarantee you could refinance out of that and make sure you still do. That'll give you at least one other option. But if you start kind of going less time, not too far out, I mean, you're going to get paid less too. Not to mention you're getting $4,000 of premium up front. That's on 200 shares, so $2,000 a pop though. So factor it however much you did. I'm telling you, we've done this a lot because a lot of people, I don't know why they just sell as much premium as you can. I can't stress it enough. It's literally called selling premium. That's the part that's baffled me. It's like they say sell premium, and then people will go and sell the least amount of premium they can. So sell premium if you're going to do it. Not a recommendation. Again, I'm not touching it for now. I might want to do it in the future, but even then, I kind of like being free. I'm free. Make it free. Qualcomm calls, they might have. I mean, again, if you sold them there in that first 5 minutes, you got about 1,000%. I think they're chilling at like 360, 400, depending on spread. Can you explain in caveman terms the ghetto spread or the covered call? Why not take something a couple deviations out for a month out? Okay, so I guess I haven't made it clear enough. Just fucking do it then. Do it. Why don't you just sell a fucking weekly? Go. Sell as little premium. Go. Do it. Sell as little time and little. Go. Do it. You know what? Just fucking do it, bro. Okay? I said my piece. I have said my fucking piece on selling covered. Go ahead. You got the best play, the best fucking chip stock in the world right now. You want to, I could go do this the right way again. I could sell premium. Actually sell premium. Bro, that's like selling drugs. And you're like, I'm going to sell Benadryl. Why don't you just sell fucking blow, dude? You'll make more money. I don't get it. I'm not. Go. Do it. Do whatever you want. Go. Sell a little premium for a little time. I hope it works out, man. You got this. You got this. So that's good, man. It took us less than an hour to get to it. Just do it this morning. Yeah, just fucking do it, dude. Just fucking do it. Do whatever you need to do. I've given you the right way. You gotta make your own decision. Yes, there's several in-depth videos I've made on this topic and live examples. But you know what? Fuck it, dude. You gotta learn somehow, but I would like you guys to benefit off of a good play. You know what I'm saying? We got a really good one. So, you know, I'd like to put the odds in your favor, but you know, you get to control those. No, this is about the cover calls. That's not the ghetto spreads. Chill. I don't know if he wanted the caveman explanation for the ghetto spread or not. You won't do it. Yes, you won't do it. Biomarin snap even? Iridium. Oh, Zoma, that was up 40 in the morning. I'm surprised it's only up 12 right now. It's actually crazy. U.S. has offered possibility of talks in Iran, is considering them. Iran Foreign Ministry. No, just like, you guys will learn it. I'm telling you, though. A lot of people make this covered call. That's why we talked about it. Like I'm telling you, I'm not saying you can't do a covered call, but it's just a lot of people have made mistakes with it. So I don't want you to make a mistake. I'm trying to, you know, many years of experience. And like I'm saying, the cool part, you've got to see us do it live in the long term. But just, you got to try, you know, I would like you guys to have more advantages than disadvantages. You know, Wall Street will gladly take your shit. Service now. Team, stop moving. Where's IG Vizzle? I don't know, man. I want to see the chips. 19 days. Students and civilians clash in Indonesia. I see banks too. But yeah, we're kind of chilling, dude. Still, to start, what time? It's been less than an hour. All you have is Intel, and then Nvidia stopped moving. They're chilling now. I think Benadryl is part of Kimberly-Clark. So they have earnings tomorrow. So that's why, too, I don't know. I was thinking about it, actually, this morning. It's either we could put half the deposit down on Kimberly now, or we just wait till earnings, and then if they do good on earnings, then you may not be able to buy it, because if they kill it on earnings, it's going to be higher than any price we bought it at, and then you'll have a month till ex-dividend. Otherwise, you go now, and then, yeah, call it a day. Nvidia's starting to drop. IGV, so see if we do it again. I think you are, bro. So once again, you're having chips down, software going up. So very fascinating. I didn't know when we were going to see this, but if that starts to play out, it'll be very interesting. Till it's hinted that Powell's threshold may be higher, would want to stick around. Dude, I know. So that's what they were talking. I'm glad even the people on Bloomberg, they were even willing to call it out. They're like, if Powell stays on, is that political? So even though Powell's investigation is dropped and they're going to confirm Warsh, Powell might still stay on as the board of governors. So he's not going to be the chair, but he's going to be one of the governors. So yeah, bro, I think it's actually kind of nuts. That's it. It would actually be unprecedented. Again, so think about it. Like I was telling you, it's pretty unprecedented to cut double before an election. Powell would be the only person to do that. You know that no, I don't think he should stay on. That's really weird. So like after, you know, again, in your history of the Fed, you don't really, I think it may have happened once, if not ever, where a Fed governor, like, just, that's it. His term's expired and then they stay on. Again, even fucking Janet Yellen went home, for crying out loud. But yeah, I mean, we live in, people don't care about the unprecedented anymore as much, but I do. he stays on, Warsh gets fired, he comes back as chair. That would be a possibility. That would be insane, actually. Baba, so the China name's going down. Where's Baidu? They're still kind of up. Again, chips held a little bit. Software went higher. Take Two. It'd be nice if we get a GTA headline. Been a long time. Uami on the high. Fly Q is about to hit $2 again. That was quiet this week. Nobody really said anything over the weekend. Surprising. No, you wouldn't hear from Jerome. So again, Kevin Warsh is going to become the chair. So literally, that will be his last meeting. Jerome Powell's last meeting is on Wednesday. That's it. He's done. If they confirm Warsh, and the odds are very, very high that they will now. That they're going to both confirm him, and then there's nobody's going to get in the way of homeboy, kind of being in the way of it all. So that's going to be, he's going to become the chair, but then Jerome Powell is going to become like, if he decides to stay on, which again, pretty unprecedented, he would be like a Bostic or what's his name? Goolsby, or he would be one of these governors you hear from, and he would still be able to vote on decisions. So that's the whole idea of there, but it is pretty odd. Yeah, that would be like getting a divorce and then still coming to all of the family events, which I think happens for some people. But, it's like, I don't know, man. Powell, I think Powell had a great run, a couple of blemishes here and there, but he really likes doing some unprecedented shit. Yeah, it's like getting divorced and still living together. I think that's a better way to put it. He really doesn't want to give this shit up. Listen, after hearing Kevin Warsh, I kind of started to miss Powell a little bit. He wasn't even gone. But I was like, you know what? Because I don't know how I feel about this Warsh cat. I'm still a little 50-50 on him. Duolingo. Again, even the smaller software plays are going up. Team ServiceNow. ServiceNow is killing it. Again, Uami. All right, see. I think Spirits are going to tweak out at $2 or not. We have not heard anything on that. And then AAL, UAL, they backed out of that deal. He moves around the simple questions like a snake. Well, that's not the thing I'm worried about. All of them do that. That's like the job of a Fed chair, is to talk without answering. That's literally the job description. I think it's my biggest takeaway from Warsh that I do not like is that he didn't sound like he knows shit. I don't know how to explain this, but like Jerome Powell is a smart person, and I think Jerome Powell knows ball. I don't know if I think Kevin Warsh knows a different type of ball. I think he knows how to, I think he's connected. I think people like him. I think his family's extremely rich, and like he knows one part of ball, but I don't think Kevin Warsh knows like economics. That's the part I'm worried about. That's the part where Jerome Powell on certain things, like Jerome Powell, if you offend him, he will run laps around you with economic theory, and he'll start talking about how the economy works, macro, micro. Jerome Powell is very sophisticated in that sense. I didn't get that vibe from Kevin Warsh at all, unfortunately. And not to mention his past history during 2008, 2010, he wasn't really good. His choices and his decisions about the economy were flat out wrong. So that's what I'm saying. It's been 10, 15 years. We finally got to hear from him, but I didn't get the impression that he's necessarily the most qualified. But then again, you have had Janet Yellen. So you've had Bernanke, you've had Greenspan. I don't think they knew ball. Like I'm saying, that's why Powell was so attractive and still is to a certain degree. Powell was probably our most economically aware Fed chair we've had in 50 years, probably. Maybe up until Volcker even. And Volcker was aggressive, but Volcker also kind of, that's why he was willing to take certain pain, because I think he understood the situation. So, yeah, that's it. Yeah, finance bro versus economics chat. 100%. Yes, exactly. Kevin Warsh is a finance bro. And then I do think that the economics, like Powell was an economics chat. He was very wise in that sense. So I don't think Jerome was a LARPer. I think Jerome played dumb. That's why I got so mad at Jerome Powell for cutting rates how he did ahead of the election. That's why, because I know he knows better. I think Powell is the furthest thing from a LARPer. If anything, I would argue Kevin Warsh is a LARPer above all else. But yeah, I'm not. We'll see. But like I said, for now, that's my big takeaway from what we've seen so far, is that I just don't see him as an economics. I see him as a finance bro. And again, finance bros, they're good. They can raise money. They might know stuff. They get access to info, but they're not necessarily the brightest. And I do think that Powell runs laps around homeboy. Yeah, but Powell needs fucking time up, dude. Powell's like, I'll stay around. I want to stay around. Just I'll hang. I could do decorations. He just wants to be a part of it still. Everything software-wise is going up good. Microsoft yen. Iran beats formidable India to claim Kabaddi gold at Asian beach games. What the fuck is that? Wait a minute. Hassett. That's why I liked Hassett. Because Hassett's an economics nerd, but he didn't have the face card, no central casting, and then they would have, I don't know why he was connected. People viewed him as more of a Trump guy, where even though Kevin Warsh, let me put it this way. This is the part everybody memory hold. Are you ready? I said this last week. Kevin Warsh got nominated the first time around with Jerome Powell. They wanted to. So back in 2015, 2016, when we got Jerome Powell, if it wasn't going to be Jerome Powell, Donald Trump brought up Kevin Warsh. That's the craziest part. So that's why the odd part with the media and everybody oh, Kevin Hassett is a Trump loyalist. It's well, dude, Donald Trump has been thinking about Kevin Warsh for over a decade, which is kind of nuts or actually a decade on the dot pretty much. But he was in the early talks before you knew who Jerome Powell was, the names were Jerome Powell and Kevin Warsh. Just like it was Rick Reeder, Kevin Hassett, Kevin Warsh. Back in the day, 10 years ago, it was Jerome Powell or Kevin Warsh. Well, yeah, that's your dilemma. You get one guy who's really smart and then acts dumb to justify things, or you just have a fucking dumbass who everything gets blamed on. And if that doesn't explain the history of the Fed, I don't know what will. So, yeah, man, welcome to 2026. Welcome to the world. All right, Netflix even going, dude, you're getting, that's it. They said day 19 rotate. Let's see, we have a long day ahead of us, but chips are down 1% on the index. And then is IGV's actually lagging behind a little bit. But yeah, it's doing that, but Microsoft should help it. It is. We're right at open still. Monday still actually red. So some people were a little cautious if we were going to get a red Monday or not. But Marvel cut their orders with them. And they pulled a purchase order and everything else. And that was it. I'd watch Fly Q. Again, we've already have our play. I still have those plays. They're up, I think, almost 200%. But the Fly Q, just watch at $2. It's either going to tweak out up or down. because it's a OTC stock. It's bankrupt, so it hits these levels and then somebody just fucking dumps, or it's gonna go through 2 and go a little crazy. U.S. President Trump to hold Situation Room meeting on Iran. CBS. Yeah, those CRMs, that was the one out of that whole little set. Those are the ones that got fucking clapped. So I'm down if they come back. I was even thinking about making, that was the one I didn't make free. I should have fucking listened to the reggae song. You know what I'm saying? I make the contracts free. Risk and reward. Actually, you're right, dude. They're down like 10% now. They were down 60 at one point. That was fucked. The other out of the monies are down 30%. Intel you bought for $40. You made a covered call at 80. Huh? I don't know. Wait, so 46, then the calls at 80. So did you already ghetto spread them? I'm not following. I need more details. All right, well, SPY's tweaking out. You got Dallas Fed Manufacturing minus 2.3. And then output 19 versus 6.8. Jeez. Pakistan clears transit of third country goods to Iran. So again, you had CBS Situation Room. I think we had a headline on that earlier, but oil, again, you're 50 cents off of 97. SPY reacting a little bit. Again, we haven't been able to really break out of any range today. Signal on the high. The Pershing, I don't know. Pershing Square IPO is either it's gonna run or it's gonna get fucked. Bill Ackman has a lot of popularity, but like, Bill Ackman hasn't had like any really good trades recently. He's kind of, I don't know. Bill Ackman, and then he's again trying to raise the amount and everything is kind of nuts. Free. Risk and reward in harmony. I don't know if we get it today. It has to. A real rotation would be way bigger than this, though. That's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, like, you got a lot of back and forth. NVIDIA dumping now, but you've had a lot of back and forth with the chips. So it's like, and then software just gone back and forth too without being able to like hold. All right, oil again. You got Dallas Fed activity, and then you just had a Situation Room. You can get. I need to go to the bathroom. You will get the contracts free song. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We haven't even talked about the other stuff, dude. That's the crazy part. I don't think we've got to even talk about the shooting, dude. There's such a crazy thing. There's so many craziness. All right, but I will BRB.
I make the contracts free. Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my burn. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free. Profit.
know, man. Just be careful. Might get stuck in your head, dude. Better watch out, dude. And spies still at VWAP. We ain't do nothing. 7:35. So about an hour. I don't know. Is volume still low? Do. Okay. Oh, whoa. Okay. Something. Is that off the Israel headline? No, there's something that just happened. Trump to hold situation room again inside Israel established. You just got a big pop finally. Please hold. Yeah, I don't see anything off of that one, but you're moving. Hi, good morning. Oil even took a candle, so all of that looks like something happened. I see the, what's it called? The situation room. Oh, I forgot. Let me see the Truth Social. Nothing. That was weird. So oil's already coming back up. It might be a pump fake, but then a lot of software is still going up, and then like Palantir. I mean, watch, Axios has been the leader on the headlines, even the early morning narrative. Again, it's all about situation room, phone call, everything. Putin, I received message from Supreme Leader of Iran. Bro, nothing's showing up. Let me see, Pershing Square. Supreme Court blocks lower order from Texas new congressional maps. So they just redistrict California then? Fuck. Yeah, Meta, other one. DJT on the high. Dude, I don't see anything on that. I don't know if that was just positioning or what, but that was a weird one. Because oil's already back up. If oil stayed down, I would have said that's news, but yeah, I don't think that was anything, to be honest with you. Or you might get a delayed reaction here somewhere. Again, Bitcoin is starting to run up a little bit harder. IGV's chilling out. Chips bounced off of that. Yeah, again, crypto. They woke up. Crypto's actually still in the green. Jane Street back at it again. You know, Jane Street made more than like the top 4 banks or something like that. That was that $36 billion they made on the trading. Kind of insane. Zeta, yeah, that was sadly nothing on that. Palant, Google 52-week high. Where's Amazon? I mean, again, big tech, even with Meta back up though. Honestly, big tech's not doing bad. And then you have software. That's a lot of names that are down that could catch a bid. So that's helping for now. I think James, it's mostly quant. I'm sure they do some other discretionary trades, but mainly I think it's they got their algorithms and their proprietary strategies. But I think it's a mix of like quant trading, but then they're also using like they are in the middle of everything. Every single thing that's been hyped early or later, they're in there. So like they know where to be and what to be at. You know, it's kind of I think it's what I think Jane Street is what Sam Bankman wanted to be, but Sam Bankman, he didn't have it. But like they are there in the middle of everything. It's quite fascinating. Again, DJT again. Again, you hit the 199 on Fly. That one's chilling. Free contracts. I'm literally going to keep up IGV and chips. But yeah, that little pop there. We don't have anything just within 10 minutes, though. It could have been a delayed reaction to the situation thing. You did go down on that at first, though. Free contracts, that's my therapy. See. All right, you're coming back down to VWAP. I mean, unfortunately, again, we haven't got too many headlines from the morning, but last hour, you're really chilling. Did I ever consider working for a hedge fund? I did. I had a little fund that I joined in the beginning. It was right as when I started streaming, but then they said if I wanted to do it, I couldn't stream. And then I didn't like one of the other guys I liked a lot. And then, yeah, one of them ended up being a scammer too. So that was fun. But yeah, and then I realized I don't like people. So, because that's the thing, managing capital and like raising capital, it's you have to deal with a lot of things. And then I realized my private investments, I could do a lot better. Just because I don't listen to people, unfortunately. I listen to the Bible, I listen to God, I like to take in advice, but yeah, listening to people and managing their money is kind of annoying. I would have had an office in New York, bro. That's it. I was getting ready to go out there. And then I was like, let me try a fucking YouTube stream. And that fucking pissed some people off. But I was like, why? It's a covered call. You bought 4,000 shares at 40, then sold 40 contracts. Okay, but you're not saying what price, dude. So email me and stop spamming it, please. I can't help you if I don't know all the details. So you're just telling me a 40 contract, unless you bought at 40 and sold at 40, and then your break even is 80. But at that point, that one's going to be very hard to roll out of, and that's not really how that's what I'm saying. That's why you got to be careful selling the covered calls. Sam Bankman came from Jane Street. That sounds familiar. I mean, even then, Russia, Putin's meeting with Iran, Aragachi was useful, IFX. And then Marine Traffic announced that a large cruise ship linked to Russian steel billionaire under sanctions passed through the Strait of Hormuz over the weekend. Yeah, it says a cruise ship linked to a Russian steel billionaire. So literally, Russia just put out statements, positive meaning, and then you just had a Russian ship apparently over the weekend. But yeah, I don't know if you know, that's how Sam got fucked up though. So like before, like the money, that's how they lost all that money. Because Sam used to have a really big arbitrage by trading Bitcoin from like America, Japan, and taking advantage of that. That was a really good strategy, as things were blooming in the beginning. But then at one point, like Sam Bankman and their fund, they just started top ticking news trades. So they were just trying to go, like the news would come out and then they just thought they could put hundreds of millions of dollars on these trades and kind of use their size, and then they just got washed. And then that's what led them into the using people's capital, and then before you know it, everything got clapped. Iran foreign minister says Trump is requesting negotiations because U.S. has not achieved any of its objectives, and we are looking into that request. Minister account on Telegram. How did I get an offer for a hedge fund without a formal degree in economics? Well, I have a degree, just not in economics, but I knew the guy, and he knew what I have done already. So, and I've helped make him a lot of money. That's why one of them was my friend, and I made him a lot of money, and he knew what I've done in my career. So, yeah, that's what opened up those doors. I was a little baby Kevin Warsh, you could say. I did not marry a billionaire. You know, but you want to know what I found out recently? I didn't know this. My girlfriend's, like, I think, like, her uncle or somebody in my girlfriend's family is in politics in Switzerland. So I don't know, man. Worst comes to worst, bro. I might become a politician in Switzerland. You know, if America gets too crazy, if everybody's too, politically radicalized, I might just say, fuck it, taking my talents to the mountain. Yeah, and I never went to the island. No one invited me there. That's why I said, I was like, do you think they'd vote for me in Switzerland? She said they have really weird people who get elected. Like, it's hella random. So yeah, there's a shot. There's a shot. The Josh Atola in Switzerland. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Iranians have assets in Switzerland. Again, what do they have? Was it Austria and a couple of... They have a couple of hotels in Europe. In Germany. Germany. Josh N. Swad for office. Hello. You'd campaign walking the street with a sign and mask. I think they'd be terrified in Switzerland. Why you wear a mask? I don't. The Swiss are, they're very, very orderly. They would be freaked out. Yeah, if you go to London though, you could wear the shiesty mask. That's normal, I feel like, in London. They'd be like, "Oh wow, progressive." The fuck? Hollow. Free contracts. That's my therapy. We haven't had movement on the S&P. So yeah, Dow's at 0.04, NASDAQ down a quarter, Russell up 0.17, and the SPY down 0.04. Let's see, what are we looking at price-wise? Let's get some leaders and laggers. Dow 13 green, 17 in the red. S&P 301 green, 196 in the red. And the NASDAQ 55 green, 44 in the red, 46 in the red. You'll buy stock in Rolex and Swiss chocolate if I become president? Well, they have 8 presidents in Switzerland. You know that? They don't have just one president. They have 8. But then, are you ready? Rolex is a non-profit company. Most people don't know that. But, like, how it's organized and, like, literally, the company Rolex that makes all the watches, it's a non-profit. So it's like a 501c3 pretty much. Yeah. Look it up. LFBN. When I'm gonna run so we could donate to your party. Well, let's be realistic. I can't run until Benjamin Netanyahu gives me approval. So when he does, and don't worry about funding, they'll fund me like you guys insinuate. So I'll be good. I appreciate it. Thank you for looking out. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, but we'll see if Benjamin lets me. That's what I'm working on. The video of a kid storming. Oh, is it the ones that dressed as Jesus? I saw that. I saw that one. Meta on the high. And the JP Morgan. Yeah, and I think Apple and Nvidia kind of came back up. Looks like Apple and Amazon are the ones lagging. That would be an awesome paid show for Israel. I believe in you. I feel you, bro. Except there's just the one thing we're having like a sticking point on, like the negotiations between me and Netanyahu, is that I believe Jesus Christ is the Messiah. That's the problem, you guys. I don't know if you understand the history, but yeah, that's been our only sticking point, I guess. It seems like, minus other things that, but wow, that's a lot of people don't understand how actually that's the one part they don't like. Oh, did you guys hear about it? Netanyahu did get what's it called? He didn't get a cancer diagnosis. He said prostate cancer, but then there's others. People have said that a while ago too. That's the crazy part. I've heard even like last year about this cancer diagnosis with Netanyahu. But yeah, he announced it the other day. No, I think he has something, to be honest. Because there was something like a year ago, but he came out, he put out an official statement about what he was saying, but he said he didn't want to release it during the, he finished treating it last year, right, dude? I remember there was something last year about it, but like he said they didn't want to release info during the like height of the conflict, so the enemies do not use it. Oil. So yeah, USO on the high, starting to go back up. Voya. So see, again, like I've been telling you from the morning, even all last week, we got to see if we, if you get past 97, that's kind of been the danger zone. Kimberly. Uber is going up. Spotify. There's a weird set of names that are up. Again, today is mostly 50-50. Again, you actually have 300 names green on the SPY. Iran looking into Trump's request for negotiations, foreign minister says. There's probably going to be a follow-up if oil's still going up. Or just give it another minute or two and it might have a delayed reaction. But some of these headlines compared to the SPY oil reaction is kind of weird. Where was it? It's crazy. You know, oil went up every day last week. So at least Brent, but I'm pretty sure every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday, it kind of chilled, but Brent crude went up every single day last week. But it's crazy because weren't we at dude, we hit as low as $81, $82. So kind of nuts. I mean, it's like 20%. Iran says Trump negotiations not achieved objectives. That's my therapy. Risk and reward and harmony. Oh, what happened? Yo, my shit is lagging. Claims Trump is asking for talks since he is not. So I keep seeing this headline over and over again. I don't know if we're... All right. Yeah, I literally see the same one. Then the cruise ship. Just Russia are up because of Meta. No, Meta had bad news, but they went up. But in general, I mean, again, part of this like chip wave, the AI. I mean, this is what we were saying last week on Friday. Is just like you got to keep in mind, like AI is still the hottest trade in the world right now. That's why it's like, yes, you have a war, you have all these other conflicts, but like clearly there's something about AI that is still going crazy, and that's where like people are going to focus on. That's why I said whether the war keeps going, but really once the war ends, right away people are going to be focusing right on this AI. Again, the build out, the infrastructure, the profits. Some people are spending more money. A lot of companies are making money off of it, but that is still like kind of the biggest driver. And not only here, I mean, again, that's what we saw in Korea, other parts of Asia. I think China, they have other, China has other economic stuff and it's kind of getting better, but yeah, even they're part of this trade as well too. But yeah, that's something that I think is, so that's why I like the names like Meta. Remember, Meta just got lucky by being kind of in the middle of it all with their little pivot in the data centers that they were building. They were building it for fucking the metaverse, but then they made a nice push. And then remember all the hiring and all the money even Zuckerberg has spent so far to build it out. And I like Meta's AI. I even think Meta's algorithm. That's the thing I don't think people are talking about. You got it, like ever since TikTok, Oracle, pizza, they're popping. But like ever since TikTok and Oracle, their algorithm changed. YouTube's algorithm has not been too hot, but like I really think as far as social media, I think what Meta is doing with AI is getting insane. I believe they're going to be the leader. They're already leading quietly, but they're about to kind of take over in another way. So Meta has good things with AI. I've liked their AI products thus far. Is it buff? Dude, my shit is lagging heavy. Some of my back-end stuff is lagging really hard, so I don't know. It hasn't cut me off from YouTube. I did mention Netanyahu 3 times in a row, so I don't know. I wasn't looking at a mirror or anything, but still, you never know with YouTube. I used Manus. Manus is just expensive. And then, like I'm saying, I forgot the name of it. They have this, like, this analyst thing where it, like, analyze. Oh, like, I gotta see. It's on... put it on the other computer. If I downloaded it and I played with it, it was the trippiest shit ever. It was like called V something, but it would analyze, it would use AI to analyze how brains react to things, and it would give you ideas, and it would show things and like how people respond and trigger. It was insane. And then, like I'm saying, Manus and some of their other AI tools are there, and then just it actually gives you stuff content-wise. So it's not like a Claude. It's like you're not coding with Meta, but like social stuff and like getting things in the right front or finding it. Their algorithm, I believe, is pretty top tier. And then not to mention what they're doing with the what do you know what it is? Rick, do you know what's the name of the brain? It's like it has a weird ass name, but it's like a brain analyzer. They just launched it like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, I think, at this point. But it's fucking trippy. Tribe. Yes, Tribe V3 or V2. Yeah, it's Tribe. That's what it is. So, and then they have all these little other tools that are like based around there. But like, yeah, it's kind of nuts. They're getting into, they have a lot of like random AI build outs. But the thing about like Manus is good, but it's expensive. That's the thing. If Manus wasn't so expensive, that would take over Claudebot. It's what it is. It's just a Claudebot. It's Meta, dude. They knock off everything. It's literally a Claudebot knockoff, but like pay-per-view pretty much. You have to pay per click, essentially. But yeah, it's like that. Manus is extremely... But then again, they just said they can't buy Manus, so I don't know how that's going to play out. But that was like really nutty. Wait, is Fly W Spirit? Is that the warrant? No, I think a different Fly. But yeah, it was up there. It hit 199 and came down. Lunar's dumping. Space stocks. Bahrain foreign minister. Developments in the Strait affect all countries. French, I will engage again with Iranian authorities after trip to Andorra. Yeah, oil's climbing up here a little bit. We got a couple of headlines again. We're talking Meta. It's going up right now. Like I'm saying, even with the bad news today, they still kind of brushed it all off. IGV still going too. It's a Windows 11. Go to NDI. I didn't hear about that. It might be. But no, a lot of my shit got even fucked up from last week. But yeah, even today though, I'm just getting really laggy inputs. It's even on my end too, so I don't know how it is for you guys. BMO. William O'Neill initiates buy rating on NVIDIA. Yeah, Flywire. Different than FlyQ. I thought I would have figured they'd have warrants, but again, it is bankrupt. Oil is climbing up again. Listen, man, I love AI. I think we live at a fascinating time. I look forward to seeing what everybody's going crazy over to build and what's possible. And that's the thing. I mean, people have talked about it, bro. Once anybody has realized some of this stuff with AI, there's a reason these motherfuckers keep going all in on it, bro. I'm telling you, it's very trippy where we're at and where the future could lead to. But that being said, I am never putting shit in my brain, you guys. I'm going to be a muscle car my whole life, okay? So while y'all become like half humanoids and shit, and then y'all start doing the brain implants, like, listen, you can help me. I'll ask you questions and shit, but like, I ain't gonna fucking, nope. I'm gonna be all natural. I ain't fucking putting a BBL in my brain. That's all you, dog. That's all you. 96, 94. Dude, I'm lagging heavy. Rubio, U.S. can't tolerate Iran normalizing control of Hormuz. You got Rubio comments. I don't know if he's talking right now. Yeah, y'all trying to do Brazilian brain lifts. I'm not down. Not down at all. It's all you, bro. ZSL on the high? What's this? And then watch for the 97. ZSL with a little candle to the high. And SPY coming down. I don't know if Rubio's live right now, but you just got a Rubio comment. Oh, I don't see him anywhere. Yeah, USO, it's about that 97. So it's either going to stop here or it's going to fucking go nuts. But we don't have a headline. Surprisingly, the stocks are not moving as much on it. But yeah, it's quiet, dude. I don't know what it is. I want to say everything's lagging around the world, but you ain't got no... Again, I have that Marco Rubio comment, and then that's about it. 8:03, you got 27 minutes till Euro close. Again, SPY's not even at the low, but like I'm telling you now, this is your first like consistent oil move since early. Is he on Fox? I just checked Fox Business. Maybe he's on the normal Fox. That's it. I probably didn't show up because I didn't buy a MyPillow. So hold on, I forgot. There's multiple Foxes. I didn't buy one, get one free.
I think his sister or his brother actually was complaining about it.
This is from Sunday's briefing. This is all they have right now.
So he was a very troubled guy.
We are covering all of this from all angles. Former federal prosecutor Cully Stimson and former NYPD Lieutenant Darren Porcher will join me moments from now. First, though, let's begin with Justice correspondent David Spunt at the U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C. And that's where the suspect is set to appear in court. David.
Well, hi, Harris. We are waiting on a time. The time frame seems to be sliding a little bit. Originally, we were told in the 1 o'clock hour. It appears via a few sources we've spoken to that it may be a little later. It's still not on the official court calendar yet, but DOJ officials fully expect him to make his first appearance behind me this afternoon.
Wait, he's already going to court? That's weird. Didn't they shoot him? How come they how come they didn't kill him? I'm very confused. But yeah. I did. I bought a My Pillow from Costco. It was decent. Do you have a very hot take on this? No, dude. I did in the beginning, but then, like I'm telling you, Google adds file generation in Gemini. But yeah, I had a really hot take in the beginning. I thought it was the Iranians. Right when I saw it, like on Saturday, that was the first thing. I was like, oh fuck yeah, totally the Iranians. But then, like I said, I mean, it's kind of crazy. A Chad went to school with the shooter. A Chad went from pretty much like elementary to high school with Cole Allen. And I talked to him. I can't release all the info. He told, because he didn't want to be identified. So I can't talk about, like, you know, he told me not to talk about some things. But yeah, after kind of looking into it, I do think the little Henry Martinez thing is crazy. But it is like my conclusion after all of this is that straight up it was just like I think it was just like he was a normal kid, and I think he was conflicted with like religion. He grew up Christian, and like, you know, but then also I think he got liberalized and propagandized, and he's a smart guy. I think he's actually, even like people who grew up with him, like he was known to be extremely smart and intellectual. But then I just think he didn't realize he was being propagandized to, kind of like a different type of Luigi. I think he just lost it. That's it. I think he legitimately, he lost it. He lost his marbles. But like, I was thinking it was way more than that in the beginning. But like I'm telling you, just so far, like looking at it and some of the shit he even said in the manifesto, is just, I think he really thought he was making a political difference, and I just think he thought this was the only way. But yeah, that's my conclusion for now. I mean, if new details emerge and things change, but yeah, it's kind of sad. I just think he was a little cuckoo. No, he interned at NASA. The Henry Martinez guy worked at Lockheed. But you don't know what the weirdest part is? This part, what I think is like, imagine he planned this all out. He fucking took train so that he wouldn't get like flagged by like airlines, you know what I'm saying, and air travel. And like, he planned it out, checked in the day before. Like, he was very smart about how he went about it. And like, he did all of this shit, bro. And then all of a sudden, he was just like, my plan of attack is to Naruto run through the fucking center. That, I don't understand that. That's the part where I'm like, there's no fucking way, dude. Yeah, that was his plan of attack. Everything else was so fucking thought out. And then again, the whole PS thing, how he even like added to the manifesto, like it seemed like he talked about it, like he wrote shit down right before or after. But yeah, it seems like that's the thing though. Like, if you compare this to the Butler guy, like I'm telling you, we know way more information about Cole Allen than the, what was the kid's name? Thomas Crooks. So, like, you know, like I'm telling you, there's more things. And, like I said, his family, from the people I talked to, it was always, like, a super Christian, like, conservative school and, like, community. And his family was considered the liberals out of that, even from back in the day. So, and like there's other stuff too, like they get involved in shit, but like he's way more documented than Thomas Crooks. You knew way more about this guy than the Butler guy, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, and he was a little like, again, he wasn't what man, like you could tell he was conflicted because yeah, Thomas Crooks didn't even have a manifesto, but like he was writing Christian objections. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this guy was clearly struggling with the whole religious side of it. Even if he wasn't following it or not, he grew up that way. But, like, he's talking about give Caesar what is Caesar. He's talking about why would a Christian do this? So like he still viewed himself as a Christian, but then not really. Like it was very odd. But yeah, like you definitely had more background on this cat than kind of any of these other people we've been involved in these questionable events. Pentagon adds new Gemini model to AI portal. Why does the Henry Martinez name matter? Because that one's just trippy. That one, that's the video I posted over the weekend. Because there was an account that all they tweeted was his name. And then the whole Henry Martinez and NASA, and then he interned at NASA. That just was a weird rabbit hole. Meta is doing the algo tweak out right now. We saw a lot of these last week on Microsoft. And oil's still climbing. You are above 97. Israel defense minister, there'll be no ceasefire in Lebanon as our forces in towns of Galilee continue to be targeted. That doesn't make sense. So remember, they announced that was the last positive news you had last week. Yeah, he did have a digital footprint. Dude, he even made a video game. He made a video game on Steam. Again, even his family, like I'm saying, his sisters. I don't know much about his brother, but like he had sisters who were also, like, one of them's a journalist and, like, again, more politically active than not. Sadly, it just seems like politics, dude. Radicalization. Fox News, Iran is trying to normalize the system. Is he on? I don't know. He ain't got no Rubio. Where is this man?
But at the same token, this information should have been inserted to law enforcement earlier.
Cully, as quick as we can.
Ain't got nothing. All right, well, spy near the low. I don't like oil. What is he getting charged with? They said it. Remember, I don't know, dude. It's crazy. Because, like, what? 30 minutes later, they did what's it called? The press briefing. The Trump did. But yeah, they said they're trying to charge him with as much as they can. But I'm sure terrorism, gun charges, attempted murder. I don't know if it actually could fall under attempted murder. But I'm sure they're gonna try to do something. And that's weird too. Like I'm saying, you have this guy in custody. What the fuck happened to Thomas Crooks? Like, comparatively, so it's kind of wild. Well, I think one of the big things, and I don't know, man, this is something I've tried to teach all of you. I really have, and I especially last year, He's like, because the kid was smart, dude. He was a very smart and intellectual person. But, like, I think one skill that a lot of us have not been taught and is very hard to learn is knowing when you're being propagandized to. Let's be real. That's one of the hardest things. That's what I'm saying. That's why people even, you know, everything nowadays, your algorithm going back and forth, something pulls at your heartstrings, your mind. Are you a good person? Are you a bad person? Like, it makes it, I'm telling you, you could be the smartest person in the world, both book smart, even sometimes street smart, but I know I'd argue this is part of street smarts, but like, I think a lot of people they're not aware of when they're being propagandized to, and that could really fuck with you. Like, that's what even myself, that's why I make it such a big deal to be objective, not because you guys think I'm trying to fucking prove something. It's not. It's just like straight up, you have to be, because like it changes your emotions, it changes your behavior, it changes what you think is right and wrong and what you're gonna do off of that. So like I'm saying, I just think both older, mid-generation, younger generation, a lot of people are not aware of quite the extent to which they're taking in propaganda, and then it's shaping and you're building foundations off of it. You're building emotional foundations, behavioral foundations, and it's off of information that is there. Like, again, I've said it, and this is why, I'll give you an example, but even with the state of the propaganda, some of you are going to get ticked off by this, but it's just like, this is something you got to really look at. Like, one of the things he brought up in his shooting manifesto, he was talking about the fishermen being slaughtered, as in he's using this as a defense. He said the fishermen being killed without trial. And like I'm telling you, I've made jokes about it because it's kind of funny. There is no fisherman using a multi-million-dollar speedboat with fucking 8 V12 engines. You get what I'm saying? And there's like certain things where it's like, yes, does that mean you have to agree with Donald Trump and how they've done that? No, you do not have to agree with that. You could argue there is ways of wrong. And like I'm telling you, though, remember I brought up in the past, I told you this in the moment, a lot of people are focused on the drug boats, and even this kid did. But I'm like, dude, if you knew about the 70s, if you knew about Nixon, the drug wars, when cocaine started going to Miami, they were fucking lighting up boats back then too. It's actually insane to think about because it's happened before. But it's like certain things like that where it's like you could take it in, that's all you hear. And if you don't understand how, like, yeah, there's a little bit of truth maybe, but then it gets blown out of proportion, and then they spin it, and then it gets you feeling a certain way, and then thinking there's all this stuff around you. It fucks with people, dude. But like I'm saying, you do got to, I have tried to encourage this for all of you, and you have heard me talk about propaganda and say it a lot actually, where it's like you have to know when you are being propagandized to, and this is something that you got to start learning, and you'll start to figure it out. But we do live in it's like a hyper partisan world right now, where everybody, and like you see it even then, you're like voting for Trump. No, you have to learn to take in many things at the same time, bro. Just like Israel, you don't have to what's happening right now with even like Israel and all the other stuff. You don't have to support Israel. But then if you don't go and support the other side, people are going to say, oh, then you support Israel or you support this. It's not true. And like you could go back and forth with that. We are just hyper partisan and now mix in this propaganda and now take in millions and millions of people who are not even aware that what they are building their foundation, and then looking, oh, then that person's different, I can't connect with them, he's this, they're that, she's this, they're that. It's created a very hyper partisan environment. But again, I mean, I don't know fucking shit, dude. So take whatever you need from this. But and like I'm saying, like the people who understand it are gonna understand it. But sadly, the people who understand what I'm saying are not the people who are probably susceptible to this and getting fucked up by it. Just quite frankly. So welcome, man. That's why I do encourage you all, though, don't fall for it. If you have to discover it on your own. And I just hope you care about yourself, your family, the people close to you. That's one of the best ways to start. You know that? I don't think y'all feel me. You want to avoid propaganda, care about your family, and care about yourself. Isn't that weird? It sounds very selfish, but that's the whole idea, is that you're not going to get so far removed from reality where you start believing and thinking and building your life view around things that don't matter as much. And that's what gets people going. Again, If you cared about it wasn't the guy, I'm pretty sure the guy was married. If you cared about your wife, you care about your family, your parents, the people around you, you're probably going to be less susceptible to doing something extreme. That's a good way to put it. It's not destroying the middle class. It's just destroying the middle. That's it. It's not even everyone. They'll use money and they'll use other things, but it's just destroying the middle. It's hyper partisan. So that's why it's like, oh, well, I don't agree with this. So then you agree with that? No, I didn't say that. So if you don't fully agree and submit to this, then you agree with that? No, it's like what? But that is how it has become, sadly. Rubric, didn't they have something last week? Everybody in the IGV chip stop moving. Do. All right, new low. Amazon signs multi-year deal with Harpo Entertainment for exclusive Oprah podcast rights. Nice. Yeah, and then oil taking another candle, my friend. So your latest headline on the Israel, Hezbollah, then the Rubio, and then the Russia shit. But none of them, oil moved on all of them, but the SPY didn't. So again, remember, we still have all these big earnings this week. So that is going to get in the way of everything. Interesting. Strait of Hormuz, the anticipated gold rush of activity, hosted several defense contracts. And Amazon, the poet Marvel, yeah, in the morning people were just asking about why it went down. But yeah, it was kind of crazy. Wasn't it like the CEO leaked something? We already have earnings plays, at least some of them. Some of them I'm not going to play because they already went up. But some of the good ones we've already got to cash out or even have our exposure for now. Friday was new. What is it? Euro close right now? 5 more minutes. So yeah, we did start to move. Even the other day, I think like Wednesday or Thursday, we moved down on it. Oh, dude, Mo and Philip. Dude, have you guys seen? This is bad news. Hegseth Senate testimony on budget request on Thursday. But dude, have you seen the smokeless trends? It's kind of crazy because if you like overlay it with the use of Ozempic and like GLP-1 and peptides, it's kind of reversing. So essentially, like, I don't know, it could be Freakonomics, but yeah, dude, like Zyn is Philip Morris, but like in general, like smokeless trends have dropped pretty significantly. So I think even Zyn sales are almost down like 50% from their peak. Like people are not fucking throwing Zyns anymore. But then some people have related it to like Ozempic and the GLP-1s and the peptides, because they're saying as more and more people started to take peptides, they stopped. They're not doing as much nicotine. As crazy as that sounds. Yeah, bonds are getting clapped. TBT's on the high. And again, new high. I mean, that got in the way from the morning. It's like if you remove that little morning thing, it looks like you were just kind of slowly edging up. There's 500 brands cheaper. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Zyn has had the biggest crash in volumes, but like the other smokeless have came down. Like I think even MO, they're like down 2-3%, I believe, from like their last year. And then because again, that shit was growing very rapidly. Yeah, bro, I don't know what's up with this. So yeah, again, oil, they haven't had any real like new or crazy headline as this has started. Zyn is garbage. They reduced the pillow size. Is that like, I'm assuming that's like the size of the pouch? You're quitting too. It messed up your teeth. No, I mean, again, a lot of people like the smokeless, but it's just like Zyn has fell off very hard. But it's weird because that was like the biggest trend. I mean, besides these Chinese vapes. Yeah, was it shrinkflation? Is that what you mean by the pillow size, or is it just uncomfortable? But no, you don't remember? Like 2 years? I gotta find the chart. But I really think I think we won't know until like 5 years from now, depending on what happens with the peptides. But like, I think it's peptides and GLP-1s. Because again, that was one of the things we taught. Remember, Eli Lilly is studying it, NVO is studying it. They're doing studies on addiction related to GLP-1s. Like, it kills all your cravings. That's why people have said it's stopped. You know, people get on Ozempic. They don't want to eat. They don't want to drink. They don't want to smoke. They don't even want to jerk off. There's all sorts of things that it makes you less addictive in many, many ways, which is crazy. Again, I don't say that as in support or against it. I just I view it as freakonomics because it's like crazy. And that's why it's like, you know, Zyn was literally on top of the world just a year or two ago. So to see it like play out like that, it's kind of fascinating. But yeah, would you guys like to do a push-up? Is that something I could interest you in? You know? If you're on Ozempic, you're like, fuck a push-up, Josh. I lost 90 pounds sitting down. Okay? You don't know what sugar tastes like either, okay? But either way, I hope you could stand up right now, move around. I've been doing I'm going to do some glute exercises. You know, get your body moving, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Oh, Edwards Life Sciences. What's up, E-dubs? Check EW. If that gets a little crazy, you might have something. They're kind of Value Medical. An app, more software. Let's see. Let's get the IGV up here. Okay, I need to do bridges in a little bit. It's good, bro. I've been doing some good leg workouts. It's actually helped. Fuck, they cut me out. I'm back, I think. Make the push-ups free. Did 50 yesterday, so today to 100. I make the push-ups free. Mind and body in harmony. All right, man, move around. You were prescribed something called mirtazapine. Shut off a lot of urges. I said SSRIs, isn't that antidepressants? But yeah, like that's this. But again, like you got to think about GLP-1s are like low key completely different. But that's why. And then again, all these other peptides. Maybe these gamblers on options need peptides. All right, let's get you a banger. And yeah, do your push-ups, bro. Free. I gotta do bridges, so
I make the contracts free.
Yell from down here.
I don't chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free. Contracts free. Take my profit, let it be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free than lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy.
All right, man, you gotta do a push-up. I did like 3 sets, dog. Ready to go.
Contracts free.
Amen. Don't be the one who knows everything and owns nothing. Get a long term. Josh, circa 2022. Facts. You better be careful, though. You tell me one of my old quotes, I might just go on a rant. So you gotta watch out, man. But I agree, dude. I agree. I like owners. I want you all to be owners. That's why, too, even that little covered call talk You know, don't fall for the traps to give up your ownership. That's why the crib, we should look for houses today. I'm being dead ass serious. I think it's like I'm telling you, bro, you put $4,000 into Intel. When we did it on the rebuild, you have just under 20K right now. That's a down payment. You put $2,000 in or whatever the other one, you have like 10 grand or something. So it's like, I would, if you really want to sell it, like, why, you could do a cover call, but I would just think about expanding your ownership and then getting ready for the next cycle as well too. Because like I'm even telling you, bro, like I know even the politics, the propaganda, and you know, as we were just talking, that people are like middle class jobs and like telling you with like AI, and you see it, like there's clearly been something that's happened. There's clearly this, like, how the fuck do houses go up and wages don't, right? That's a big question a lot of people have, or they'll use that to get baffled, angry, you name it. But it's just like, it's a sign of your economy. We are turning more into like capital overflow. You know, most people, the boomers, they're not making money off of wages as much as you are other capital. And that's why I'm telling you, I think all of you, there is a reason I've been telling you from day one, you need to own a home. You need to get into and other high quality assets. I need you to all become owners. So I'm telling you, it's something I would keep in mind, because that's how you're going to escape that dynamic and make sure that you grow through every cycle. And no matter how AI develops, everything, it's like by the time the next cycle, we're going to get a lot of ups and downs. Again, all of this is going to end in volatility. We were talking about that this morning. You know, there's 4 other times in history where you go up 3-4 years in a row at this size. And it's like, and it's going to end with volatility, and then you're going to play this game again. Even if there's a period where it stags for a little bit, for a couple of years, who knows? Anything could happen. I'm not predicting anything. We're just ready for all of it. But you want to use these opportunities to acquire high quality assets, and acquire assets, again, real estate, stocks, your dividends, some of you guys getting into companies. And like, that's what I'm telling you. It's like, you want to, as the next cycle comes, you want to be coming in with a lot more. And that's what's different now too, with what we got here, even with the long term, because now we're coming into this wave with way more. That's what I'm saying. Even Intel move, the compounding, all the other names, it's like next cycle comes around, it'll go down for a little bit, then it goes up, it goes down. And then if you keep building off of that, you're building your portfolio, both stocks and outside of the stock market. That's how you're going to start grinding up there, and you will break away from all of that stuff. I'm telling you, that's how it works. So don't, like, you want to utilize income and wages, but then at the same time, you want to position yourself to benefit from the capital overflow, and you want to benefit from that spillover. And that's how you do it. And that's what probably is going to happen with AI. That's what it's going to turn into, especially if it changes jobs, if it causes any sort of deflation. You know, it's going to move to assets and capital as the source of what is creating and generating wealth for people. So that's why I'm telling you, I want you all should have a running start, but you got to be an owner, and don't believe anything that tells you can't be. That's propaganda. Like, I'm telling you, you have to believe me. I've gone through it. We all do. And even there, you know, I'm grateful too, because you don't have to take my word for it. I know for a fact there's thousands of Chads who just even 1, 2, 3 years ago max, they believed all the propaganda you believe today, where they were like, no, I'll never be able to. I'll never be this and that. And do you know about the econ and this? It's always going to feel like it's out of reach and impossible. It's your job to not believe that and take the right steps regardless. That's what it is. And that's it. Worst case scenario, you're going to walk away with some money and some assets. But I'm telling you, if you could just kill that idea that you can't do it and that it's not for you, you'll be fine. And then YouTube's like, let's kill his stream. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, YouTube's like, fuck you, bro. QNTM. So yeah, man, do y'all feel me? I hope you do. Hard not to be tinfoil these days. You can be, but we're not gonna fucking crash our boat. Dog, I could tinfoil with the best of them. Believe me. I mean, that's something you guys will see. The more money and the more you get into it, you're gonna realize how much evil and weird shit is in the world. But like I'm telling you, you know, you got to focus on yourself, your family, those close to you, and it shouldn't change your plan with all this other stuff. That's the thing. That's where, again, when I was younger, I would get, like I told you, I had my freakouts where I thought the world was gonna end, the rapture, all sorts of shit. But it's like you gotta really go through it, and you'll learn too. That's why even someone's like, oh, I try to be smart, I sold Intel, but it's like these are all learning lessons. You're gonna learn it. So if you go full doomer now, eventually the light's gonna turn back on, and you're gonna realize it. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But you'll never forget off of that. I just encourage you not to waste the time. Same thing with like the long term and the rules we have. That's why I keep telling y'all, do it, because eventually you're gonna learn it, and that's above all else. That is the only way this shit actually gets real, is that you gotta kind of discover it on your own. And that's what I'm saying, from both the beliefs, the belief system, applying it, becoming an owner. This is, I hope I could save you time, and I hope you could have the navigation and good guidance, but at the same time, until you want it, until you truly understand it, that's going to be the deal breaker pretty much. But that is going to happen over real lessons and real time. And that's why sometimes your biggest mistakes, you get a choice. You either double down on it, or you realize what it is teaching you. And that's it. So that's and I don't know if you realize it, that's what the doomers have done. People go doom, they're like, I'll never be able to buy this. Again, the people 3-4 years ago, some of you said, you know what, you're right, Josh, and you changed your mind. And then some people are like, no, Josh, you're wrong, it'll never change. That's it. If you're wrong, you're either going to double down or you're going to turn the other way. Like we said, you board the wrong train. The problem with the wrong train is that the longer you ride the wrong train, the more expensive it is to get back home. So that's all it comes down to. So that's why I do think, though, the real, you got to either double down or figure it out when it comes to ownership and your optimism and faith in this world. I still think humans are shit. I'm shit. Everybody is. The world's going to be an evil place, but I don't think that's going to stop you or I from becoming owners and continuing that. That has to always remain foundational. Philo. Hey, man, bro, the long term, it'll be there. I'm glad. I hope we keep rebuilding it, too. And now you get to see its importance. 2-year notes, 3.812 versus 3.881. 840. You got a property one? Owner finance? Really? 0% interest? What the fuck? How'd you pull that off? That sounds amazing. I agree. Don't prophesize over yourself that you'll never own a home or anything. Amen. Swiss money laundering trial of Uzbekistan begins. That was a mini philo. But like the irony is all of this comes up in philo. That's what I'm saying. It's stuff we've talked about. I mean, that's why. Sometimes it's just words and you hear it, but that's why too. I think action, mistakes, and success at it, and you actually doing it, that might just be what it takes for it to click. You have a company vehicle but want a personal. Should you get a nice car because I won't be adding a bunch of miles? It depends. Do you have a home? How's the long term? And then at the same time, if you want to enjoy life, fuck it. But it just all depends. But like I'm saying, I mean, this is another... What the fuck, YouTube? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. But is it back? But yeah, I'm sorry I had to go Happy Gilmore on it. But this was another philo, is that every dollar you touch, everything is a seed, And when it comes to a seed, you're either going to eat it or you're going to plant it. That's it. This goes even beyond money. Every dollar, every opportunity, everything is a seed. You either eat it or you plant it. And that's depending on where you are in life and what you have, you got to figure that out. So that's why at some point I did start to, that's where I was like, I want to keep planting these seeds. And that's why too. Cars are fun. I like them. And sometimes, you know, I've been lucky and unlucky with vehicles and making money and losing money. But at one point, I told y'all last year, bro, I was really, you have no idea how close I was to buying. That was the one car I wanted, you know. But then again, I always say that. I've learned about myself, bro. That's what you guys are going to start realizing. You know, every time it's always, oh, I really want that one. I really, really want that one. And then, yeah, but then I was going to buy that 812, bro. It was beautiful. It would have been fun. But then I was like, man, I think I should plant this instead of eat it. And then I did. And I got more houses and a farm. You see? And then I said it'd be I'd rather down the line, a Ferrari would be cool. I've already had one. And then again, I sold that one way too fucking early. But it's still, I said I'd plant it instead. But so you got to decide that. But like I'm saying, I mean, I like a nice car. I've had the joy of that, and it's like I've always wanted a nice car. So, and like sometimes you might save money, as weird as it sounds, you know, if it's a nice enough car and it holds value, you know, it may not even cost you that much, but you do got to decide what do you want to do with the seed? Because like again, some cars, down payments, the payment. You could either, like I'm telling you, even what I was saying with Intel, I think a lot of people, like, you guys should look for a small house, a cheap one. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, you could do it. And it's like down the line, depending on what you're looking for, you could plant it or you could eat it. And that's what it is. A Tesla. If you're going to buy a Tesla, just buy it used. Because if you buy any EV after, that's what I've been saying this since 2021. You buy any EV after it depreciated, you're getting a way better deal. Micron, why Micron absolutely ripping. You've driven the same car for 11 years. The G37, bro, that's just hot. I wanted a G37 for a long time. See, I always wanted it. That's what I've realized, bro. It's just going to keep changing. But yeah, bro, no payments. You have all that, bro. It's like, and then again, any of that money you would have put on a car, it's like, dude, you could put that towards the long term there. But then like there's another part of the coin too, where it's just like you do also want to make sure, like, I don't think cars are a good example, but like I wouldn't like beat yourself up over spending extra $10 and don't like tie yourself up in life trying to save so much where you're like really missing out on certain experiences or like with people and other stuff like that. But I do think having a paid off car is probably it's good because you pay for it in the beginning and then eventually it really just starts. That's it. No overhead cost. It's amazing. Yeah, bro. But that's why then you guys should be looking into the cheap cribs. I don't know, though. I feel like because cars are still expensive. So even like Mannheim used, like the Lambos came down, but they're still jacked up. But it's like, dude, cars used to be, the cars are toasters. That's what sucks. I think that's the robbery of all this inflation. Because, like, some of you remember it. Some of you guys were just too young. But, like, dude, cars used to be so cheap. It wasn't this bullshit. Like, cars, the average price was lower. Even the nice cars, like, shit, it was a toaster. There's a new one every year. And then you would just be able to pick them up for way cheaper. So it's like, and then now you see the price of the homes. And it's like, I do think a cheaper, well-priced home might serve you better in the long run. But it's up to you. I don't know what internal struggle, maybe midlife crisis, who knows? Maybe you need it. a car market crash. I mean, we saw prices go down, but based on the nature of cars, they should come back down, but they haven't for 5 or 6 years, which I'm shocked by. So yeah, I don't know. That's I want to say yes, but it's so far, it's like it has been a little wonky, especially as things are changing both like the supply of cars as well as like, there's there's like the demand for old cars and beaters is changing because eventually they're going to be the only cars that operate how they do. It's really odd. Some homes are cheaper. And, well, like the payment, that's the part people don't realize. A car is financed on like 3, 5, or 7 years. So the payment might be the same as a vehicle. I'm telling you, I have houses in Ohio. The monthly payment is $700 or $600. That's cheaper than the average car payment in the United States. The key car, I don't know. Didn't Amazon make that company? And they did that marketing push. But yeah, a lot of people haven't been vibing with like EVs as of late. And then too, it's like people come up with these ideas and like they're like affordable cars and then they don't really become affordable, unfortunately. Payment on an 80K car is $1,200 for 6 to 7 years. You could find plenty of cribs. Also, those examples I showed you, the mortgages were like $800 to $1,000 on those Ohio ones, and then they rent out for like $1,500 a month, which is around that range. And then those are like, it's weird. Those are like what, $150? So double. CFTC Chairman Michael Selig says rule proposals to regulate predictions are not far away. Could include restrictions on bans and prop bets. So did you guys did you hear Warren Buffett on the sports gambling? He pretty much was equating it to another tax. He said that's why all the states are doing it. That's why everyone's accepting of sports gambling as of late, because they need to raise money for all these deficits in politics. Pretty good take from the Oracle. Dude, I heard somebody, does anybody know if this is true? I heard somebody say you could get a 30-year loan on an RV. Since it's considered a mobile home, they're saying you could get like a mortgage on an RV. Is that true? I think, has anybody ever bought an RV? Do they have 15-year and 30-year loans on an RV? That's correct? No. Because that's crazy. Because then that means those like 20K RVs and 40K, they're like $200 a month. But then don't they have like maintenance and shit? And then insurance. They have 15 and 20 year? No way. They were trying to sell your parents on that? $200K for an RV? No way. Yeah, that's wild. Well, shit, then maybe. If a Chad wants to live on the farm, I'll go finance you a $200 a month RV. Get you one to live in. And then there you go. Because I always thought you had to buy them like a normal car. Yeah, they do, because they depreciate. They get dated, then you got to maintain them and all that. I have a place you could park it. Because that's what the guys did at the farm before. They parked on the, they just parked right next to the barn, and then the guy lived there. Yours is 20-year loan on your toy hauler? No way. And they offer that? That's kind of nuts. If you don't like to fix things, don't buy one. I heard, don't they? The reliability, and then the walls are paper. Well, I thought a normal car. Yeah, that's why. Doesn't it make sense how people buy them now? Because I was like, damn, dude, who the fuck is buying these $250,000 RVs? But they're mortgaging it, dude. It's on a 30-year loan. Yeah, isn't a trailer less maintenance? If you just park a trailer on there, I feel. You love yours, but it's a lot of work. They're pretty cool. You know, if you like to actually like travel, go around, it's very convenient. They're not too hard to drive. I got to drive one once. It was easy. Your buddy got one on a 10-year loan, $300 a month cheaper than renting in hotels because he travels a lot. That's crazy. So he just drives over and sleeps in it. But yeah, man. The RV, yeah, that's crazy. I learned, I heard it. I was like, that's bullshit. But I think a lot of you have verified it. Iran Parliamentary National Security Commission SPOCs, armed forces are prepared to deliver a deterrent and regret-inducing response to the enemy should they commit any misstep. Ooh. Three decades of payments. For an RV, I mean, it's kind of wild, but very used to that for homes. It's kind of crazy. The 30-year. You guys did not like the 100-year mortgage. I was all about it. I said, what do you mean, bro? Lower that DTI. You could refinance. You're like, no, Josh. I'm like, okay, fine. You guys shut down that idea. Glamis? Your wife said she wouldn't go back without having her own toilet. I want to go to Glamis. I've seen that, bro. Isn't that like isn't it by Mexico? And then the dunes and everything? Well, yeah, there used to be a RV indicator for the economy. I mean, it's one of those things like when the economy is booming, people buy RVs. And then when it's slowing down, people don't, and then they sell them. So it's an interest. Same thing with jet skis, believe it or not. Like toys and recreational vehicles. That's what gets people. It used to be more, I don't know, a lot of these like pseudo like things, like just the last couple years fucked them up. Where like there was such a boom, and like even if they've slowed down, it's like you don't really see it. And again, like I think the economy is changing to a degree. The Lambo indicator, we looked at it last week. Dude, there's over 1,000 Lamborghinis, 1,100 I think. So yeah, there's a lot. Hood flushing. See, software's up. Not really. Financials did pretty decent today. And then Google all day today. Chilled out for a little bit, but back at the highs. SPY still at VWAP again. Got a couple of war headlines. Oil again hit 97.50. It started going up, but now right back down to the kind of pinned. I mean, ever since like what, 10, 11 p.m. my time, oil is practically unchanged. A little higher, a little lower by $3 it seems. About $1, $2 higher or $3 lower. I used to wait for one more move. The stripper index? Well, I don't know. I mean, so Gen Z, like the young guys, do they even like strip clubs? I never liked strip clubs, but like I feel like strip clubs are kind of a boomer thing. Am I tripping? Maybe I'm just too much of a conservative, but like I feel like these guys don't even like going outside, and like then they're gonna all be on Ozempic and peptides. Like I don't know if they're like, so I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if your stripper index. Remember at one time in the pandemic they were using the stripper index, like Rick. That's the stock that owns the strip clubs, the REIT. But yeah, it's like I think that one might be a little different. Your boat is wait, you could get a boat on a 30-year loan? Shit, bro. You know, I wanted a boat last 2 years ago, or 24, I think. That's when I went through my boating phase. I didn't know they had those on 30-year loans. Wait a minute. Chad? I'm just kidding. I need the farm. I can't park it at the farm. The boating cost. I know, I like boats. Google staff urged Pichai to block U.S. military AI use. Yeah, do it, dude. Financial Times. No, well, Poet, that was part of the, like I was saying on Friday and Thursday, everybody started talking about the photonics a lot more, but they already went up a lot. So that was one of those, and then they just had their own unique scenario with the CEO kind of being a dum-dum. The farm has a dried up lake. I don't know if you call it maybe a pond. You said strip clubs are for married people who are unhappy and marriage is significantly declined, so it has less attend. I did not know that's what strip clubs are for. What? Are you okay? I can see what you're saying, but I've never heard it framed like that. I just think it's a boomer thing, bro. I don't know. SMH coming down. Did NVIDIA come up? Nah, they're just chilling right at open. Very odd day. Italy's Angelini said to explore acquisition of Catalyst Pharma. Oh, we saw Catalyst today. Which one is it? Oh, is it public? Yeah, CPRX. Yo, CPRX. Yeah, fuck me. I think it's halted. Yeah, fuck. We got the headline. There wasn't a ticker attached, but I was like, dude, we saw this one earlier today. Damn. That was only like 20 seconds, but still. Check for any sympathies on that. I don't know what Catalyst does. Yeah, bro, we saw this. I pulled this one up earlier today when it was running up. When the biotechs and all those. Remember you guys were like XBI? That's why I was like, wait, I know it's public. Maybe a Pfizer. I gotta see what drug they do. Lambert-Eaton myasthenic syndrome, LEMS. Genetic, and then Duchenne muscular dystrophy. There's a couple of those stocks. Let me see. I used to wait for one more move. PTCT with the headline in it, dude. That might be anything Duchenne must. I don't know the other LEMS. I'm not familiar with it. Here, I'm trying to pull up the other drugs they have or who would be related to it. PTCT, is PTC the buyer? No, they have to. I think that's a sympathy. So, yeah, SRPT, AXSM, NBIX, and then PTCT. So yeah, PTCT has muscular dystrophy. So this one's big. NBIX. PTCT is the only one moving, but the algos may not have connected it. And then smaller candle on SRPT. Tesla news? Chad saying stuff. I don't know. It's just kind of moving. But let's see. I'm looking at the biotech. AXSM and NIBIX. Data on sell in May and go away. So, man, I'm gonna start ignoring you a little more, bro. You ask me stuff that we go over like a lot earlier, and then you all caps me. You did that a lot last week too. So we talked about sell in May and go away already. Maybe tomorrow we could talk about it again, but I'm all sell in May and go away out. But yeah, bro, you be bringing up some hella old shit. You're even asking me about Bloomberg quizzes. That was like 3 years ago, bro. They banned me. They banned the fuck out of me. You know that? So, and then other ones. But yeah, so you're gonna have to kind of keep up with it, dog. Oops! Oopsies! Oopsies! Oopsie whoopsie! Flight Network BDA analysis of Prince Sultan Air Base confirms it has suffered only minor damage following Iranian attacks from April 21st. That's weird. PTCT is the only one that moved, but the sympathy's chilled. What was the ticker? CPRX? Is it unhalted? And they just, yeah, they unhalted CPRX. I used to wait for one more move. Oh, it's a very limited option chain. Oh, this thing's already up a lot. That's not your typical buyout. Interesting. I think that's a very good question. You're right. I like that one. He said, can we talk about Kumbaya long term? We can. We can.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term.
Long term. So yeah, man, I agree. I like that. I feel. See that? We haven't talked about that today at all. That's fresh. That's new. The long term still goes up. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? Maybe we do some house shopping after Philo. PTCT was the only one tagged on the algo. So like I said, I already gave you guys the other sympathies, but none of them like had an algo pop. I think either the algos have to connect the dots or everybody has to. Oh shit, CPRX has earnings on the 29th, and then the PDUFA, I put out the calendar. They have some Alzheimer's agitation thing on April 30th. Interesting. That's why they're already near all-time highs. So that's why I think the ones related to Alzheimer's might be getting more. Because not all those sympathies have that. So yeah, they're even on the Catalyst calendar. Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to get, unless you top tick Intel, because like even the boomers don't even have a loss on Intel anymore. Remember, at one point, if you held Intel for like 20 years, not total return, but just nominally, you were at a loss. You were like after 10, 20 years, but that's all gone away. In Kansas, I actually like Kansas a lot. I don't have a property in Kansas, but we know some people in both Kansas and then Kansas City, Missouri. There's some really good properties out there for investors. I like Ohio, Indiana. I like North Carolina, the outer parts of North Carolina, not the places that have already boomed. There's and then yeah, I said Indiana already. That whole place is pretty nice. But like I'm saying, I think Ohio for a lot of you is a really good one. We should maybe we go on a field trip, because I told you I want to go to Ohio for like a day. But like, yeah, Ohio has like, it's affordable, strong rents, and it's just not like, I think it has more upside than not. I mean, even Michigan too. There's good in Michigan. You got to be really picky on the areas. They slowed down for a little, but then it started taking off again. Bowling Green. Is that in Carolina? Bowling, that sounds so far. Is that Indiana? I don't fucking know. Ohio? Kentucky. Kentucky's nice too. Kentucky got a little bit more expensive. I just like Kentucky. I just like the people there. Anybody I've met from Kentucky is fun. But yeah, and the properties are cheap. But by the schools, by the universities are kind of expensive. Wisconsin. Wisconsin's not bad because it's close to Chicago. That's kind of how Indiana is. But Wisconsin's kind of expensive in some areas. You'll go to Ohio with you people. Say I'm fun to be around. So we should do a field trip in Ohio. Dude, can we do that? Bro, I'll go rent like a little bus and I'll drive you guys around. That's what they used to do with the Chinese in California. Can I do like a Chad buying bus? Do you guys want to do that? I swear to you, this is what used to happen in like 2016, 2015 to 2018, 2019. I'm not even fucking with you, bro. They would get a bus full of Chinese buyers and they would put them in a bus and they would just drive around California properties and be like, buy this one, buy. And then they would just show them all these properties to go and buy. So yeah, maybe we do that in Ohio. That way you could see the areas. It'll be my first time. And that's it. You guys pack a lunch and go on the bus and we'll just drive around and find properties. There's a big deal, bro. That's it. And then they would do it in Canada too, and then they bought the shit out of Canada. And Canada's like, sorry, we gotta stop you now. Sorry. I know. We don't want to stop, but sorry. The Corvettes are made in Bowling Green? Oh, man. I didn't know. That sounds familiar, bro. Yeah. I'm saying we could do the buses. Y'all down? Give you a Lunchable? I fuck with Lunchables. Fastly? Come on, Habibi. Load. Alright, well, CPRX kind of chilled. IGV coming up. I think Cleveland is the best place to start. Just like the city, because like Ohio's pretty big, and like you don't want to. I think one of the big things, like I'll tell you guys with like cheap homes, is just you don't want to buy in the middle of fucking nowhere. That's the problem. That's where like equity changes. Equity doesn't work the same way. So that's what I'm saying. Like Cleveland is the center. It's where everything's at. There's a little lake or water around there. You know, you got a basketball team. You got a fucking amusement park, whatever they're fucking into. And then I own in other places in Ohio, but like, yeah, like Cincinnati, Columbus, those are good too. Those are the main cities. That's where you kind of want to start. But Cleveland is kind of the middle. Cheaper, has everything. You got the rents, you have the demand, you got a fucking airport, you know, shit like that is gonna help you out rather than, you know, you don't want to buy the cheap house in the middle of nowhere. That's kind of the problem with what was it? What was that area? Like Iowa, remember we looked at the Iowa? Like that's in the middle of fucking nowhere. That's why like some of them you could go to Des Moines and have the ones near the city, but like if it's not next to like jobs and industry, some are already weak, but at least you want to be closer to that than not. Utah is really nice. Utah's just expensive. I love Utah I don't don't get mad at me, but like the people in Utah are annoying as fuck. That's the only thing. But like, man, you guys have such a beautiful scenery. But yeah, the prices are jacked up. If you could find like the outer places in Utah that are cheaper, that are still having balloon, but a lot of Utah is kind of up there because they have favorable taxes. They have good things that are there, but Utah's not bad. I know, no, this ain't even a Mormon joke, bro. I like usually fuck with Mormons. They're chill. But like, dude, when I went to Utah, everybody was just slow and like, it was annoying. I hated it. The people there, and then you had all the tourists. I think it's because I went to the touristy part. And like when it's all tourists, snow town, like, man, it's too much, bro. Yeah, they don't know how to drive. Dude, I saw traffic. I was like, these guys are fucking... How do you have traffic, dude? They had traffic on roads that there shouldn't have been traffic just because people not knowing how to drive. It was a weird place, but it's so beautiful. 700 invest in a property. Where should you look at? Where are you located? So that's the thing. Like, you could... I don't know, maybe you could buy like a cheap one in Ohio if you really want a cheap one, but if you've never owned a rental, you want to try to be close. That's kind of the other problem with this Ohio plan, because if some of you aren't next to it, it could be a lot more difficult. But then again, and if you have a higher budget, I like to go for appreciation. I want something that'll rent decent, but then have the ability to gain upside. But I would utilize that money to try to get good. You have liquidity, and if you could offer that right now, you could hopefully get a good deal on a property. And then that way you could capture the rent. You may not cash flow a huge percentage. It might be a 3-4% cap rate. But then it's like if you have the opportunity for upside because you bought it with equity, and then it's a high equity appreciation area. So like Utah, you get decent rents in Utah, but then you could get appreciation as long as you don't buy it up too much. You're in San Diego, you should go to everywhere in the middle. So it sucks because like Temecula, Marietta, they're already up. San Bernardino is just ratchet, but you could go there. If you really want to roll the dice, you could go Hemet. But like that's something I think would be good for you. Like you could go up and down the coast pretty much. Anywhere between like here in LA, maybe even as far as Santa Barbara, that would be a decent range to look in. Otherwise, if you, like I'm saying, you could throw in, you might get two, but you could, like, instead of putting all that money down on one house, you could even start with one in Ohio, but you are going to need to property manager and all of that. It's if you've never done it before. That's what I'm saying. It's possible. Like, it took me a while to get out of state and, like, start moving. And then, again, I don't regret it because California appreciation is fucking awesome. So that's where I'm saying if you use that money to get a good deal. But like I'm saying, if you keep it small, you have 700, 800 grand is your budget. If we start small in Ohio at like 150 grand, you'll learn the ropes. I mean, worst case scenario, it can't be too bad in the sense of like you're going at a fraction of your budget. You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely more, you won't get the same hands-on experience, and then it's going to be a little bit more challenging. You got to find people to manage it. So you're going to have, hopefully they're either good or bad, and then they got to do all that. And yeah, Lake Elsinore is not bad. Again, these are the cheap places in between San Diego and LA. So, but then some of them have already boomed. Like even Lake Elsinore is so much more expensive than what it used to be. But that's the place where you could still find like affordable utility in California. And then the more and more things get pushed out and nicer, those places will go up. So right now, Hemet is cheapest, or even Oceanside. You rather own multiple cheaper than one premium? No, I would rather have appreciation. So I would, in a weird way, I'd rather have one good home in a high appreciation rather than a bunch of cheap ones, because the cheap ones haven't appreciated till recently. That's it. So all my Indiana homes, when I bought them all, they weren't supposed to go up. They were just like good cash flow, secure your money. Like most people in like these cheaper areas, they used to rent out the house for 10 years, get all their money back, and then the house would maybe go up 10%. After 2020, they all just fucking doubled and tripled. That was unexpected. But most of my career was just California and high appreciation. Those have been some of my best plays, and I love them. That's why I hate California actually has way better property tax compared to like Texas, but yeah, it's like it's not a bad idea. I think high appreciation, a good property, and let me put it this way: the answer to all of this: location. The age-old cliche. So if you have that, it's there. Hemet is a meth town now, but it might get better because Temecula used to be ghetto. Not ghetto, but like what did they say? The Chad said this. They said from dirt bikes to wine flights. But yeah, Temecula's balling now. It's kind of fucked up. But same thing, and that's why like Marietta, it's getting there. Menifee, Lake Elsinore, they're all right by it. But then that's from bottom up. That's San Diego going up. But then you go like LA down, or like Anaheim, all those other places, fucking Arcadia ripped, and now the last place from like LA is like Oxnard and San Bernardino. Those are like the cheap ones. And then but then again, they're different than like Hemet and Lake Elsinore essentially. But there's areas in between California that are affordable, at least comparatively to these big cities and the pricing. But then again, those have gone up. A Hemet is cheap though. Hemet is just like, I tell you, I drove through Hemet, bro. I had to, fucking go to, we went to the outlets in Palm Springs, and then I drove through fucking Hemet, and like, I used to be like, yo, Hemet, not bad. Like, Hemet, good value, dude. And then I drove through fucking Hemet, dude. And I was like, dude, I see why this place is lagging so hard, bro. Dude, Hemet was the craziest shit in the world. I never have seen that many U-Haul stores. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever drove by a town with fucking like 15 U-Haul stores? It blew my mind. And all I saw was liquor stores and U-Hauls. So I'm like, damn, you are either getting fucked up if you stay, or you're doing whatever you can to leave. And then there was a fucking Dutch Bros. And I was like, why the fuck? I was like, are you kidding me? They put the Dutch Bros in the weirdest locations, bro. I'm like, you got fucking liquor stores, U-Hauls, and then a Dutch Bros. It was the trippiest shit ever. Nah, Victorville is popping, dude. All the truckers and all the drivers and people who work in manufacturing, Victorville's expensive now. Victorville used to be a joke. People used to make the joke about Victorville, but then like the Vegas Drive, the truckers and manufacturing, Victorville is actually kind of expensive now. Or at least they got a nice appreciation. The homes in gold and silver is losing appreciation. Does that make you hesitant? Well, I'm always hesitant and never hesitant on real estate, which sounds very contradicting, but it all depends on value. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't like buying things that are expensive, anything. So it's like any home, if you could ever get a good deal and they exist, that's why I'm even telling homie, it's like, bro, if you could spend, you got money right now for another property and it's a good amount of money and you could offer liquidity, you should maximize that and stretch it, because you can offer liquidity to somebody right now who will need it and they'll take it and you could get a really good deal. So it's like, that's, as long as it's a good deal, it doesn't matter. But then on the other part, it's like, I've never bought in a home in gold or silver. So that's unfortunately, I don't really look at it in that sense. There's a brand new casino on the Grapevine. Is that by Victorville? Barstow's popping up too. Bloomfield, Michigan. I would go Indiana or Ohio. Michigan's high risk, high reward. Because that's what I'm saying. They even went down a little bit earlier in 25, and then they pop back up again, and there's cheap properties. But I do think Indiana is a little more expensive, but it's still affordable for California compared to the California standards. And then very solid rents, and Indiana has been nothing but good. And then Ohio too. Ohio just sucks with the weather, because I had one place in Ohio, the pipes burst. We were in between renters, and the fucking pipes. I don't know, are you kidding me? We don't have snow. So yeah, it's shit like that. But Ohio still, I think those are two of the predominantly better areas right now. Philly, man, Philly is always gonna have potential. It popped for a little bit and lagged, but then Philly, I remember back 2016 or 2018 with the Amazon shit, Philly went nuts. But yeah, because Philly is a transportation play. So if transportation and tech and AI, Philly becomes again, isn't it Philadelphia? How far is it by train from New York? But yeah, Philly has a lot of opportunity. It's just been kind of held back. Yeah, Idaho. There's small towns in Idaho, but Idaho already went nuts. But even Idaho is coming down. So a lot of these places that boomed heavy, you just want to... I've gotten rid of houses in places that boomed heavy. The Arizonas, the Vegases, the places that went crazy. Idaho, even Texas, Austin, Texas is coming down a lot. Even the rents there dropped pretty substantially. So it's that's why you just kind of want to go to the areas that haven't had the booms. Indiana had a boom, but it didn't boom in the same way. So they're still kind of up there, but yeah, you don't want to do some of those areas that were hot a couple years ago. They got too hot too fast, and they're not really the same opportunity. Yeah, Philly's close to DC and New York. That's what I'm saying. It's transportation, how things change, and people might build around there. You're really close to some good markets, pretty fast. Yeah, 1.5 hours, Philly to New York by train. That's a really good value. You see what I'm saying? That's where people were getting hyped on it, even back on the day, and then the buildings, and then the contracts. So it's there. Yeah, you buy it, bro. If you bought early, if you bought before 2016, 2018, you got to capture that first bump. They had a really big one, bro. South Jersey is just expensive, all of Jersey. But if you could find a good one. I fucking like the sticks in New York, bro. We fucking go Long Island and above, even Buffalo. But they're still, those haven't caught on the same way. But that's how people I feel used to view Jersey. And then Jersey even has high property tax. It's kind of insane how people they're willing to pay so much for the properties, and then they're like, yo, tax me to shit. Okay, I'm down. Love it. Can't wait to move. Oh, and El Cajon or El Cajon? They got El Cajon? With trailer parking in Lake Parrot, any trailer park. If you have the zoning and you get approved for it, and you could do it, dude, that's trailer parks. Ask Warren Buffett. President fears assassination attempt. Laura Trump said President Donald Trump worries each public appearance could bring another assassination attempt. Interesting. He was saying, it's part of the job. 1% of 10%, they get bull riders, NASCAR. 8% of presidents. I know, who would have thought? Who did they play too much Call of Duty? These people, they're crazy. Like the one guy put him in the bulletproof box. Are you talking about the Pope? You know, Pope, he got that Mercedes, is bulletproof. Wall Street Journal, Washington has not yet responded to Iran proposal. Isn't it like if you took all of the billionaire money, so if you forcefully seized every billionaire's assets and divided it equally amongst the United States, I think everybody would only get like $20,000. And then now we have no more billionaires, and now they're broke. And then it causes a depression loop. But yeah, I'd kind of be down. 20 grand. I'd get me a camper. And then Elon would be on Twitter, but unemployed. It'd be a little different. People don't want to kill the Pope anymore. I remember all the crazies wanted him dead in the past. I remember that too. I mean, it might be, you know, considering this Pope was from O Block, that could be a different. I do remember that though, back in the day. I feel like that was like what, the early 2000s, like 1999. I feel like people really didn't like the Pope. All right, NVIDIA's climbing up, about to hit a new high of the day. Spies, dude, are we about to do 7? It's only been 3 hours, but maybe we do 7 hours to nowhere. NVIDIA. Oh, bigger pop on NVIDIA. Let's see where them premiums run. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, they're the same price as the morning. Oh no, they came up a little bit. No one's traded them. They're actually kind of a liquid. No fucking way. Yeah, these premiums on the video, dude, are liquid as fuck. Interesting. So no one's trading them, but the algos are just jacking up the price. Oh, it's a 52-week high. That's why. No, like, go look. It's the spread. The bid is rising in the spreads, but no one's trading them. So no one's literally buying them, but the prices are all just got jacked up. It's because it just hit a 52-week high. I didn't realize that until it flashed. SR Luxottica is interesting. I think they have a good meta connection. Didn't they say? I think they're trying to sell. Or is that Ray-Bans? Isn't that part of them? But yeah, it sucks that it's foreign. I mean, I wear Ray-Bans glasses. And I have the meta ones, but I think it's not the highest quality one, but it's definitely an interesting one. But yeah, I could consider it if we ever ran out of options. All right, well, shit. Dude, now the premiums just went crazy. Somebody just top ticked on the ask. That's what I was saying. Nobody was buying one, and now one of the trades went up. They're up even from the morning, and those are already jacked. Find you a lagger. No, that won't work. You could do a debit spread, or you could keep it the same, or you might be able to ghetto spread them. Let's see. Oh shit. All right, I have a last call for you. These are not, I wouldn't, maybe not last call, but again, this relates to the morning idea. Okay, so be careful with this one. That's pure fucking lotto. Again, your other ones are already up there. And then yeah, you just write out your other ones, bro. So yeah, if those go green on the day, don't touch them anymore. Do you see what I'm saying? So once those go for a premium, it's not worth it. Do you guys understand? Not a recommendation? Oh yeah, I meant that one. Not, what did I say? Did I give you a Bible verse instead? But yeah, the earlier ones from the morning hit too. So just rock with those. You don't have to chase that one. That's, like I said, pure lotto. Pure lottery. Sire. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Anthropic 1 trillion. Dude, even then, get ready for SpaceX. I can't believe we live in this generation of $1 trillion IPOs. Head of International Maritime, 20,000 seafarers and 2,000 ships stranded due to closure of Hormuz. I think Microsoft's earnings is going to be big. I don't know in terms... I feel like last earnings they didn't do too good, so I hope it's a sandbag, but you had way better value $100 lower, but I think it's going to be easier to beat than not, but it's really hard to make a prediction because everything is relying on these big cap earnings. So they have to do good. Otherwise, we're going to kind of be in back to the world of hurt. Kalshi and Poly Market reported to be planning perpetual futures, one of the biggest and riskiest areas in crypto trading. Nice. Nice. And Tesla. China just said no to Meta. Will Trump hit back? Google states EU, that's old. Again, we haven't, the last one they said US hasn't responded to the Iranians, but I ain't heard shit. What did it hit that pre-market? I think it went as high as 215, 220. But yeah, that's 52-week high still again on NVIDIA. Fucking NVIDIA. All right, and then Chad, it's 9:40. We should get a push-up in. We're a little bit late. Just shit started moving. SPY, I don't know. Are we going to get a green Monday? Where are the chips, actually? Oh, they're still red. Qualcomm's trying to fight. I forgot about that. But Chad Adonia, you've been here for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours left to go. You even got a philo. You have so much more. We got war, drama, all of it, man. Get your body moving. Get beside your desk, 10 push-ups, squats, lunges, bridges, whatever you need to do, man. Just move around, okay? Even if you're sitting down right now, you're in a car, I don't know. Flex your core a little bit. Breathe a little bit. Relax your eyeballs, but don't go to bed. Don't sleep while you're driving. But yeah, man, move around. We got some time. I got to get some more, glute activity. I'm working out the glutes, the leg. I think I'm going to start... I don't know. Should we try it, guys? Should I risk it? Should I try leg day on Monday? I hope it doesn't, tire me out for the rest of the week, or it might give me more energy. So I don't know. Oh. You're doing a trading comp and been using Claude, and I could tell you my job is safe from AI. I know. For now, till Claude becomes AGI. But yeah, they're stupid as fuck. It's a computer, and then it's been training off of a bunch of fucking technical analysis Twitter kids for the last couple years. So yeah, you're gonna have you should have an edge on it, bro. You should have an edge on it. You like Monday leg days? Dude, I've heard good things about it. They said it's good to start off the week full body, get everything moving like that, but I'm afraid I'll be tired. But then again, I do my leg days towards the end, and then I still get tired. So I think I might try, bro. Oh, all right. Let's get a jam. Glute max. I need a glute max. It's been good though, because I'm telling you, the glute maxing helps the hip pain, back pain. It feels so much better. I don't know how to describe it. Just the glutes, bro. You just gotta activate them. Just activate the glutes. Oh yeah. Move around, ba.
I make the contracts free. I don't chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blade. contracts free, 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 free. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free than lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free, 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 free. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
Amazon Jassy, very interesting announcement from OpenAI. You talk about the phone? Isn't that crazy? Qualcomm and an AI phone? You'd think people would be a little, oh my gosh. I used to wait for one more move. Alrighty, I think you guys convinced me. I'm gonna do legs today. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it Monday. But if I get fucked up this week, it's your fault. So I'm gonna blame you. I'm gonna be like, see, the chat told me to. Let's see if I wake up with a voice crack tomorrow. That's gonna suck. My leg routine. I do a leg press, and then I told you last time I did Bulgarian split squats. I've kind of ran away from them. And then I'll do some leg extensions. Then I do both of the sus machines, and then I'll try to do a couple of lightweight squats. And then, oh, I saw that. I'm gonna do that one today. I'm gonna do the Bulgarian split squat with the Smith machine. I saw not the Smith machine, but like, you know, the assisted bench press. I saw someone do that. He put the little like lay down chair, and he put his leg on it, and then he went back. Yeah, the hack squat. I think that's what it is. And then yeah, bro. And I'm gonna try those today. Yeah, the sus machines. You know, the ones, the hip where you go out, and then the ones where you go in. And then yeah, but I've been trying to get. I need more glutes, bro. That's it. Just glutes. I need to do like step ups, kickbacks. I've been doing my bridges, so it's good though. Same muscle groups twice? Yeah, I do it like arms and shoulders and back. It's a 2-year-old announcement. They partnered with Joni Ivy 2 years ago. Market just not paying attention. No shit. I haven't really heard anybody say that. Maybe that's why it started up 13 and then sold off. Because they were hyping the fuck out of that this morning. Good info. The glutes, it's just everything. I think more active glutes is just more athleticism. It's good if you sit down all day, but then it like, yeah, bro, that's it. Especially if they're dead. I just think my glutes are dead. That's why I gotta wake them up. But that's why I've been waking them up lately, and it feels pretty nice. On barbells, that's what you do. I'm gonna try that one, the little hack squat thing. It was nice. Eat more gluten for glutes. About AWS. Did Qualcomm make something with AWS? I feel like the first thing was the OpenAI phone. If people are thinking both OpenAI making a phone and then Qualcomm. But yeah, they were. I was hearing the John Ivy stuff in the morning. If it hits, I still get by, 'cause I already paid my fee. Woo! HTCO, Inventus, Inspired Chillin'. Alrighty, well, we'll see. I don't know until we get a headline. We may not get one, or they may end of the day again. Caroline has a briefing at 1. So what? 10, 11, 12. Wait, that's in 8 minutes. Maybe we have to do a later philo unless she's late. Because I already already paid my fee. Where is Mike? Well, Microsoft will help IGV out more, but kind of been lagging. I don't know. The weed stuff wasn't that good. It just seemed like they changed the Vital up 2.1 on one candle, but the weed stuff, it seemed like they only changed it to like it pretty much didn't affect the banking, and that's what I think is that if you have anything that legalization could change like money flow on weed, I think that would be very bullish. But for now, it seemed like they were just doing it on the pharma side to like study and shit like that. Yeah, whatever Vital is, that just popped. All the healthcare allegedly hacked. Choice with 2.1 million climate payment records. They were all going up good today. And then whatever Vital is, we'll see. Sometimes those hacks is just, if it gets big enough, that could even be a delayed reaction. They're my property. Is Vital It's either energy or oh, is it it was that egg company, huh? Vital Farms, remember they had that? I think it is. I think it might be. And they had that issue earlier in the year. My property. Free contracts. Yeah, anything with weed that affects money will be good. Because yeah, the one last time, even because think about it, DOJ moved pretty quick, and it seemed like pretty surprising and big, but it doesn't seem like it seemed like everything just really was regarding like pharmaceutical testing, stuff like that, more like actually medicinal rather than even like, you know, making it where people are smoking weed in Texas. Wait, don't they have weed in? Who doesn't have? I think North Carolina weed is still illegal. You signed up on Thursday. Did you respond to the confirmation email? And did you fill out the form? So that's after you sign up, you have to fill out the form on the stream alerts and make sure your info's there. And then you will get an email with the email you put on the form. You'll get an email with a confirmation, and you need to respond to that. So if not, then you will not be added. So yeah, I think you got the email. I just don't think you responded back to it yet. So again, this is all in the video and the explanation too. So yeah, check and make sure. But if you could get through that, the system will add you. But without that, it won't add you. Grow weed, sell for cash to the dispo, buy LT. Nice. That was crazy. We usually, it takes about 2 or 3 questions, but we got to sell weed pretty quick. Well, yeah, you can do that if you'd like, but I mean, I don't know. There's still capital costs. Doesn't it cost money to grow weed? So, like, I don't know. You might, if it makes sense. Well, I would just long-term up, save anything you can. There's many ways out here. You could get into AI nowadays. Wait till they have the first AI grown weed. That's gonna be crazy. Cause I already paid my fee. Yes, the stream alerts are back. But then it sucks. You know, the stream alerts is just do it, bro. So be careful, and I'd watch the video. We posted it even on the Locked In the other day of just getting, making sure people understand it, because you guys got to know how to use them all. But I don't know. It's fun when I post the link. The link might not work in the description for some reason. But then if I post it here, Tim did that and it worked. You hear that? They're flying over my house. Hempcrete is what your interest rivals rock wool? Like concrete hemp? You're IPOing your house as a future AI data center to raise $500 million. It's not a bad idea, bro. Can we do that with the farm? Russia, Belazov held talks with Iran's Deputy Minister of Defense. Holy shit. Maybe we should do it. Whatever happened though? What was it? Bird? All birds? Are they still up? I know we got some free shares, but honestly, it's still up a tremendous amount. It's not $20, but shit. Yeah, Tesla's going. SPY's starting to pop. Treasury when issued 3.9 before $70 billion auction. That's 70 billion? Yeah, 70 billion. And then Caroline is about to go live. So your Philo will have to wait a little bit. Does that URL not work? I used the one that you sent on Twitter, and last time it like worked. There's a lot of things. The president, assassination. It is kind of nuts, dude. Like they shot at Trump and almost landed one. I helped everyone. They can say I stopped fucking with them. Can't say I ain't give them none. Who's an expecting widow? I'm sorry, I'm listening to the background stuff. Well, it's good. I already gave you a little mini philo earlier. So that might hold you over. Iran. They knew we were listening. They muted it. Everybody in the IGV. I don't know. You guys realize if this actually stays up, we will have a 19 days in a row. Otherwise, all the streaks will be over. That's it. After and you guys know April is up 10% on the month. I don't know if you guys were aware of that. Literally, stocks are up 10% in the month of April. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating. 3.955 versus 3.9 on the 5-year bond auction.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, she's out. She's
Later
kind of
today,
on time.
President Trump and the First Lady will welcome King Charles and Queen Camilla for a state visit here at the White House. First Lady Melania Trump has led all of the preparation for the state visit, which will honor the long-standing and special relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom. As I told many of you on Friday afternoon, I thought that would be my last time taking your questions until after my maternity leave. But given the attempted assassination of the president and, quote, top Trump administration officials, as the depraved shooter noted in his manifesto, at the White House Correspondents Association dinner on Saturday evening, I felt it was prudent to be here today to answer your questions and inform the American people about how the administration is responding to yet another attempt on President Trump's life. Saturday was supposed to be a joyful evening, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment with all of you, members of the press. Instead, the night was hijacked by a crazed anti-Trump individual who traveled across the country to assassinate the president and as many administration officials as possible. This is the third major assassination attempt against President Trump
they count
in 2
the guy
years.
on the Mar-a-Lago
No other
course.
president in history has faced such repeated, serious attempts on
Count
his
it.
life. First and foremost, the president, the First Lady, and everyone in this White House are extraordinarily grateful to the brave law enforcement professionals who sprang into action to apprehend the would-be assassin and keep all of us safe. The president would especially like to express his gratitude to the men and women of the United States Secret Service who acted with the utmost professionalism, courage, and sense of duty. This includes the heroic agent who took a bullet to the chest. Thankfully, he was saved by his bulletproof vest. Minutes after returning here to the White House to the Oval Office, despite fighting Secret Service to try to stay and keep the dinner going on Saturday, ahead of addressing you here in the briefing room, President Trump was intent on speaking to this brave agent to ensure he was okay, and the agent assured the president that he was. As you know, I was seated next to President Trump and the First Lady when the shots were fired before Secret Service swiftly moved us to safety backstage. The president's calm in the face of chaos, while yet another individual was trying to take his life, was really remarkable to witness, and it's something I will never forget. President Trump is fearless because he loves this country, and he is willing to put his own life on the line to deliver on the promises that he made to the American public who elected him here into the highest office in the land. And while we are blessed to have a fearless president, we should not live in a country where such constant fear of political violence permeates our society every single day.
So today we announced martial law.
And we should have fierce disagreement in this country. As you all know, we disagree often, myself in this role and all of you in the news media. But those disagreements must remain peaceful. Debating, peaceful protesting, and voting are how we need to settle disagreements, not bullets. Nobody in recent years has faced more bullets and more violence than President Trump. This political violence stems from a systemic demonization of him and his supporters by commentators, yes, by elected members of the Democrat Party, and even some in the media. This hateful and constant and violent rhetoric directed at President Trump day after day after day for 11 years has helped to legitimize this violence and bring us to this dark moment. Those who constantly falsely label and slander the president as a fascist, as a threat to democracy, and compare him to Hitler to score political points are fueling this kind of violence. The left-wing cult of hatred against the president and all of those who support him and work for him has gotten multiple people hurt and killed, and it almost did so again this weekend. When you read the manifesto of this shooter, ask yourselves, how different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forums every single day? The answer, if you're being honest with yourself, is that there is no difference at all. Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium, we as Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great. The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence because of those words. It has to stop. And one more point. Saturday night served as yet another reminder of how important it is to fund the Department of Homeland Security. It is shameful that the United States Congress has kept this vital agency defunded for 73 days. The longest shutdown of a federal agency in U.S. history. The Secret Service is a vital component of DHS. It has been directly impacted by this reckless political gamesmanship. Everyone in this room who was there on Saturday night witnessed the heroes of Secret Service and federal law enforcement jump into action in the face of grave danger and uncertainty. Agents put their own lives in harm's way to protect the president, the First Lady, the Vice President, and members of the cabinet. One agent can be seen in video footage literally jumping onto the stage, not knowing where the attacker was or where the bullets were coming from at that point, to place his body in front of the President of the United States. These men and women are heroes. They perform their duties daily, and they have children and families too, and they do it despite the political turmoil surrounding their agency. Make no mistake, this defunding of DHS should be a national scandal. If Republicans defunded DHS and we saw another attempted assassination on a Democrat president, I would hope that the media coverage would be relentless and unforgiving, and I hope that it continues to be now. With the World Cup, America 250, the 2028 Olympics, and a presidential election all ahead, the Democrats' obstruction is placing an enormous and totally pointless burden on the Secret Service that can get more people killed. Enough is enough. There should be no further debate about this. Democrats need to do what President Trump has been calling on them to do for 73 days in a row and fund the Department of Homeland Security, period. This is a national emergency, and every member of Congress needs to put their country over party and get the Department of Homeland Security funded. With that, I will take a few of your questions today. Daniel, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. The president, Saturday after the assassination attempt, came here. He emphasized that law enforcement did their job, keeping everyone safe at the dinner. House Speaker Mike Johnson came out and said he believes the president needs greater protection. What is the White House's message to the millions of Americans who wake up here today nervous, uneasy about the safety of the president at events like this and the safety of other cabinet members?
Well, we certainly understand their fears and their worries. As you heard from the president himself, he continues to have trust in the United States Secret Service. As I just said, these are great men and women who are doing their jobs and performing their duties honorably. As we all witnessed on Saturday evening, within minutes, the president, the First Lady, the Vice President, members of the president's cabinet were ushered out of the room. The perpetrator who sought to inflict massive harm, as we all now know with the release of the manifesto on administration officials and the president himself, was stopped, at the security perimeter that was set up. He tried to charge through it, as you saw on video, and he was quickly neutralized by Secret Service, and thank God that he was. With that said, obviously the White House is always asking the tough questions and ensuring the safety of the president. I understand there will be a meeting early this week convened by the White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles with top DHS leadership, members of the United States Secret Service, and our own operations team here to ensure the safety and the security of the president, as we do have many of these major events moving forward. So we're always monitoring operations and procedures, always asking the tough questions to ensure the president is safe, and the American people should be assured there's no higher priority for the president and his staff than the president's safety.
Caroline, Friday you said that you thought that gaggle out of the sticks would be your last one for your baby. Back in 2024, when the president had the attempt on his life in Butler, you cut your maternity leave short back then. You're obviously back here today after Saturday. Can you just elaborate a little bit why you felt it was important to be here to bring to the media and talk to the American people from the stand?
Sure. It's sort of crazy timing when you put it that way for both children with 2 assassination attempts against the president. I'm honored to work in this job. I view this job as the president's spokesperson and the White House spokeswoman as public service. It's not just any job. I'm honored to do it, and I'm honored to work and speak on behalf of President Trump, who has faced unprecedented adversity and challenges, and I'm honored to work for him. And again, as I witnessed on Saturday night, just his dogged resolve and determination to get back onto the stage.
Spies
and
near the
he was
high, and
pushing
then Nivda's ripping.
Secret Service and law enforcement to allow him to address.
Being
and
mean
that
since
really,
long
I
off
think,
the rip.
hopefully gives the country
That's the black boy that
the
put
type
me
of
in this
strength
shit.
that we need. And I certainly know, as his spokeswoman, and I can speak on behalf of all of the staff here at the White House, the president inspires all of us to just keep going and keep fighting every day. Thanks, Daniel. And congrats to you on your new baby. He's beautiful.
Lotto, rip it.
Aisha.
Just on the rhetoric, you mentioned the First
Lotto.
Lady and Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel's
Out of the money
comments
option
were,
screaming, I
"Mrs.
don't
Trump,
fit you."
You have a glow like an expectant
sorry.
widow." And he said this days before the shooting, but there does seem to be a normalization of rhetoric about assassinating this particular president. How can this administration try to put an end to this?
Well, I think you heard it directly from the president on Saturday night, Aisha.
Martial law.
In his words, we need to recommit ourselves as a country to toning down the rhetoric and to unifying around what makes our country great. That's true of everyone who works in this White House, but as I said, it's also true of everyone who has a voice and a platform across this country, whether you're on television, a podcast host, people listen, and when you have mentally disturbed individuals across the country who are listening to this crazed rhetoric about the president day after day after day, it inspires them to do crazy things. And unfortunately, it's not just the media, it is the entire Democrat Party has made their pitch to voters across the country that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to democracy, that he is a fascist, and that they compare him to Hitler. I mean, these are despicable statements that the American people have been consuming for years. And so many mentally perturbed individuals are led to believe these words are truth and then are inspired to act on it. I have a whole host of examples that we can share with you after. It is pages and pages of major Democrat Party elected officials saying, such as Rep. Hakeem Jeffries just this month said, "We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time." Governor Josh Shapiro said heads need to roll within the administration. Senator Alex Padilla said people are, quote, dying because of fear and terror caused by the Trump administration. Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff
What about
saying
oligarchs?
President Trump using
Oil
a
above
dictator
97,
playbook.
the
Senator Ed
oligarchs.
Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids. Governor J.B. Pritzker, "Never before in my life have I called for mass protest disruptions. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace." You have Rep. Presley saying, "We'll see you in the streets." Rep. Monica McIver, a Democrat representative on Capitol Hill, "We will not take this shit from Donald Trump. He thinks he's a dictator. We are at war." These are Democrat elected officials calling for war against the President of the United States and his supporters. I could go on and on, but again, when you have people in positions of power that are saying things like this every single day for years, you are inspiring violence by people who are already mentally ill. And that's what we've seen against this president for far too long.
This is disinformation and misinformation online. There will be bite-sized clips that will go viral to the point where there are Americans in this country that believe that what happened Saturday night was staged. How does this White House tackle that with social media companies out there, whether it's X, Facebook, Instagram? How do they work with these companies to make sure that doesn't get out of control?
It's certainly a good question, Aisha. I don't have tangible answers for you on what we're doing with social media companies, if anything at all. What I will say is it's very important to us that we get the truth and the facts about this case and any case out there as quickly as possible to dispel some of that crazy nonsense that you do see running rampant online. And I think the Department of Justice and the FBI thus far have done a good job of disseminating the truth and the facts about this alleged attempted assassin, the perpetrator in this case, and I understand he'll be arraigned in court very soon. You all see that, and the Department of Justice will be giving a briefing and an update later today. So as far as we're concerned, just providing maximum transparency, and hopefully people will believe the truth rather than the lies and the conspiracies that so often do go crazy on social media. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Does the
Where's
administration view this as a security failure, or did the protocols work as they were designed?
The president has said he believes that the protocols worked. Again, you had a perpetrator who tried to breach the security parameter that was set up by Secret Service, and he was running as fast as he could and was immediately
says he
neutralized
buys
moments
Joby,
later.
no reaction.
And again, having been right up there on the stage with the president and the first lady, I can tell you it was seconds before we were told to get down, and it was seconds before we found ourselves in the hold room backstage. It all happened literally within a matter of seconds. The president, the vice president, and the first lady being pulled to safety. That is not done if there's a lapse. So Secret Service did their jobs well. They communicated with one another to remove the president and the vice president to safety as quickly
Oil
as they
hit a
could,
new
and obviously
high?
to neutralize the shooter.
So
as
again, we
well,
don't
and
really
thank
have
God we
any
did,
war
because if that
headlines,
man
but
was allowed into that ballroom,
yeah,
it would've
Oil
been a
kind
much
of did
different
that
scene.
$2
Follow
pullback
up
and
on
then just
just
came
how
right
the
back
White
up.
House could be rethinking security protocols going forward. I mean, we all remember after the attempted assassination in Butler, there were indoor rallies that were held after that. Is that out of the question, changing any additional security protocols when it comes to how the president does these events that are outside of the White House?
I definitely wouldn't say changes are out of the question. I think, again, that it's up to the White House here, and we view it as a great responsibility to ensure the maximum safety of the president and the vice president and the entire cabinet. And so we're always looking for ways to improve security. I think if you just sit here and say everything is perfect all the time, that's not a good way to operate. And so the White House will continue to engage with DHS and with Secret Service to find ways to improve and strengthen security. But as far as Saturday night is concerned, the president was satisfied with the response, and he's very grateful to the men and women who provided the response for him and his wife and members of his team. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. The president has talked about rescheduling the dinner within 30 days. Does he have a specific venue in mind, and would he consider hosting it at the White House?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a room big enough here at the White House, which is another
If
point
only
to
we
be
had
made,
a
and the president
ballroom.
is absolutely right. It's why the White House Ballroom Project is not just a fun project for President Trump, like you will read in the media. It is actually critical for our national security that a larger, secure building on this complex, which is the most secure complex in the world, is built to accommodate not only large amounts of guests, but also the president, the vice president, members of the cabinet. The line of succession in this country should be able to gather freely in safety without the fear of threats or political violence. And the White House Ballroom will provide that. And so it's critical that we get this project done as quickly as possible.
Charter and Liberty on the wall?
Iran as well.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, if that's all right. First, on the security situation on Saturday, kind of a follow-up here. Previous administrations have sent both the president and the vice president to the dinner. But after the foiled attack on Saturday, if the dinner is rescheduled, would President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance both plan on attending? And is it wise to have both of them in the same spot, given the presidential line of succession that you mentioned a second ago?
It's definitely a good question, and I know that it's one that will be raised. I can assure you the president intends to attend the event, as he has told all of you publicly. I don't want to rule in or out the vice president's attendance, but certainly that's a conversation that will take place.
Iran has proposed a mutual reopening of the Strait, leaving the nuclear discussion for later in the process. Given that the nuclear program has been a red line for this administration, would the president agree to that kind of phased negotiation?
Well, only because it's been reported, I will confirm the president has met with his national security
Listen,
team
I think it's
this
off of
morning.
this.
The meeting may be ongoing, maybe not. I don't want to speak affirmatively because
It's either the U.S. at the UN or it's this phrase, what she's talking about right now.
Discussed. I don't want to get ahead of the president or his national security team. What I will reiterate is that the president's red lines with respect to Iran have been made very, very clear, not just to the American public, but also to them as well.
Yeah, I think it is. I think
say
this
they're
feed's a little
considering
bit
it. I would
behind.
just say that there was a discussion this morning that I don't want to get ahead of, and you'll hear directly from the president.
So
I'm
there
sure
was a
on this topic
discussion
very
this
soon.
morning.
I'm going to ask you about the Fed chairman, but first, I'm going to ask you about the Fed chairman, but first, 3 assassinations. What's going to change the type of events that the president goes to?
Well, again, that's going to be part of the conversations moving forward. But as you heard from President Trump, he does not want these deranged lunatics and these grave acts of political violence to change our American way of life. And I think it's a very brave thing for him to say. It'd be very easy for him to just hunker down here at the White House where he knows he's safe, but the president wants to be out across the country. He wants to go across the country to meet with Americans. He wants to celebrate the 250th birthday of our nation's anniversary this summer. As you know, we're gearing up for a big UFC fight here on the South Lawn. So there's many exciting events I know the president wants to be part of and will be part of moving forward. He's undeterred in that way, and it's something that inspires all of us here to keep going.
Senator Tillis is now dropping his objection to allowing Kevin Warsh to be confirmed because the DOJ has closed their investigation. Is the president satisfied that an Inspector General report into the Federal Reserve is enough to look into these renovations?
The president understands that the Inspector General has greater tools at their disposal, perhaps even more powerful than a grand jury, to continue investigating the financial mismanagement of the Fed building, which is a priority for the president. Look, he's a builder himself. When he sees something has a lot of cost overruns, is taking too long, and in this case ripping off the American taxpayer, he wants to get to the bottom of it. I understand Senator Tillis put out a statement saying he'll support Kevin Warsh's confirmation. That has been our position all along from day one. He is more than qualified for the job, and we look forward to working with the Senate on his swift confirmation process. Megan.
As a follow-up on Warsh, will the president be satisfied once the Fed's Inspector General finishes that investigation, even if it finds no evidence of wrongdoing?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. I'll let the president speak on it when we see the results. It's obviously far too early to say.
And relatedly, as a follow-up, now that it looks like Warsh will be confirmed by the end of Jay Powell's term, is he still considering firing Jay Powell if he stays on as governor after that?
I haven't talked to him about it specifically, but I think the president will be satisfied once Kevin Warsh is confirmed as the Fed chair, which he should be. Karen.
On Iran, the president had said last week that the U.S. has started the process of clearing the Strait of Hormuz of mines. Do you have an update on how many have been removed and an estimate?
I would not say the U.S. is considering Iran's proposal, but Trump discussed the plans. You will hear from Trump soon about Iran.
It's still actually happening right now.
Again, I would refer you to the Pentagon on anything with respect to clearing mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you very much. I know that you said that the White House is reviewing the security protocols for things that could be done differently in the future. Have you identified anything so far that you would like to see done differently, or asked the Secret Service to make any changes in the security protocols for the president, particularly at these large events that are taking place off the White House campus?
Not yet, no, but as I said, there will be a meeting here at the White House in the earlier half of this week, so those conversations will take place.
Yeah, CoreWeave was down.
And I would also just add, look, the Secret Service does not detail their procedures or operations to the public for obvious reasons, because you have crazy people who try to hijack them and get around them. them. So these conversations will take place in private.
Trump
but
met with National Security this morning. Proposal from Iran was discussed. CBS reporter.
Doing like it does, for instance, with a joint address to Congress for these large events, and designating someone as the designated survivor for future large events that the cabinet attends.
Well, those conversations ahead of the Waka dinner did take place, but there were several members of the cabinet in the line of succession who did not attend for various personal reasons. So designating one survivor was not necessary, as we had several members who were not there already.
That's crazy. That's the plot of Triple X.
Including many of the people in this room, myself.
And there's a TV show.
The president's message to those people who experienced that terrible trauma and maybe are still fearful today.
I think he would say, as he sort of did on Saturday night, coming in here in his tuxedo, we can't allow these crazy people to let us be afraid. We have to keep moving forward, showing up, doing our job, celebrating our country, and doing what we know is right. But certainly we'd like to see the rhetoric against this president and his supporters toned down, because it is inspiring these crazy people across the country to target not just the president, but those who work for him and those who support him. And it must end.
Is he following the arraignment of the suspect today?
Yes, he is, and I know you all want to follow that too. It's happening in a few minutes, so I'll let you all go. The Department of Justice is also going to be speaking momentarily following the arraignment, and I pray that this is the last time I speak to you for some time until after my maternity leave. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, you're going to hear from Trump apparently probably after the bell, because again, it's been very quiet all day with the Iran stuff, and then there's going to be the arraignment of your boy Mr. Cole Allen. Still very wild. Oh, and then King Charles. Is he live with Donald Trump? The king. But I thought we should do a no king. Never mind. Too soon. Blood in my eyes, dog, and I can't see. They tryna take my life away. Long term. Save 10 and hold long. Alright, man, well, what do you think a philo would cheer you up? Do you guys think a philo would be good to set the mood until we hear? I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna watch the arraignment. I don't think nothing's gonna happen. That's it. Unless a judge is like, lower court blocks arraigning suspect. Demand suspect released immediately. Lower court deems him innocent. That was unconstitutional arrest. The lower court reverses all charges against Cole. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean the lower court? What lower court? Lower court says it. Federal court, lower court, state court. All the courts. The judge says no. I'm like, oh, fuck. That might happen, actually. I don't know, now that I think about it. I could see that. We live in a weird-ass world, bro. I feel like they might. I bet you he's going to sue. He's going to sue for unnecessary force. Oh, man. All right, well, new high on the SPY. You got a lot of mid-market names move in, and then a couple of big ones like Microsoft. I think Google's still up, and then Oracle. It's sad the chips aren't going, except for NVIDIA, but actually, where's Intel? Yeah, Intel hit a low on all that. Money's going a little bit to NVIDIA, and then again, Tesla's been on a tear. New high of the... Wait a minute. Dog, that's a new all-time high. Dog. The first trading day after assassination attempt. You hit a new all-time high. And we canceled the Iran meeting. How do you guys feel about this? I already know. One half of you is like, Josh, I have a fucking long term. You know exactly how I feel. And then the other half's like, physical oil! Do you have paper physical backwardation? I'm like, I know, man. I know. Wall Street's a bitch, dude. Mm-hmm. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. All right, man, let's get into Fila. I got a good one. It's kind of deep. Man. So, yeah, let me send out an alert. Get the Philo boys ready. And then, yeah, we'll begin. We will begin. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in above. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. 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 We also did experience a market correction today. Trump, Jimmy Kimmel should be fired. Disney is down on that. We're gonna take a stake in Disney and fire him ourselves if we have to. If we have to. I don't want to, but I will. Why wouldn't I? I will. I don't want to, but I'll do it. Oh, Chadadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got to talk a lot about life today. Your future, finances, baby. Finances. You know, you gotta hope. Oh, there's a lot, man. And you know, today's philo is what I want to explain. I can't even put it into words, man. We're going to talk about it a little bit. I can't even put it into words. You know that? And I'll tell you a story. It's not too long ago, but I was explaining, once again, anybody who's willing to listen, I like explaining the mind. And this is why I was telling y'all, man, like for real, whether it's finance, God, life, you name it, bro. Like politics, propaganda, you realize, like, you got to learn things on your own. There's some stuff that cannot be put into words. And, like, you have something, bro, where it's like you are going to be the one who has to both want something and then, you know, all you could do is, like, it's you have to have your connection. Like, you have to find your connection to things, man. That's why I'm saying that secret place, the silence, the brain. Can I just remind you, I think you guys are all aliens. Myself included. I think you all have super intelligence in your brain, and your brain is so powerful. And that's what explains this story. I was, again, anybody willing to listen, I love explaining the pineal gland. I love explaining what's in your mind. And, here's the deal, though. It's the story. This is what I realized. I was explaining the pineal gland, and they're like, wait a minute, you Zionist, why are you talking about the Old Testament? And I'm like, because there's a part in the Old Testament, in the story of Jacob, where he says, I came face to face with God, and he called it pineal. And ironically enough, that's that thing in your brain. That's what the ancient cultures would call your third eye. This is a trippy concept. But imagine, I came face to face with God and called it pineal. But do you know the story? Are you aware of how the story played out? So it's like super dark. And Jacob encounters this. He didn't know its name. He encounters this being. And this being breaks his hip. Messes him up. And then he wrestles with him. And he said, I'm not going to let go of you until you bless me. And he wouldn't answer him. He's like, who are you? He wouldn't answer. He literally wouldn't answer. This being, God, he wouldn't answer him. And then he got a hold of God and said, I'm not going to let go until you bless me. And then as a result of that, again, all in darkness. This is where, don't get me started. And after all of this, he goes, I came face to face with God. I will call this place Peniel. Fascinating. But yeah, here's the punchline. Are you ready? You know, sometimes God will come to you. And he will come in the dark. Not to destroy you. Not to explain himself. Oh, do you get it? I'll let you finish the rest. I'll let you finish the rest, Chatadonia. I love it. You know that? I don't know who needed to hear that. But for real. That's why there's something about just when the sensory is deprived and the darkness. And sometimes life gets dark, dude. Look around. But that darkness is not meant to destroy you. Do you not realize that story? He came to him in the dark. He broke his hip. You would think it's violent. The purpose of that wasn't to destroy him. Think about it. God knew what he was going to do. God knew what was going to happen. He even said, who are you? Tell me who you are. You didn't say anything. You know, that's a part two. That's something I feel like as I've gotten older and I've got to experience things in life, I've came to much peace with this concept that God don't have to explain himself. I don't know if y'all feel me, bro. Some of you, as you get older, you're going to learn this about you. Actually, you're going to be like, I don't need to explain myself. You know, that's imagine God. But yeah, this is where it gets better, though. This is the next part of what I want to tell you. Everything. This has actually been something, I don't know if you guys remember back in the day. You know, people would ask me about God. Yeah, even when we'd start doing philos and ask me about all these things. And one thing I've always said, bro, about God is like the God I believe in, this why I have such a belief in Jesus Christ, for real, is like, you can't explain it. Let me put it this way. If I could explain to you exactly how my God worked and how intense he really is and big and everything, if I could really explain that to you, I don't think that's God. If I could fit God in a container of what we could wrap our mind around, that's not really God. I'm sorry, it's just not. If I could, you know, we could explain AI better than we could explain God. And AI could get complex. But it's like, you could explain it. My guy, if you could explain it and understand everything with your human brain, I don't think that's God. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. This goes beyond. This is so deep. I hope you realize this. I've even told you this at towards the end of last year. Or I think it was the beginning of this year. And I told you to understand the words. And I said, y'all need a word. Because you know words are containers. This might sound familiar. Words are containers. They hold something. Right? When I even say long-term, that contains a package. When I say long-term, you understand that means 10 years minimum, high-quality assets, hold. You know you sell it to get a crib. You know it means something. Those two words contain a multitude of ideas, right? Think about it. That's why we have slang. I could say something and you would understand what is actually contained. You could have culture in a word. You could have an idea. You could have humor. You could have something so deep in a word. It's a container. And that's why I said some of y'all need a container. Y'all need a word to go back to. That's why the word is so important. But now, are you ready for this? This is where it gets crazy. Words are a container. But dude, you can't contain infinite. This is where it gets trippy. Because you realize every culture realizes this. That's why you people go over, why do all the cultures, why do they disagree? Why is there so many contradictions? Why is it so many people who grew up at different times of society in the world, they say like the same things and then different things? And it sounds really confusing. Yeah. But it's not. You know why? Because imagine all of these societies and civilizations. Instead of viewing it as contradictions, you need to start viewing them as pieces of a map that connect. Why? Because words are limited. Well, I don't know if y'all feel me. Words are limited. They are a container. They could capture a lot of things. But you want to... How would I describe sunlight to somebody who's never seen sunlight? You guys know I go to the beach. I be walking on the beach. I love it. It's beautiful. Remember I was telling you about the birds. How can I explain that to someone who's never seen it? Imagine you've never experienced it. Imagine most of the society of the world was farmers and sheep and all these different things. And they understood stuff. But the words couldn't reflect it. How do I explain to you the power of infinite with words like infinite? You may think you understand it, but no, I don't even think it captures the essence of what we are talking about. God. This thing powering you, dog. You wake up, you're different than an animal. Oh, how can I explain that? I can explain it right now, but it's still, you may think you understand it, but there is a limitation to that. You know, there's who was it? Was it the Taoist, Lao Tzu? He even said this. Again, and you could translate this in many ways. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The moment you try to explain ultimate truth, you have already distorted it and filtered it just by trying to put it into the container of words. Are you understanding? Think about that. I believe there's super intelligence. I believe there's an ultimate truth. I believe God is insane. That's why I'm so, and even if I couldn't explain it to you, you could kill me over my belief. You know why? Because that's what I'm saying. I can't put it into words, bro. You tell me right now I'm going to get rid of you. I'm like, praise God. That word can't even explain it. You understand. Why would I tell you, yeah, this world, physical, it's cool. I got a body too. I don't care about money, all these other things. It's like there's something, I can't put it into words. How can you explain ultimate truth in a word without diluting it? You can't. And that's the limitation. Do you see why I'm telling you all, bro? You need to go to your secret place. You're never going to find God through me, bro. You realize that, right? You are never going to find God through a pastor, a preacher, anybody. Because there's going to be an experience and something about it, bro, that you cannot put into words. Are you hearing me? This is why I'm saying learning about life, learning how this world works, learning about God, your purpose, all these things. Are you understanding where I'm saying, bro? You have to discover this on your own. I can't explain the sunlight until you see the sunlight. Then the words might mean something different. Maybe the words would help you capture a tiny portion of it, bro. But you have to go through it. It's a trip, dude. So yeah, this is what I was thinking about. And I love it. I've always said this in many ways, and that's why it's funny. Maybe more words have came to me to be able to tell you I still don't understand it and I still can't put it into words. Do you get what I'm saying? Think about it. Why do you think Jesus said that? He said, I speak in parables. He said, I do this, they're not going to understand. They said, why do you speak in parables? Why are you telling us stories? Because you have problems when you try to contain the infinite with words. That's why sometimes a story or analogy, it goes a long way. That's why how many of y'all, I've given you an analogy before. I could say, oh, the ghetto spread or this, and this is what you do, and then the financial derivative, and then you find the underlying asset. You're like, what the fuck are you saying? I give you an analogy of a car. I give you an analogy of a ship. I say the long term, 10 years, you don't get it. I say you're on a boat. Some of you, that helps you understand it better. There's a parable. Why do you think he did that? Analogies, parables, it helps you expand upon language, but you still cannot capture the infinite truth. So I don't know if you realize this is something every culture has gone through. You know that, right? This goes beyond Jesus, after Jesus, all the cultures of the world. How do you describe an experience larger than life, brother? with a language that's built out of thought. God, unity, infinite consciousness. How do I even explain you're conscious? You realize that's a limitation of the word? We still don't even understand what that really means. You might understand it because you're alive, listening, and conscious right now. But it still doesn't even capture it. And then again, Jesus, why do you speak in parables? Why do you speak in parables? Why is it some people get it and some people don't? Do you think God is trying to hide something from you? I don't. I don't believe that at all. He's given us all the same amount of faith equally. Same measure. Says that. Why do you speak in parables? See, I'll give it to you in an analogy. Very simple. God is hiding nothing from you. Nothing. You know why? The truth isn't hidden, my friend. It just doesn't fit through the doorway of words. Ta-da! Woo! Chad, I don't know if you feel me, dog. I'm gonna say it again. The truth is not hidden. It just doesn't fit through the doorway of words. Imagine you trying to fit this big object through this door, a tiny door called words. I'm trying to explain to you God, the death of Jesus, and all these things, and what it really means. This whole fact that he is with you, he is a Father, a Son, a Holy Ghost, all at the same time. It's like, how is it? These are words. I'm using human words, trying to fit it through this doorway. It's not like this is supposed to confuse you. It's not that this is being hidden from you. It's just the means we have right now at our disposal to fit this truth through this doorway. It's not going to fit. That's why I'm telling you, you have to. It's a narrow road, bro. Does that make sense? The eye of a needle. You got to go through it. You, like I said again, you're not going to get it through me, bro. You're not going to get it through anybody. You have to walk through that. You have to put yourself through that experience, so then you'll understand it. But trying to get you to capture the same thing off words, it'll never fit. So that's both good news and bad news. But I hope you receive the good news. So, that being said, that's just my intro for you. Kind of the whole philo. But I'm going to play a clip for you. And I want you to hear this. I think it's relatable to a lot of things. And I liked it. It's kind of a different topic, but like I'm saying, that's why I like showing you things, because I like when people explain it in good words. It could only help so much, right? But yeah, that's why I hope, if anything, the words encourage you to have this experience on your own, bro. Not because the world tells you, not because a man, a woman tells you. It don't matter, bro. But because you're alive, your consciousness, as far as we can understand that. And I hope you can realize that and have your experience and see the truth because you want the truth. And go through it, and now it has a meaning, not because they told you or you listened to that story or this story. It's because you lived it. So take a listen. This is, remember Dorsey Savage. I've showed you guys a couple of clips. He's the guy who did the sassy one. He talked about I showed you another clip of his on violence. So I like this. He talks about protection and safety. I think it's a great distinction. I love how he talks about the words. So take a listen.
God offers you security. He does not offer you safety. Safety is the absence of danger. Security is fortifications in the midst of danger. David said he prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemies. There was danger, but there was security. Psalms 91 says 1,000 will fall at thy side and 10,000 at thy right hand. There was danger, but there was security. You will not fear the arrow that flies by day, nor the destruction that lays waste by night. There was danger, yet there was security. This is important because safety is what the Antichrist will try to bring. God never offers safety. Too much safety takes away your edge. Too much safety gets men in trouble. Too much safety turns men into cowards. David, when it was time for kings to go forth to battle, instead chose safety. He sinned horribly and ruined his kingdom. And as a result, and during his restoration, God sent him right back out to fight. When they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction. I'm saying this because I had found a nice plot of safety. I had given up doing what God wanted me to do because doing this little job and having this little life was safer. I have a family I got to look after. I got a future I got to think of. This is safe. What God wanted me to do, what God is calling me to do, is dangerous. My safety had made me a coward. I began to lose my dream, lose my focus, lose my vision because I chose safety over the danger of doing what God wanted me to do, knowing that it was fully secured, knowing that I was in his hands and no one could pluck me out, knowing that my mountain is surrounded by chariots of fire. Have you chosen safety over security? It's safe not to say certain things. It's safe not to ruffle certain feathers. It's safe not to follow certain dreams. But God is a whirlwind, and the safest place you can be in a hurricane is in the eye of the storm. I don't want to stay safe. I want to stay dangerous. I repent for not only being that coward, but trying to equate that cowardice with maturity. The nerve of that hypocrisy. Jesus was never safe. They tried to kill him as a child. His own townspeople tried to throw him off a cliff. Everybody chased him. Everybody wanted him dead. He was never safe. But his security was such that he walked through the midst of them. God always provided, even for his exile. And even though the Bible says that he died and went to hell, even there his security busted him out. You'd rather be secure than safe. Safety is found in a place, but security is found in a person. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? There's no safer place to be than to be in his will. Don't sell your soul for safety. Don't deny him as Peter did when things get rough. But we could die. My friend, that's a given. But whether you should suffer or whether you should die, there's no safer place to be than in his will. God offers you security.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Listen, you could say the philo comments for the non-locked in, brother. So you could ignore it peacefully if you don't like it. But we ain't doing that. I think it's amazing. And I think it's more relatable than you think, bro. Safety is the absence of danger. Security is fortification in the midst. And that's what I'm saying, bro. You think that means to go put yourself in trouble? No. You know what the best example is? What just happened in the last 50 days with the stock market in your long term? I rest my case. You don't see it? Was there not danger all around? Financially, the world? You could have reacted to it. What's the whole point of navigating? Does it mean we're not going to have a storm? It means you use your wisdom. You live in the right way how you're supposed to. You are going to be secure. I don't know if y'all feel me, bro. I don't know if you feel him. Security. That should be your priority, not be safe. That's the thing I like. Think about it. I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious that I've told you safe, safe, safe. The long term is safe. It's not safe. You know why? Because if I told my parents a couple years ago, I say I'm getting into the stock market. They say gambling, Habibi, not safe. Buy cash, not safe. Do you get it? I agree. The long term isn't safe. It shouldn't be. It's secure. What's the whole point of what we plan for and what we do? Why do I tell you to care about your future? Is it so will you be safe? I don't think you will, bro. It's gonna rain one day. It's about being secure. That's why I think about it. You get what you need to live. Nobody calls it financial safety. They call it financial security. When you see people talk about, oh, if I had this, it would be a lot easier. If I could make sure I had bills, if there was an emergency fund, all these is financial security, not financial safety. You get it? Because I agree. You need to build around security. You need to walk and understand and invest in what makes you secure. There's a reason I believe in the long term. There's a reason I believe in God. That's what people don't get. They think I be talking Jesus and God like it gave me safety. What do you mean? It makes people hate me. You think I've never gone through anything? You're crazy. The thing I'm yelling at you is I've had security through all of it. Ups, downs, it don't matter, bro. Why do we keep going forward? Security. Too much safety takes away your edge. Oh, Chad. Stay dangerous. Look, Jesus was never safe. They wanted Jesus before he was born. They wanted to kill him. He go into church. He go anywhere. They wanted to kill him. That's why he said, you follow me, bro. It's not going to be safe. You will have security. There's a big difference. That's what I hope you guys don't miss. You could debate about this all day, but just understand there is a big difference between safety and security. So, praise God. Safety is a place. Security is a person. Keep moving. Always. You want the thing that you could keep moving and always be secure, not I'm going to go run and hide and stay safe in one place. Is that not the parable of the talents? So, Chad, take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream-a-lots. God bless America and Chadadonia. I like it, bro. Praise God, dude. So I'm saying all this security. Look around. Look at the long term. Look at all the things we've been through, Chadadonia. You thought it was safe? I think it's been secure. Oh, Chadadonia. Cold, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you. There's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Chris, they said a crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was move fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math. I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it. Stop rotation. Price are going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it for complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million bucks, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claim it shit, I caught that. I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
Please. Yeah, they put it out. They indicted the shooter. 3 weapons charges and then attempted assassination of U.S. president. Boom, boom, boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Boom, boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Woo! Isn't that great? I think it's great, bro. I think it's great. I think we did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. We're back. Bro, I saw your videos, Ryan. They were great. You say, let's go, baby. What's up, boys? I was watching it, bro. I didn't even get steak this weekend. You know that? That's it. I was my plan on Friday. I was like, I'm going to find me a steak, but I don't live in Texas. I need a good one. Amen, bro. But that looked awesome. I hope it was fun. I hope it was good. Kumbaya. NVIDIA. Like that. Tell the people that Philo water is back. All right, man. Well, it's 11. We got 2 more hours left in the day. The world's still kind of going crazy. The long term is with you. Y'all feeling good or what? Kumbaya. Kumbaya. Attempted assassins get clapped. They get clapped. Dude, I thought did you watch it? I saw it when in the first couple minutes. I swear they were reporting that somebody died. And then 10 minutes later, they said no. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, again, I think actually the other guy, the guy at Mar-a-Lago, he's still alive. I don't think they killed him. But yeah, still wild, bro. We'll see if a judge overrules it. Judge directs White House correspondent suspect to be temporarily detained. Detention hearing set for Thursday. A Pachana steak? What's that? Bought a car from your neighbor, cash, no lease payments? Amen. We were just talking about that. Sometimes that's one of the best things. Pure cash flow. Cash flow from a car, because you don't have to pay cash flow. Oceans 44 in Scottsdale. Dude, I think I've been to an Oceans 44. I might have been in Scottsdale. But yeah, they got good steak. Kumbaya. Kumbaya. Well, yeah, man. Well, if you have any off topics, I don't know if you want to talk about assassins, you want to talk about earnings, NVIDIA. There was no news on NVIDIA. I mean, we talked about it this morning about the pricing, but I think that did come true, to be honest. Kumbaya. Kumbaya. Oh, maybe. Pacana? What is that? Pachana? Am I saying it right? Apple tomorrow? No, Apple's on Thursday, I believe. I think most of them, then all the big ones come out on Wednesday. And then I don't know when Qualcomm. But yeah, Qualcomm, if you made it free in the morning, that was fire. Yeah, Qualcomm's on the 29th. You're on a plane to Scottsdale right now? No way. I like Scottsdale. I like Arizona. It's nice. You have to like the heat. Is it hot out there right now? What else is a must do? They got good food, and then just go get a tan, bro. But like, apparently people are really, they hype up downtown. Is it downtown Scottsdale? They just say Scottsdale is like the less ratchet Vegas now. I think it's just the desert vibes. Is it Old Town? I think that is Old Town. That's where I went. Go watch the Waymo video. Oh, go to Uchi. That's what it is. It sounds weird. Uchi. Uchi, Gucci, ya, ya, na, na. Go to Uchi if you like sushi. It's actually a fire spot, and I can't believe they had good fish in the desert. But yeah, Uchi. That's the one. Ocean 44 is good too, but Uchi, if you like sushi. It's kind of expensive for sushi, but all sushi is expensive, but it's actually good. Well, yeah, dude, back in the day, bro, there was no good sushi in the desert. They got Uchi in Denver. Dude, Uchi started in Texas. They built one in LA not too long ago. But yeah, Uchi is like actually fire. I'm a big fan. MDB and Net. Again, more software. But yeah, Old Town is where everybody goes to. Steak cut popular at a Brazilian steakhouse. That's cool. Pachaya. Pachula? Yeah, Rocket Lab woke up. Weren't they down earlier? It's crazy, dude. Uchi started in Texas, and it's actually good. You went there on Friday? No way. Yeah, it's fire. I actually like that. It's becoming one of my favorite sushi spots. I went in Arizona. I went to the one in LA. But like, it low key, bro. Very, very competitive. I think it's something you should try if you like sushi. I give them my approval. Going to Rome, all thanks to the long term. Nice. You're gonna go to is the Leaning Tower of Pisa real? I don't know. I'm not too good on my geography. My only thing in there's another one that's like a really, I don't know how bougie you want to get. I'll only tell you if you want to get real bougie. There's one other place in Scottsdale that's super bougie, but it's good, but it's extremely bougie. But then I'll tell you this. If you take a Uber, just don't talk to the Uber drivers. Okay? I told you, them desert people. But like, I'm telling you, that was my creepiest Uber was in Scottsdale, Arizona. That was, even my girlfriend, it was starting to get uncomfortable. And it was like, I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a Waymo. There's a Michelin star restaurant in Scottsdale. And it's pretty easy. Like, it's not fully booked out usually. But it's good, but it's super expensive. So I don't know. Unless you're going there for a special occasion, it's like, but it's fire. It actually has crazy history too. Is Scottsdale better than Sedona? Loved Old Town. I visit. Also, pay the plug. Yeah, bro. I do. Scottsdale, a lot of good reviews. No, Sedona's like different. It's just completely different vibe. Scottsdale's like a city. You know, there's like a mall and food and places, and like Scottsdale, there's a lot. But Sedona is like just beautiful nature and like camping and off-roading and hikes and then magnetic fields. But Sedona is pretty expensive. But yeah, it's still far out. Sedona is a little bit more of a mission. Like you could fly to Scottsdale, but like you can't fly to Sedona. You have to like fly and then drive at least like an hour. Yeah, the swinger guy, that was my Uber. Dude, that was I wish I recorded it, bro. You felt Satan in Sedona. Beautiful place, though. You probably did too many drugs, but yeah. Do you know why people go crazy in Sedona? Because it does have like a weird magnetic field. It's like one of the only places in America. Like it has like it's like a magnetic triangle or something. Yeah, no, go look it up. It's a magnetic vortex, exactly. It's trippy, dude. Just a beautiful place, dude. Like you look up at night and the stars and like it's good, and if you like the rocks and the hiking, it's nuts. I'm a big fan of Sedona. I like it. I wish it wasn't such a mission to get to, because you have to either fly to Phoenix and drive, or you go to Flagstaff and drive, or you just drive there. But yeah, but that's kind of what makes it cool though too. It's very calm and peaceful. Well, yeah, like technically the only other place with like a magnetic vortex like that, I believe, is the pyramids. Like it's a really like if you're into that shit, it's a very unique place in terms of that. That's why people go there and they either do a lot of drugs or they'll go there and be like, it feels weird. It's so like it's a really interesting place. And then they have a McDonald's with a blue logo. That's probably one of the coolest. I'm such an American. They have a McDonald's with a baby blue logo. It's the only one in the world. The only McDonald's with a different color logo. It's a trip. I think I have a picture of it. Not all Ubers are bad at Arizona. I had some bad experiences. You know that? It was odd. Even the Waymo, but I charge it to the game. Otherwise I like Arizona, Scottsdale, all of Arizona. I mean, I went to college in Arizona. I even like the dirty tea. Microsoft and NVIDIA. Well, glad Microsoft's doing a lot better in the morning. It is. It's a nice drive. But but then you got to drive back. That's the only problem. Is it blue? I have it on my phone somewhere. I'll post it. It's literally, because Sedona has like certain regulations for the city. So if they wanted a McDonald's, they had to make it fit the color scheme. But yeah, no other McDonald's is like that. It's cool. It's trippy. It's like a Tiffany blue McDonald's logo. Dirty tea. Have I been to Maya in Scottsdale? No, I think we saw it. Is it like a day club? But yeah, man, I'm fucking... Even though I'm losing the hair and I probably fit in. No, we didn't. We went to Uchi. And then we just got food and chilled. My Uber driver was... he definitely told me places to go and then some other stories. But I was like, I don't know, man. I think he told us to go to Maya too. And I'm like, I need to leave. Getting uncomfortable. Microsoft announces Accenture is rolling out Copilot to 743,000 people. NVIDIA, like that. Tell the people that premium is back. The long term got gains, so hold them. Citi YouGov still compelling case to look past volatility for the series for now until it eases and clearer trend emerges. Again, JP Morgan put out a note this weekend saying something of similar sentiments of the market's going to kind of ignore the war. But I think it has to do with earnings. If earnings are bad, everyone's going to overreact to everything. If earnings are good, I think people will underreact. And then here we are. Whoop. We are at the dude, 715 is the new all-time high we set today. So technically you're about 1 point on the SPY ahead. And then NASDAQ is actually still red, believe it or not. So again, I think some of that Qualcomm, the chip streak is going to end, dude. Like big tech, even though like Google and Meta are up, Apple's still down, Amazon's down. But yeah, software is doing good. But yeah, NASDAQ is actually still in the red right now. So is the Russell. SPY's the only one green, believe it or not. We had a correction earlier in the morning. They're like, yeah, the correction's fine, right? Isn't it a healthy correction? I'm like, this is what the fuck? We're still. I had to zoom out, dude. I was like, where are we? Hold on. Tractor Supply trades at a new multi-year low, extending weakness from earnings. The only McDonald's in the world with blue turquoise arches is located in Sedona, installed in 1993. Yeah, bro, you think I'm just making up McDonald's fun facts? The fuck, dude? It's awesome, though. I don't know, because I like McDonald's. I like capitalism, America. That's like the only non-nature thing in Sedona where you're like, whoa. All the NVIDIA's ripped, dude. You might be able to make them free. And then, like we said in the morning, is that premium thing. So even the late stage lottos hit too. But yeah, man, do what you need to do. You can make them free. You could push, because again, they're all gonna react to all the other earnings, and then again, like this is balancing it out. You know, just comparing it from the when you compare the price of NVIDIA to the SOX or the SMH, that was the opportunity. It was good. We went good, man. Good, easy, lot of free. I sold. We had a really good set 2 weeks ago. I just sold those. But so again, I kind of felt like a schmuck buying back in, but I'm glad they worked. Good opportunity. I know, bro. I sold the fucking earlier ones. I'm a dickhead. If you held those, that's the one because I wanted to take profits after that Friday and the expiration. But yeah, those just kept going up. That was the banger. So GG's if you kept that one. I just dumped them. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Dips get bought. All right. It's been a while since the video, I know. Stayed pinned forever. Forever. Actually, we hit a new high. What am I doing? My bad. I think I'll get a water.
ICAP needs Jesus. He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long-term goal buku. They hate AI art, cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. ICAP throws that cause he gets bored. But Jesus is still Lord.
Happy all-time high. Woo! Love it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it, dude. How can you not? How can you not? They hate AI art. 'Cause it's not really art. Fraud. All right, Chad. So yeah, do you guys want to look for houses? You guys need to find one. What is this? Amazing example. They change the price every month. I know. What is this one? In Springfield, Ohio. Tim just sent me this. So look, damn, 240 days on the market. This one's weird. Yeah, and this is what you got to watch out for. Holy shit, dude. What is wrong with this? See, but they bought it cheap, though, in 2020. So this is why I was saying on some of them, you want to make sure you be careful. But, yeah, so they just kept flipping this. What the fuck? Yeah, this is terrible. So someone buys it in November for $32,000. And then, I'm so confused, actually. Yeah, that's the same one. And then they sell it 3 months later for the same price. And then whatever, now they wait 4 years, list it for 4 times as much. And then look at this. Price lowered, 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 price raised, price lowered, price lowered, price lowered. This is insane. Price raised. They took it off the market. But yeah, this one I would stay far, far away. This is, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, dude. This is actually, yeah, so there's probably something wrong with it. Built in 1881. Home warranty. $500 credit for purchase of home warranty. Nice. Yeah, well, that's an Ohio one. See, and that's the one. As long as you can stay away from the major repairs or whatever. But anything like that, no. Ideally, if you could find a price that, or a house that hasn't sold in a while, decent condition, and it's at like a fair price or even with a renter already, those are the good ones. But like that one, if it was priced for the same price as 2020 or like back when it sold in maybe 5-10 years ago, those have been my good ones in Ohio. The ones in Ohio, I usually buy them from the same, for like literally around the same price that people bought it for 10 years ago. But then it has to be like somewhat turnkey. Turnkey means hopefully no repairs and like literally someone can turn the key and live in it. They hate AI art because it's not really art. All right. Let's see what we can find. Seems like a scam to get people's contact info. Maybe. But then again, it's been listed for 240 days and it looks... That's the problem, is like usually, that's why I tell you guys, even have a plan before you want to, if you ever want to sell a property, you should really have a plan on what you're going to do next with the money. Just like we talk about even with the long term and like, you know, not selling till escrow and shit like that. Because then like once you fucking pollute that sales history, you don't like something that don't look clean like that. People really, even if it, whatever it is, you're going to look at that house and you're going to assume something is very, very wrong. All right, let's go to Cleveland. Yeah. So how much, well, what do you guys, what's going to be the budget? Let's see if I could add. So we're going to go Zillow. We're going to go to Cleveland, Ohio. And then we're going to type keyword rented. So I think this will show up. Let's see the first one. Trying to see, well maintained. Upstairs is vacant, has a long time tenant in place, $500 a month. So these are the ones, like I'm telling you, if it's already livable, looks good. So this one, they want double. Oh, see, but this is what I was telling you. These are the ones that I did good. Like, you see how this sold for the same price in 2 years? But there's a lot in Ohio, dude. I'm telling you, people will literally sell these houses for cheaper. Again, they'll even hold it for a while. They just collected the rent. So this one, again, it all depends on the condition. And I would even ask about the tenants. This one's decent. I wouldn't call it, it is somewhat livable, but this one might even need repairs. It's kind of outdated. So I don't know how I feel about paying a premium, but that price works. Let's see which other ones are rented. That's 190. Give me cheaper one, Habibi. How I do? How I sort it? Give me price at low price. $1,000. That's a mobile home. All of these are mobile homes. That's crazy. You guys got them too? Is that the one you sent me? And again, it sucks though, because sometimes too, if it's too cheap, ideally, sadly nowadays, like the ideal range is like 100 to 150,000, because some of these cheap properties, they might cost more to fix them up than they're actually worth. And then those are usually these cheap ass ones. They're not going to be turnkey. So let's see this. Oh yeah. Oh, see, but this is estimated rents. Hold on. So yeah, these ones you got to be careful for, because they'll talk about renting it out. This one's not, again, this one's still a little outdated, ideally. If you could get something a little bit better. Wilbally, Cayuga Falls in Kent. We could look at those. Right now, I'm looking for ones that are already rented and hopefully good condition where you don't have to repair them or won't need future repairs for at least a couple years. Or again, if it looks better, isn't too outdated, it doesn't what's it called? You don't want it like it. You could command higher rents. It'll be easier to rent. I'm not against the duplexes, but in this case, I'm gonna start off with what's rented and what's gonna be a good value. If it's a duplex or not, that doesn't really matter as much. If it just so happens to be a duplex, then yeah, like that one was a duplex. That's why I came up to look at it. Lebanese group are nothing more than lies. Press TV. Habibi. Wow, drama. They hate AIR. Wilbally. All right, we'll look at those in a second. And I've heard of Cayuga Falls, actually. Cayuga. Sorry. I'm gonna take that one off. So these are the cheap ones. This one, before we go into it, this one, yeah, no pictures on the inside. You know what I'm saying? That's like when girls take pictures really close to their face. You know what I'm saying? You know exactly what that means with the little puppy filter. So if they don't show you the inside of the house, it's not good. See, but this is for the same price as this house is going for the same price as 20 years ago. Below market rent, making the numbers work, fully vacant, needs complete rehab. So yeah, you're getting a good deal. You're getting a good deal on it, but you have to. This one you're gonna probably have to put in. It doesn't say the square footage. 1,200 square feet. So you got to calculate. You have to fucking fix it up. That might work if you're into the flipping, but for some of you, that may not be your what's it called? That may not be your first deal. Again, or if you want a rental. If you wanted to flip, this one might work, but you could only max spend like 20 grand. So if you could buy this at 40, spend 20, 25 grand, get you up to like 65, 70 grand, and then you sell it for 140, that's about the going rate, maybe 120. You can make some money on it. I mean, that could work, but if you're not really experienced in that or you're far away, you may not be worth it. Yeah, and no garage, you're right. But that one, like I'm telling you, there's a lot. This one might even be the same. This one, they want... Oh, yeah, they've been flipping this one back and forth. So people just keep buying this, and nobody wants the problem. So look, do you see what happens? People buy these houses, just like the one I showed you, and they're like, oh, I could flip it, 20K, and then something else happens, and then they don't want to do it, then a year goes by, then they're like, fuck it, I'll just sell it, because it becomes more of a hassle. So that's something like, look, this is just an unfinished flip, and 3 people have tried it already. So this one I would probably stay away from. Previously rented at $9.95 a month. You fucking liars. Who the fuck is buying? So I don't know. This one, I don't know how. I mean, I guess, or they gutted it. No, I don't. There's no way, bro. Oh, the floors aren't bad in the bathroom. This is a weird ass house. But yeah, that one, if you could get $1,000 a month, wow. Wow. All right, I think that's a mobile home. I don't know, I can't tell. These are all gonna be flips. Let's go through a bunch of them. Let's see if we can find one that looks. See, this one has I think we looked at this one before. Car in the driveway. Oh, this one looks beautiful. Yale? Let's see. It doesn't look too bad. It looks shit on the inside. New carpets. They put, the doors. Yeah, this one still needs work, but it looks this one's big and it looks way better. Oh, this one's been rented though. So look, you see how it says listing at $950 a month? That's rental. So somebody's been renting this for the same price for the last like 10 years. I think they just got the rental. Yeah, look. Oh, wow. So this sold for $75,000. Then the owner took a loss on it for $12,000 back in the day. But yeah, 75 grand should be the value. And he's selling it below. So the first person bought it for $12K. They rented it out for $1,000 for 10 years. And then, yeah, they got all their money back. And this is what I'm saying. These are the properties in Ohio where this one not as much, but look at, this is like the third one where the price is similar to 10, 20 years ago. Are you guys noticing this? That's what I'm saying. It's like you got to make sure it meets all the check boxes, but ideally, like, you know, you might find one that's more turnkey like this. This one's not bad. Kitchen's, you know, it's still old, but this one's actually probably one of the better ones, barring any real problems. Let's see if it's rented or not, and we'll go to the price history. And again, I'm just going through this. These are not, imagine, you could find one off market, you find an area. I'm just going on what's available. And then once I find a decent one, we could do, what's it called? We could talk about what you would need to get it. But this is what I'm telling you. This price range for now is accessible for all of you. If you put $2,000 into Intel, I think these are all accessible. If you put $4,000 into Intel, you could put 50% down almost. Okay, maybe 30. Rogers Communications offering buyout of half of its staff. Jeez. No wholesalers, no lowballs, no creative financing, no seller financing. Okay. Occupied with a tenant for $950 a month up until March 2026. So wait, did the tenant leave? Yeah, they've been trying to sell this for a long time, surprisingly. Something's up with it, though. Rehab for remote investors. I don't know why they can't sell it. But yeah, this sold $25,000 in 2010. So 15 years later, they want 100%. Still a little up there if I would consider it if the contract on the rent was a little better. But you know what? Let's use this. Because this one is, like I'm saying, this one's actually livable. And it's a lower price. Again, this is in East Cleveland. It's not the nicest area. So let's see. 60 grand. Oh, oops. So 20% down. Let's see. We'll put you at a 7% mortgage. So yeah. It is, but a lot of these houses, the average price, like anything in these areas, like if it's a nice house and rented, you could get 120 to like 150. Again, you got to comp it out, but at the same time, most of them there. So this case, 20% down, $12,000, $700 a month at 7% interest. And then again, if you're renting it at $950, there's no PMI, there's no HOA, you're cash flowing $250, and then you just turned your 12 grand into 60,000. And then again, if you start to probably, what's the size of that one? 1,600 square feet's a little bigger, but ideally, because like I'm saying here, where is it? So do you see all these neighbors? You have a guy across the street at 110. That's smaller. Then you got, whoa, this is a multifamily for 160. That one might be better, but again, this area is kind of ratchet. Let's see what's sold. 70K. That's the one next to it. Yeah, nothing will sell above here though. Damn, I don't know what time frame I'm on. Look how cheap these comps are. Inspections, I just send somebody, and if it meets any red flags, you just fucking run away. Well, yeah, I think a lot of you guys are assuming these, like I'm saying, you're going to assume that these properties will stay like that, but you have to assume that to a certain degree. But I'm looking for something that will leverage my money in a safe way, pay for itself, and then if you get lucky, they go crazy. Like I was telling you, in Indiana. So when I was buying these Indiana properties, I was even making videos. Same thing. I have so many videos, you guys. It's crazy. And I would show that I would do exactly what I'm doing now, and I would show off these areas, and that was the same prospect in Indiana. Are you guys understanding? So Indiana, these houses were going for 80 to 100 grand. And it was the same situation where, again, the houses where people would buy them 10 years, no growth, just collect the rent, pays for itself, you leveraged your money up, and then that's it. You were only expected to make 5-10% max, and that's it. Right? That's your worst case scenario unless you buy a complete dud. But then what ended up happening? Does anybody know what happened to, like, Greenwood, Indiana? They were $100,000, $80,000 to $150,000. Same exact range we're looking at now. What ended up happening? But yeah, this is the multi-unit. I'll give you time to figure it out. Oh fuck. See, this guy, they bought this for $15,000 a couple years ago. And now, yeah, they redid it, but I think they did the Josh Answers special. This is a Josh Answers special, motherfucker. You see this? They appreciated it too. Yeah, some of them, and then a lot of them went up to like 400,000. So that's kind of the idea. Is like, have you ever seen, just like we kind of did with NVIDIA today, it's kind of spotting the laggers. So if you could find something at a good price, minimize it, get a certain pay. The idea is we want the laggers. And like I'm saying, some of these cheaper areas that are still cheap, they're probably not going to stay this cheap. So again, you got to make sure you defend and be secure against, you want to be in something that has more of a likelihood, better location. And that's what I'm saying. If you could find that better locations with the cheaper prices, we'll go through some of those other plays. I'm just showing you how some of these are. But this is a Josh Answers special. Do you guys see this? This guy bought this a couple years ago for $15K. I swear to you, all he did was paint it. You can see how old the bricks are. The doors don't look new. These might be original hardwood. He painted it on the inside, changed the carpets, put like one of these cheap-ass Home Depot kitchens, retiled the bathroom. All of this bathroom stuff is new, but that's cheap as fuck. And then probably put in a new water heater. That probably was the most expensive part about all of it. Yeah, and now he's selling it for $160. That was a deal. Like I'm saying, if you could find something that you could paint, quick bathroom, something not that crazy and it's that low with that type of upside, I'm down. This is a 4-unit or a 3-unit? Yeah. This motherfucker. But even then, if he sold, I don't know, I'd offer him $60K. I'd say $60K, and then I'd rent it for $1,000 a month, or I'd rent every unit for $750. Weed stock's on the high. We'll see. Some of these other ones. Let's see if we could get a good price history. This sold for $500. Nice. I just want to see if this was rented. No, if they say estimated rent, run away. Just because that's not real. Renovation, increased rent. The ones that are actually being rented are usually the ones that are both livable and there. Oh, this is a portfolio sale. May be sold as part of a package deal with 4 other homes. I would call this guy. Yeah, these ones are anybody on a... I remember I told you about portfolio. This one rents for fucking dirt cheap. So you won't even know it. This guy bought a package of homes, and now he's going to try to sell them. This one looks kind of ratchet. Livable, but... yeah, again, maybe Josh Answer's special, but that's tiny. A 1-bedroom, 1-bath. Canton, I think the area might be a little nicer. Occupied, rent is $400. Unit 2 is $0 a month. What the fuck why would you put that? They said rent number 2 is $0 a month. Let's see. This one looks like dog shit. All right, where's Cahugaluga? What's that place you said? What is it? Willoughby? Let's see where this one's at. Yeah, so still in that Cleveland area. Oh, these are... oh, well, I have the filter on rent. So these ones might not be rented. All land. Dude, there's nothing in this area. Maybe 150 here. These give me a Greenland vibe. These are actually really nice, but these are all lots. And then they go in the 250s. Cuyahoga? 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 Georgia. I like Georgia, but Georgia got really expensive. See, this one's livable. Is this a condo? AIR. Yeah, it's a condo. You want single family. This is land. So there's literally only one house. 24 days. Pretty small. Furnace 7 years old, roof 6 years old. It's not bad. Not bad, Ohio. Sold for $700 or $81,000. So it's actually double from 1998. Tax assessment is 50 grand. But yeah, look, well, 120 here. It's a decent comp. You might be able to work with this one. And then $299 down the street. But yeah, honestly, this area is a lot nicer. Cuyahoga. Yeah, this place doesn't have a lot of houses for sale that are cheap. Oh shit, where did that one go? This one right here. So yeah, it's a little smaller, 1-car garage, but I don't think this one's that bad. Assuming it doesn't need a lot of repair. You could the kitchen's fucking old. You might be able to Josh Answer special. You see that you'd have to change the carpets. Yeah, it needs some update. You'd have to put money into this. That's why. Again, even 10, 20 grand, you'd be right at like, what, 180? But that one's not bad, actually. Let's see the numbers on this. I'm gonna check Cuyahoga. When you live in Cali and see the other ones. Apartment, if you're going to buy the whole apartment and get many doors, but that might be, again, you got to think, the bigger the square footage, the more repairs. Like I'm saying, in this case, even if it needs repairs, the smaller units kind of benefit. It hurts your utility down the line, but it's, yeah, it's going to be cheaper. This one, I think, is very manageable. The 1-car garage kind of sucks. But let's see. Lost Nation Road. That's a scary address. 164. So this one, since it's above 100,000, you could get away with a 10% down. So we'll do 10%, 7% mortgage, which is insane. So yeah, I don't know. I need to check the rents actually. We'll go to Cuyahoga. Where is that one? Over here? This is the one? No, where is this one? This one's right here. So we'll check the rents. Why? And you could go on Craigslist too. So 10% down, 16K. So again, you put 1.5 deposits into Intel. You have 17K. If you want to sell, again, I'm giving you these examples because I want you to look. I don't know. We might find a deal online, but at the same time, I am trying to get you guys to just think a little bit. If you really want to sell your Intel or you want to sell your long term, I would do you see this is a smaller scale of what we did with the farm. Now, obviously, we got to make, again, the farm had a certain deal to it. You got to find the deal, but do you understand what is going on here? If you want to sell it, you want to get rid of your long term, or you just want to get rid of Intel, let's say just Intel. So like I'm saying, just let's take a look. I might even do it. So Intel, where is the cost? So we put in 4,700. Oh, it was at 17,000 this morning. So 16.6. That's literally the down payment. FLS said to build stake in FlowServe, pushes for change. Starboard. Oh, a pop on that. FLS stake. They hate AI art. There's no cheaper options because they hate cheap options. So yeah, that's up 5. That's triggering. The one before it went for 50. Yeah, someone just put a bid. It's not filling. So, well, yeah, you look through homes. You could go online like this. You talk to people, talk to agents. You could have, I have AI go through areas and find them. You could go through tax filings, public filings. Again, wholesalers even. That's kind of the process of the real estate. It's just all about getting, you're going to see it. You're not going to act on most houses, right? It's all about leads. And like when one's there, you take it. But that's why I'm saying, like, you got to look. And most people don't even think it's possible. But like I'm telling you, I'm showing you something right now. This is where you will, if you start looking, you will find. It's like somebody said it one day, seek and ye shall find, right? So again, I want to eliminate this idea. I'm trying to show you how you should think because people are like, oh, Intel too high. I want to sell. I'm like, why? What are you going to do with the money? I don't know. Too high. Give me cash. Again, how many people, as Intel has done this, how many Chads have you heard say, oh, I sold it after it doubled. I sold it after this. Why did you sell? I don't know. They just sold it because they thought it was high. They thought whatever the reason is. But like I'm showing you, I've shown you with the farm, and like I'm showing you now on a smaller scale where realistically, a lot of you guys have positions like this. Like I'm telling you, and I don't know what other savings you may have or not, but it's like even on the other one, like you have your one small Intel has turned into a decent amount of money. So if you really want to sell it or your long term, again, our long term is still up. I mean, you're hitting all-time highs. We have all these diversified positions. Your long term is up another 15% this year. That's amazing. So again, you want to get out of it or you're like, oh, wow, I just got a bunch of free money. What do I do with it? I should sell and hide. No. What you should do is turn, and this is what I want you to see, even that one Intel position, I would rather turn it to a $164,000 house. You get what I'm saying? Now, obviously, you got to run through the cost, and we got to make sure that's why I like the ones that are rented, because then if I could go turn 16 grand into 160 and then have it pay for itself, and all I'm responsible for would be either repairs or anything else down the line, I like that prospect more with both upside and it paying for itself. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know, bro. The market, or I don't. Yeah, somebody did hit a market. I stopped looking at it. I just looked over. Oh my, which one? One of you bought a 110 for 220. That's crazy. So yeah, that's good. I didn't even say I played it. What the fuck? So yeah, some of y'all get jumpy. Jumpy. You have the meta. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, even then. I turned my meta got us a farm, partly. That's why we still have a little bit of it, but that was another one of those positions. You put $2,000 into the meta, you had another like 15, 20K or something stupid. So, but this is what I'm saying to think like, because again, this property is actually not bad. A way better area. This is not the hood of Ohio, but you know, it's still cheaper. You know, eventually you could put some money into this and fix it up, or I don't know what it, oh yeah, I wanted to check the rents, but $1,400. So your Intel, $16,000 now turns into a $164,000 position. But this is what I wanted you to see. This is why when we did the farm, I'm telling you, your money, you're not spending this money. It's not like your money goes away. You are leveraging, you're taking on risk, but now we're hopefully a home at a good price, good value. It's able to cover its cost, you know? It's like, that's what's going to help you out. But it's like, now do you see, you went from 16,000 in assets to now 164. Obviously, there's now a debt load, but do you get what I am telling you here? This is how I'm viewing it. And now let's see if we could rent it. Where was that other house? 160 right here. Dude, there's low inventory in this Wilbely place, dude. So this house is bigger for 1,600. Yeah. That house is way nicer. So that might be tough. That's an apartment for 1,000. Half the size for 1,200. But it looks a little cleaner. Wait a minute. Was this the house for sale? That's a condo too, though. Oh, shit. What's it called? Wilbely? A lot of them are condos. And then things close to the water, you might be able to get 14. That's a townhouse though. And then 2,000 for 1,100 square foot. So you're further away. The location's not comparable. And like I'm saying, that's why like when you're out of state, you're going to have to rely on people who know the area, inspect it, all of that. I think best case, you rent it for more. But again, the house isn't up to par to be able to command the highest rent. You might be able to cover the mortgage as is, maybe. You're looking for a deal or a potential income? Yes. Ideally, it should have both, where you're getting something at a good one. Dude, no, on it, I think you're correct, Ben. I'm telling you, I could just tell by the inventory. So, like, where you're telling me this place is popping, look, there's barely any houses. These are all fucking land. Like, watch, when I switch it to homes only. Let's see. Where is it? Home type. We'll just go multifamily and homes. There's literally like, what, 30 of them? That's not, dude, and I'm saying the rentals. But yeah, I do think this area is pretty good. And then half of these are fucking lots, dude. I don't know why it's still showing them up. Oh, I have lots. Yeah, 22 results. And then most of them are above 300 and 400. And then now you got a couple $1 million ones. But that's what I'm saying. It's, this property's not too bad. I'm surprised. But it needs, this one's really like 180 after repairs, but you might be able to below market or lower than rent. Because again, it still needs some work. But like I'm saying, you could Josh Answer special this, 1,400 square feet, assuming it doesn't have major problems. It said they replaced the roof in the last 7 years, and I think the water heater. But so yeah, but like this is where I'm saying. So it's like that could either, you could flip it, or ideally, if you could buy it, it pays for itself. You hold it for a year, and then you're able to add value to it over time. And then that goes from 160, 250, 3. Again, this place might have the upside for it. That's ideally what I'm looking for. And that's if you just want to turn a passive stock position into something like that. And again, real estate, you have to do more. It has more work, more headache. It's way easier to make money in stocks. But like I'm saying, you can't leverage 16 grand into 160 in the stock market. You get what I'm, and even if you did, you'd get margin called and clapped. So you see what I'm saying? That's like the idea is like, if you could handle it and you make sure you protect yourself on the value and get a good enough deal. That's what I'm saying. Ideally, if it's rentable, lowers your carrying cost, you're able to really get you that value. Make sure it's a good deal. Like I'm saying, this one does it. If they went lower, bro, if you could buy this with like a 10, 15K credit to repair it, if they went down to 150, I think this one would be, even right now at this price, it's not too bad. But then here's the weird part. It hasn't sold in 3 weeks. It says it will sell faster, but that's something you gotta, if this was a really good deal, somebody would have taken it already. But then again, some places in Ohio, they're good value, but it's not liquid. That's kind of what we're dealing with now. They call them the Willow Billies there. But I think Homeboy's right, though. This area, like I'm telling you, there's not a lot of inventory. And then, like I'm saying, the rents. So rents now for single family, the cheapest home is $1,700. Yeah. Oh, what? I think you could rent that other one then. But that one's close to the water. Trump urges Republicans to unify past budget blueprint and fully fund ICE and Border Patrol. Well, yeah, that's the thing. You also get tax write-offs. That's the whole other part that we haven't talked about. Let me see the other place. I like that. Willow Billy. I like Willow Billy. Am I saying it right? Willoughby? It's Willoughby. Definitely Willoughby. That's how you say it, right? I can sound it out. Constant. Yeah, if you got a good area. I want to check up. What's the other one? Cuyahoga? How you spell fucking Cuyahoga, dog? I clicked on an ad. There is inventory everywhere in Ohio. But that's why. The areas with lower inventory. But they don't sell. That's the problem. It don't sell. How do you spell Cuyahoga? Cuyahoga. Cuyahoga? I feel like that'd be a casino in California. Cuyahoga Falls. This one's a little far out. You're really far out from Cleveland, but you're near Akron. I like Willoughby. These are still expensive too. These are the expensive areas. This is expensive for Ohio. That's the crazy part. Well, again, that's why I'm saying, though. Ideally, you want the cheapest house in the nicest neighborhood. That's why I like that other one. That other one looked to be the cheapest house in the nicest area for what it was. C2, 180. Yeah, like you see all these are 2s and 3s. High 2s. This is the 1.6. But again, this needs work. Jeez, that's a hoarder house. This one needs a lot of work. Ah, fuck. Cuyahoga. Willoughby? No, Willoughby. Yeah, Willoughby, not Willoughby. See, anything below 200, it's probably going to need a lot of work. Oh. This one's not bad. They have to be flipping this. You see how this one looks way too nice. It's small, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. And then I think it's by the freeway. Freshly painted. It was pending sale at 140 beginning of the year and then fell out of escrow. Oh, that's why. Someone just bought it for 110. See, this is a flip. That's what I'm saying. He didn't even flip it. Josh answered specialed it. He found this one off market. Look, and this is what you can do too, like I'm telling you. Some of you are scared of it or you have a lot of reasons to not, but if you ever look and you find one that looks this fucking good and it's cheap enough, he provided liquidity. Do you guys see that? Look, he bought this and listed it a month or 2 later. It was listed at 150. He offered them 110, sold, and then now he has it listed at 180 right now. I guarantee you all he did was paint it. There's one comp at 80. 80 is the cheapest house that sold nearby. When was that? That was beginning of last year. Yeah, see, people are doing this all the time in Ohio. But yeah, that one would have been one that's why I say, I mean, you could find them all the time. Where if you actually do look through some of these, even then, he'll probably sell it for he didn't pay a lot for it. This guy spent what, 110 on it? Yeah, he spent 110. He sells it at 150. He still made what, 40%? And I promise you, all he did was paint. But yeah, I like the Willoughby area. I don't know. Maybe we should call this one. See, if they would take 120, then I'd lowball them first or see their lowest if you bought it right now. That one might, but this one you need to fix up a little bit. That one I don't think you can make it look as nice as the other. But this area seems more attractive. They won't sell. Just do me a favor, bro. Maybe while we talk about these, maybe you should just turn off the stream. I don't want you, you seem very doubtful about this process, but I would just, if I were you, I would just go, la, 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 I'll never buy a home. I don't want to buy a home. It'll never work. It'll never work. It'll never work. It'll never work. Nothing will ever happen good. Just do that. It might be better, to be honest. Why? Because you know what this gives me vibes of? Do you guys want me to find them for you? This reminds me of what you were saying to me today is what people would tell me fucking 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 5 years ago. So yeah, we've done this before. Like I'm telling you, if it's hard to accept, I'm just showing the example. That last one, the Lost Nation one, I kind of like it. Maybe I'll buy it as an example. I'll try to lowball them. Or I think one of you should. That's what I'm saying. I think I'm trying to get you guys to make a move with it, but I am hoping that you kind of are learning and seeing how to utilize your long-term in the plan. But believe me, I'm not trying to convince any of you. I gain nothing out of this, but I do want you to learn how to think. And if not, and you're not down with it, then just don't fucking do it, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, just like I tell you, do it if you want to do it, but nothing's trying to make you do this. But at the same time, you are just like the stock market. You're taking risk and you're doing risk. So it's like no one says this is going to be easy, but you should be able to comprehend the reward. And if you can't see it, you can't see it. But yeah, I don't do new builds as much anymore because the new builds are going down. So they're good. New builds are great for financing, but at the same time, it's there. Yeah, well, a couple years ago, I started saying be a little bit more discriminatory on price, but that's what I'm telling you. These prices have came down in some areas, but like I'm telling you, like the cheap home game, a lot of people, like I'm telling you, bro, I've made a lot of videos on this, and I've heard the same exact objections. And I'm saying, if y'all don't want to do it, no one's trying to make you. Yes, it's a work. It comes with risk, but also as well, for those of you who are willing to learn, I want you to see what you're doing with your long term. I want you to start, like I'm telling you, where else can we get 100? Where can we turn 15 grand into 160? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's very important. But that's why I'm like, that's something people need to start thinking of better than, let me put it this way. What I'm showing you, it's not, like I'm telling you, it's going to require a lot more work, a hunt. All of these houses are on the market. Like I tell you, when you could find them off market, if you start looking and putting in the right work, it's going to, you're going to look through hundreds of houses before you find one. But what I'm showing you right now is a way better idea than saying my stock market shit went too high. I'm going to sell out and do nothing. Do you guys understand that? Yas! YAAS on the high. Cabin if it's good for Airbnb and like travel. Saba seeks to provide liquidity. But do you get what I'm saying? Because that's the problem. I am trying to address a problem here. What is the problem the chat has? Your guys' problem is you made so much fucking money. Your problem is that you got good plays, you got multiple years on a long term, and now it keeps going up. You're like, oh my gosh, maybe I should sell so I don't lose what I have. Is that not a concern? Like I'm telling you, some people have even faced this concern and they broke out of the rules without, this is the rule I've been giving you. You do not sell unless you know what you are going to buy next. So if that stock portfolio is growing and you're getting an itchy finger, you should be going through houses like I am. And like I'm telling you, ideally find more value, find the ones off market. But the problem is people are now that it's going up, One stock goes up 300%. The rest of your portfolio is going, and now they're like, I don't want to lose it. I want to sell. It's up too much. I want cash. Oh, the World War III, the war, the whatever it's going to be. It's like, that is not how you should be thinking. And like I'm telling you, if you don't see this connection, this is how I've done it my whole life. Like I've always told you, every time my account gets to even $20,000, $30,000, I start thinking in terms of down payments. And then again, this is how I've been able to leverage and grow things through there. So like I'm telling you, this is, I'm showing you a very basic template. But you do need to go and, I want you to think like this, if this is your situation. And if you have it and you're like, you know what? It did go up 300% in 8 months. We bought Intel 8 months ago. That's what I'm telling. This is a down payment. And the fact is, these cheap houses and the price of what they cost, I am also trying to highlight that you have more accessibility to a home than you think. And that's where people also miss out on the mark. So I hope you feel me, bro. I hope you feel me. Flowserve Starboard is taking a stake and they're pushing for changes. You can buy one, yes. So again, and it gets even crazier, like if you could ever find, you don't have to go for these cheap. I'm showing you the most accessible area. Why did I go to these cheap ones? Let's be real. I'm talking to thousands of you right now. Why did I go to these houses? Because there's no excuse. Everybody in here can afford it if you bought Intel 8 months ago. Now, granted, some of you may have bought less size, but what I'm telling you is now these types of cheaper homes, again, they come with challenges. Again, you have all these people who are really, the negative Nancys are going to make me keep repeating that. You should be aware of it. You get what I'm saying? But like, these are all accessible. It gets even better if you could go find a house that's even more expensive. If you have more money and you could go find a house now that is at a better value, just like we do with the off markets and flips. Again, you guys have seen me do an example of making $1.6 million in a month. That is what I've done with real estate. I did the same thing I'm showing you now at a higher scale. It's the same exact thing. But that's what I'm saying. If better, that's how you could go in now and flip and turn something into a big amount that'll pay for a house you want to live in, get you a nice 6-figure, 7-figure paycheck. That's where it starts to move into it. You get what I'm saying? So and you're even seeing on some of these houses, you buy them and find them cheap enough. If it has enough equity, that's what I was telling the other guy. He said, I have 700,000. I said, dude, California might be good for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's one where if you find a $700,000 house and they'll sell it for $400,000 or $500,000, that's there. And before nobody sell $400,000 or $500,000. They do. Go fucking watch Lending Tips. This guy will fucking buy everything. He does it again. He's doing this stuff full time amongst the lending. Like, he's doing it a lot. So it's like they exist in this market right now. If you are willing to buy, you have a trouble with sellers and people want a lot of money, but things are moving so slow that if you provide liquidity at the right time for some people, they will give you a good amount of that equity. They were willing to trade it for cash on hand. And that's what I'm telling you. And now if you have this liquidity in your stock portfolio and you're tempted to go and sell and do nothing, why wouldn't you be looking for this? But like I'm telling you, mostly I would say a good percentage of you with long terms or anybody who has followed along, if you worked at McDonald's and you saved $200, you started watching this faceless guy on YouTube and you were like, yeah, fuck yeah, I like this long term. And you did this. $200 a month, $300 a month. That is 10% of $36,000 a year. All of these Ohio situations, even that one house at $150,000, that is within your reach. That is more than possible, even if you didn't have a fucking job. That's the craziest part. So I don't know if y'all feel me, dog. Can I get an amen? Thank you. You said it even before. I don't know if y'all understand. Your time is approaching. What did you do this for? So yeah, bro. But hey, do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm telling you, almost half a decade ago, I had the same conversation, and I showed you a lot of different areas. But you want to know what the difference was? I didn't get you a fucking long-term. Do you see what I'm saying? The difference is that now you have a long-term that has pretty much doubled all of the money you have put into it in a year, in the last 2 years, if not more. So this is where I'm saying a lot of these cheaper examples, every single one of you is in the lobby. You are not out of this is not out of reach, like I'm telling you. And that's why I'm even showing you the rental thing and what we got to think about the rental, because then you're like, well, shit, how am I going to pay for it? You're right. Ideally, we could find one that pays for itself, or it has to have so much equity that's not even an issue. And now our 30 grand is going to open up the door for $100,000 flip or something of that nature. Again, you're seeing it. If you go click enough and you go look through these, you're going to find people who have done this. You are going to find houses for sale now and houses that just sold where motherfuckers were doing them for cheap. So that should be the final one I'll show you. Let's just see what happened. You guys want to see that? Let's go. Let's see if they flip in Willoughby. I could just show you all of Cleveland, but let's do Willoughby, because that area is pretty interesting. Oh, you guys are fucking kidding me. Let's see. Let's go the last 60 days, last 6 months. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, they're buying these. Look at this. His estimate. He bought it for $40K. That's the first fucking one I'm clicking on. His estimate, $250K. In this area, we already went through this. Look at it. They're buying it for the same price as 10 years ago. I want to find you one that's expensive, because I want you to see what they sold it for. So let's see. Let me find the... let's just see the newest... Let's just see the recent sales. Willoughby, Willie, can't you see? Sometimes the long term hypnotize me. So first time sold, listed at $285. This guy went above asking and he sold in 2 weeks. That's crazy. Sold in 2017. Oh, this one's weird. I'm looking for somebody who flipped. They bought that in 2019. Yeah, right here. This one's like a 2-year. So he pulled off this plan in a year. So look, 230, same area. He bought it for 230. He tried to list it right after, a year later, for 309. Ended up selling for 295. So $60K. That's 30% in about a year. Yeah, literally 1 year and 1 month. And he probably did nothing to this house. Oh, we can't even see the pictures. Again, one of these small ones. So not bad. And that's a recently sold one. Let's see, this guy. That's a first time sell. A lot of these haven't been sold in a while. This is a flip. So again, Willoughby. 2025, end of the year, last year. 125 sold for 160. So again, 50K at 125, that's like what, 30, 40%? Kept the floors the same, put up a backsplash. This one's fucking ugly. That's what I'm saying. He staged it. This is probably even digital. Painted it. Original floors. Carpet in the bathroom? No. Okay, that's hardwood. I was like, yo, you fucking kidding. He didn't even change the carpet. Do you guys see what I'm saying? These already sold. So everybody telling you there's no opportunity on here, like I'm telling you. Again, some of them just sold recently, but I've already just clicking on them. They've gone up. Yeah, you don't know what they've invested, but even then, 30% is the 30 to 40 seems to be the average on any of these that have been flipped, and people are doing these in a year or less. And that's if you flip it. Like I'm telling you, ideally, if you could have it rented out, hold it, but to tell me that there's a lot of people pulling this shit off, and you could see it on the real-time transactions. This one's 2 years, 178 to 215. That's another 30 or 40 grand. But then also too, some of them you could also tell. That other one, you could tell they didn't do anything. This one, he might have changed the floors. 260. Oh, this one's a good one. Bought for $98,000 end of 2025 in November. While people, that was recently. $98,000, sold it for $265. So again, even if he put in $100 grand, he still walked away with $65K in what? 7 months? 6 months? This one looks a lot nicer. Yeah, he looks like he might have put, I don't think he put in $100K. The house is only 1,400 square feet. You see what I'm saying? You could factor all of this with math and numbers. 340. This one's not a flip. He bought for 178, sold for double a couple years ago. 2022, 250 to 329. Oh, this is another flip, end of last year. Check this one out. Oh, where is it? This one's not showing. He probably bought this as a multiple deal because it shows a sale right here for $93,000 in December. And then he just sold it for $195, $100K. This one, all he did was put a new carpet in there, and then that kitchen, and then these cheap vanities. That's if you flip it, like I'm telling you. All of these are if you're down to like hold them and make it pay for itself for a little bit. It's either or. This is what I'm trying to tell you to look for, so you have options where you could either hold it and it pays for itself, or if it really has that much where you could, again, Josh Answer special. That's what I call it. Let's see. That one sold a while ago. Jeez. Willoughby, dude. That was 2019, 118. This one he bought in 2023 for 360, sold for 480. That one's a lot nicer. This one 170, not too long ago, or a longer time ago. Look at these are all recently too. These are houses that are sold. People have already paid, and these guys have all cashed out. So like I'm saying, I'm trying to highlight the flips to you. This guy just fucked up. This one's not a flip, but someone bought this already. Yeah, so they sold this one? Well, no way. So this is a loss. I think. Yeah, no, never mind. It was pending at 275, but they listed at 325 and sold it for 260. Hasn't sold in a while. 2022, they bought this for 78,000 and sold it for 500 grand. This was probably a full remodel, and they probably put a lot in there, but that margin is insane. 70 grand to $500,000. That's the upside I like, and that's what, again, it's more money. $100. I'm telling you, these are all real flips. So again, not all of them have been flipped. Some of them are just their first time being sold. But I'm trying to show you guys what the fuck people are doing. Right here, bought for 175, sold for 269. And again, you could tell that one, new floors, new hardwood floors, new paint, kitchen. This one's actually a little nicer, and new carpet. With this one, 130. That seems like it just sold cheap. Here's a flip. Or no, 193. Easy 250. This guy 230. I think he took a loss or same price. 229. He bought this end of the year and sold it for 9 grand. So he lost on this. But somebody was willing to buy it. But yeah, this one, that's a loss. 9,000 probably plus fees. Again, a lot of these are they're just selling lower. We kind of ran out of the flips. Jeez. 215, sold for 329. But yeah, all of these are in your price range. And we're just going through Willoughby. Do you get it? My first flip was like 2011, 2012. It was a condo. It was after there was the rebound of what's it called? It was the rebound of real estate. People were still depressed and they were selling shit for cheap. And then we started noticing upticking. And then I had like 25 saved. And then I was able to partner with somebody to get it. And then we made a good amount of money. It was like 250,000 was my first flip. But that was, we got lucky, but also preparation and luck meets the same thing. So why do you think I'm so addicted to it? Why do you think that's why I don't listen to any motherfucker. But the number, you can't do that. You can't, I'm telling you, you got to be smart, do your diligence. And again, it's not it's not the first one. We've done hundreds of units at this, maybe thousands at this point. But it's like, dude, and wait till you see fucking lending tips. That's the fucking crazy part. That's a whole nother ball game where lending tips is I like my home runs. I like my easy ones, and I'm cool with buying and waiting. Lending tips you find the margin, the price, you get assist. There's many ways you could take this. But like I'm saying, for a lot of you, my way, find a good value. It either pays for itself or instant flip. You could do either or, but it's like I'm thinking of growing in stocks and then leveraging it. Yeah, Kimberly is going. Kimberly has earnings tomorrow. What's up with Kimberly? No. Well, you got to decide on Kimberly, you guys, because you either buy it now. If their earnings are bad, we get a big discount. Yeah, Kenview's going up too. Otherwise, it after earnings, if it gets back above like 101, 102, then it'll be higher than any of the prices. But yeah, so you got to you could put some on earnings or not. I want to wait, but I also want to buy some because then I'm like, fuck. If Kimberly runs, what the fuck are we going to buy? That's it. You'll have the other ones, but no one will be as good as Kimberly right now. I think the warehouse already heard it, but remember, it hit 92, unless they say something surprising. Auctions, they're not really good for your first time, but now it used to be harder to get access to them, but now you can. So they'll let you do loans, but I do think for most of you on your first one, you shouldn't do it. Yeah, Kimberly earnings is tomorrow, so kind of last call. I don't know, man. 98, 91. Adabe. I need to go pee. Lending tips info. Don't buy real estate on Instagram. And I think he even has his phone number on his Instagram. I don't know. You could bug him. But like he's not gonna. I don't know it. I don't know if he teaches the flips, but he'll do a flip with you. He will flip anything, bro. I don't know if it's like a midlife crisis thing. But like, dude, he's like addicted to it. If you think I like my easy ones. I don't like I don't like all of them. I'm really, really picky, but like he is really all about it. He'll even wholesale deals too, but that's why like I like wholesaling the deals I won't do if they're good. If they're like right on the cusp, I will wholesale them, but I like the home runs, I take them. CLS, that could be a value. I'm thinking Clorox. Who is this guy lending tips? He's a Sasquatch from the ancient land. He's hard to explain. Mythical figure. A lot of stuff. I don't know. There's many explanations. People think he's me. That's the funniest part. You know that? When I post those videos on the mask, they're like, I've seen your face. I know your face. Why are you doing that? I tell you how disappointed. Do you know how many girls have hit on me, like, and have slid into my DMs thinking I was lending tips? And I'm like, baby girl, you have no idea. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't respond to them, but yeah, they don't. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Because I don't know how to break it to them. It's too deep. I'm like, that's not me. Sorry. All right. Well, I need to go to the bathroom. I need to potty. Go make a contract free. A firm.
I make the contracts free. I don't chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it breathe. I make the contract free. Free, 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 free. Small slice on the entry. Big dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free, free, free. Oh yeah. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be.
Risk and reward in harmony.
I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free
Chips go up 0.3. We hit 19 days in a row.
Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. I used to beg for one more move. Now I bless what I approve. If it hits, I thank the sky. If it dips, I still get by. Cause I already paid
my fee.
Turn my stress to peace when I made that contract free.
Free. First house or something. I know, Colin, you did good, bro. I like your story. You did very good. A lot of chats like that. You know, everybody, different times, and that's why I'm like, I don't know. Something about this conversation today was very reminiscent. And like, some people had different opportunities. And like, again, opportunities are going to change. But I do hope some of you could take heart in the fact that the strategy, everything I'm telling you is the same. Which I don't know why you should take heart in that. Because that means, bro, it doesn't, the mindset, keep moving forward, bro. And if you are looking, you are going to find it. And that's why I'm saying it's just the best part, though, is that even in these years it took for some, if you did follow along at bare minimum with again, why the fuck are you listening to me without a long term? It doesn't, why is, every single day it's like you should have walk away with the long term. And at the end of the day now, if a couple of years of that has built into several years, has built into something now where you can move on it, you can act on it. And now in the same exact way we've even talked about. So that's why I think it's super exciting. significant investments in autos, and then Strait of Hormuz highlighted G20 focus on food and fertilizer. Is the White House meeting starting? And they're going to try to attempt to pass the DHS bill. Well, I just hope today planted a seed. And the next time you're like, I'm going to sell, I hope you just start looking. And like, this is something I've always said. I know a lot of people, prices and doomerism and whatever it may be, gets people to not look. And that, like I said, just even going through the fucking sales, I hope you guys see. I mean, you may not look, but there's people doing it every day. 1 year. Damn, it's been a year! The foundation, bro. We were just talking about that. The lighthouse. That's why I'm saying you should know the fact that there is the same strategy. You're watching it executed. You're watching it work. It's like you're not. This isn't like you're not going after fads. You're not changing. It's like this is something that you can move through through your whole life. And if you play your cards right and keep this focused, then that's why do you think I say I'm not listening to nobody. I'm listening to what is working and what is there, and it's worked before me, it'll work after me. So it's like, but you got to think about these ways to grow throughout these cycles and become an owner. And that's why. And you know what? You never have to buy a house. That's fine. But guess what? You better not fucking sell your shit just because something went up with no plan and all of this. You see what I'm saying? It's like there is a way to do it, my friends, and I hope you do. Free contracts. Can't believe it. We hit another high. I should have played ICOP. Only 30 more minutes. You're a legal Mexican that can't invest in the long term, but I've been here just listening and learning. I mean, do you want me to make a tutorial on how to invest illegally? Like, as in, you can, bro. I don't know if you're in California or not, but I don't know if you understand, bro. You have more access than you think. You have more access than you think. And then worst case, you could go invest in those Mexican brokerages. There's the Mexican trading community goes hard, dude. You guys got infrastructure built out for even buying U.S. equities. So, I mean, I don't think that would stop you, to be honest. You could even buy a house as an illegal alien in California. No exaggeration. I'm saying anything is possible! Bro, you guys know I don't like this fucking doomer shit, right? I don't like that. Oh, I can't. I told you guys the story. When I was young, I had a basketball coach, and he would tell us to do shit. And if you said, I can't, he would blow his whistle and we'd have to run. He said, the word can't isn't real. And I agree. At the time, I said, wow, this guy's crazy. But then as I got older, I realized that word is not real. So there's no such thing as can't. Now, let's have a conversation. There's no such thing as can't. Free contracts. That's my therapy. Risk and reward in harmony. Can't. Your uncle is an illegal alien. He has a long term. Well then, shit. Just there you go. Chads everywhere, bro. Wish you luck. Let's get a long term. Just make sure. Don't confuse investing with trading. And once you build up the investing, you'll be able to learn a lot and work your way into all sorts of the market. But yeah, man, this long term we keep talking about, very big, and I mean, we have a good model portfolio. You could follow along. I'll try to make it easy. But yeah, it's not sexy. It takes a lot of time, and it has to remain consistent. You know, that's why the whole doomerism doesn't really vibe with it, because if your emotions change too much, man, you know, you're gonna give up on it. But as long as you could stay constant and stable in it, it's gonna be nice. Something will grow. I can't. I can't. I'm gonna start doing that. Any time they tell me, I'm like, I can't. Ooh. See, I don't know. I reacted well to violence and physical abuse. Because I don't know you, bro. Like, doing fucking running, bro, it was insane. Like, I would get really tired and it hurt. It was very painful. And that's why it really left an impression on me. But yeah, here we are. Oh, I do think that's a good idea. Free contracts.
You're an angry elf. That's bad for your health. You're an angry elf. You're not even stealth. You mad cause bought oil on the highs. You're mad cause combination is by. It's propaganda, we call that a lie. Do better in life, you just gotta try. Focus on your wealth, not chat. Angry elf, we don't like it that. We want the money, don't wanna have a spat. Get the angry elves out of the chat.
Alright, now you need this one.
Cardboard box.
The daily invitation, Galabop. I would like to publicly debate you, Galabop. In the meantime, you're a hoe. I said it.
Troops deployed. Time to meet Jack Reacher.
More like Galabooty. Oh, dude. If you told me like 10, 15 years ago that I would just be publicly calling, you know, heads of the Iran parliament Galabooty, I wouldn't have believed you. You know that? That's amazing. Galabooty. That's his new name. Galabooty. Is it Galabooty, bro? I'm down fucking 30% on my short since your tweet. Okay, like 20, at least 20 something percent, dog. Galabooty, what's up, dog? That was crazy, bro. I had so much, dog. Day one, he came out swinging, bro. I was like, man, this guy's the truth. And now here we are. He abandoned the quant so he could front run oil. This guy. He came out strong. He did. He came out swinging, bro. And you know, trolling the Iranian regime at 180 BPM. I couldn't, dude. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, I remember the Tim Walz Tesla short. Jack Dorsey tweeting a bunch of shit for XYZ and Bitcoin. Jack Dorsey, bro. Oh, I'm scared, dude. I showed my girlfriend Scared Straight the other day. They didn't have that in Switzerland. I was like, what? You ain't have little badass children that you stuck in jail and then yelled at them with? So we were driving and I showed her like a YouTube compilation of all the Scared Straight clips. But then like at one point our windows were down and like we were at a stoplight and then you just hear, what you gonna do, little bitch? What are you gonna do? Swing at me! Swing it! And people were staring at us too. I was like, all right, well, she was like, why are we listening? I'm like, I was just trying to show you. Okay? And I'm like, well, good. I was like, it was a great time. I remember. Scared Straight was amazing. We should do that again. Can we do that? Do they still do that? Or is that like way too offensive nowadays? We should do that with like doomers. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna do that at the farm. I'm gonna find the biggest doomers and I'm gonna pay them. And I'll be like, you think you're a doomer? Some of you guys think you're a doomer. I'm gonna make you encounter real doomers. You'll be like, I said real estate's been going crash since 1970. I've been holding cash since 1980. What the fuck you know about holding cash, huh? Don't you understand what's gonna happen? Don't you understand how far this nation has fell? Oh, make you be like, oh my gosh. I'll be like, this could be you one day. This could be you. You'll be like, I'm sorry, Josh. I'll get a long term. I'll save. I'll believe in the future. I'm sorry. I don't want to. So I'll be like, that's you, man. It's gonna be you. Watch out. That's a good show, bro. The Hilton donated 2,600 dinners that went unserved, and they freeze-dried steak and lobster before giving them to shelter for abused women and children. Nice. At least something good came out of it. Now people on Reddit are going to be like, I know how to feed the homeless. Let's try to keep killing the president. I'm like, what? That's not... Oh, fuck. Y'all just really don't take the message. Okay, I guess. Fuck me. Is that what it'll take? No. We should. Can we do Scared Straight Financial Edition? Like, that's what I'm saying. We need to find it. I'm going to talk to somebody. I know people in film. I need to get, like, a casting director, and I want to find real bears. I'm going to find people who really, like, y'all think you bearish and doomerish? Fuck you. I'm going to show you some real shit. That's why. I'll be like, is this what you want? You're like, what, you think the market's supposed to go down? Bullshit. I've been thinking that for the last 40 years. I'm going to show you someone who actually mortgaged their home to short the market. It's called Scared Solvent. It's a great name, dude. Scared Solvent. I like it. All right, well, speaking of which, new high. Well. 15 minutes remaining. New all-time high.
ICAP needs Jesus. ICAP needs Jesus. ICAP needs Jesus. ICAP needs Jesus. ICAP needs Jesus.
I just want to hear my part.
He wants to fight
You mad?
I think he's so sad. Or a little
cuckoo.
Make the long term go
Cuckoo. They hate AI art, cause it's not really art.
Seek Jesus.
Alright, yeah. See, no, that's a good point, dude. I'm sorry I wanted to buy my house for a blueberry and rubber band like they said. But I want this to be on Scared Solvent, okay? Because, dude, there are some boomers, they did nothing, and they got their house for free. Houses were so cheap. But can we address the elephant in the room? Dude, did all boomers buy a house? Are you filling in the gaps, you guys? Imagine, houses cost a nickel. You were able to buy a soda pop in a single-family home with 3 bedrooms. 1 bath, because you guys, that's the building style back then. They don't feel me. You got to get your 3-bedroom, 1 bath for a nickel in a soda pop. They called it pop. But my question, did all of the boomers buy houses? Are you filling in the gaps? So you don't think doomers existed back then? You don't think there was a group of boomers who were like, fuck the system? It's a fuck no. And what happened? You don't think that there was people who did not care about the future? Even what are they going to say about you 20 to 40 years from now? When they'll be like, you guys had AI and then everything became free and what the fuck? And then wait, what? There's going to be the ones who, do you see what I'm saying? Just don't ever go full doomer. That's all. I don't care what asset you apply this to. Just whatever you do not go full doomer. Every generation has doomers. They were more anarchist back then, believe it or not. They had an anarchy handbook. Y'all don't feel me. So yeah, bro. I don't know. Just saying why we got to address it, because I agree. You know, because some of the people who bought their house for $1.99, they go to No Kings protests now. That's how they could go. Their house is worth millions. They bought it for a nickel, right? But then what about the ones who didn't? Y'all don't feel me, dog. They don't feel, dog. You know what I'm saying? Don't ever go full doomer. I said this at the lows. I'll tell it to you at the highs. Don't ever go full doomer. Okay? If you guys would like to have an altar call now, please come up to the stage. I'm sorry. Don't ever go full doomer. Don't you ever. Islamic State claims responsibility for attack that left 29 dead at Adamawa State, Nigeria. A terrorist attack. And then Visionist AI in advanced talks with strategic investor regarding proposed investment. 90 million at 105, 150 a share. Besant tweet being sassy to Bernie Sanders. I thought we were going to get a headline. Remember, you're going to hear about whatever this all day today. You didn't really hear much, but it was all about this new deal to open up the Hormuz. But I don't think Trump's going to take it. Again, I don't think Trump wants the same nuclear deal, but we'll find out. But until earnings, I don't think you're going to get your reaction. That is 10-minute rigged. Did you hear that? I'm sorry. Excuse me. The Press TV in Iran generally stepped up their production. They're good, bro. I'm telling you. The Iran propaganda cannot be, like, you can't play them, bro. Like, they're one of the greats at propaganda. Like, you got America, Israel, China. And then I think Iran. I think Iran has better propaganda than the EU and the UK. The EU and UK, they gave up. They don't even, that's it. Like, I don't even know what the fuck is going on there, bro. But yeah, like, Iranian propaganda, dude, is like OG shit. They've been at this. That's why I hope somebody hires me for my propaganda, but you know, Pete Hegseth still hasn't noticed me. I probably have to shoot somebody. I don't know. Is it too soon for those jokes? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have enough of a bloodlust. But we'll see. Yeah, Pete got mad. He got escorted out. He said, "I want to battle!" Sermal. They hate AI art because it's not really art. Well, yeah, I mean, I like making fun of the Iranian regime. I really do. That's why I call it propaganda. Like cardboard box, cardboard leader is amazing. But because I don't like the fucking Ayatollah. I really don't. People have, and they're like, so you're a Zionist? No. You know, you could not support Israel and still hate the Ayatollah. You guys know that's possible, right? I don't know if you knew that. So you don't have to get paid $7,000 to ignore all of the atrocities that one person led, committed, and profited billions of dollars on. It's a wild concept. I know. It doesn't change what other people do who might agree that they don't like the Ayatollah, but at the end of the day, you will have to figure this out one day. That you don't like, you guys know that, right? Like, you know that's possible. Where you could be like, wow, the Ayatollah is a damn PDF file. You guys know that, right? Is this too much? Am I dropping too much truth bombs at the end of the day? Like, do you guys understand that? You don't have to support Epstein. You don't have to support Netanyahu. But it doesn't change that the Ayatollah is in your top 3 of PDF files. You guys don't understand. That's why I'm confused and baffled by how they're like, so you support Israel? I'm like, no, this is not. Why are you missing this? How come it doesn't? I know. They're like, well, talk about that. I'm not. Okay, we'll talk about that once we could acknowledge this, motherfucker. Okay, do you see this? Do you understand? I don't think you even understand the Ayatollah. Go read his fucking books. He has written books on it. Y'all looking for files? He has a book talking about some Y'all thought, did he? Oh, don't even. That's why. So I enjoy making fun of that bastard. You know that? I don't care. And all the IRGC, fuck them all. So yeah, amen. That's my take. Sorry if it's too much for you at the end of the day. I'll have a good video for you tonight, okay? So locked in, we'll have a watch list, and then if you're on my Instagram, follow my Instagram. I'm going to post the play, but I didn't think the plays would run as hard today, but I'm going to show you a nice little statistical fun fact. And you'll see, man. You'll see. They hate AIR. Your top 3 is different? It's because you hate objectivity. That's what I'm saying. Yes, you could say both of them are PDF files. Sure, I'll accept it. But that's why do you understand the sheer numbers of how many children the Ayatollah has abused? Let's be real. It's nobody, dude. Nobody could put up numbers like that except the Ayatollah. That's what y'all don't get it. Why? Why do they ignore it? What's happening? So it's just sheer numbers, bro. Go look at their stats. This is factual. Unashamed. He has unashamedly talked about it. This is part of their theology, where he, not only that, I'd say he weaponized theology to justify this bullshit. Numbers. You know, I'm showing you the numbers on the houses, and look at how they flipped it. His numbers, dog. The Diddy Tola is crazy, bro. You have no idea. You should have an idea. This is well documented throughout the last 40 years. So that's what I'm saying. It's not nah, bro. So yeah, that's the problem where we're fucked up at is if you say that, they're like, so you support that? No. That's not what, no, but I'm like, nah, bro. I feel like they've let the Ayatollah slide. Y'all have given the Ayatollah so much grace. I don't know why. I really don't. I really don't know. But hey, it happens. They hate IIR. NASA is complicating the sole source contract to the CLPC's contract maximum from 2.6 to 4.2. Who gets that? Lunar Fly and RDW, good looks. So check the space stock. Yeah, they're all flying. No pun intended. Like drone. Well, actually, Lunar took the bigger candle. UK Chancellor considering rent freeze to contain Iran war fallout. You're fucking me. Rent freeze in the United Kingdom because of the war. It's amazing. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Oh shit, we only got 2 minutes. I was like, I need a water after screaming. That's it, man. But Chattadonia! I'd rap a Rooney. So yeah, follow me on Instagram. You'll have a play tonight. I will have it. The play's already kind of gone, though. I didn't think they were going to move like they did today, but I will at least show you the data behind the play. And yeah, there might still be one, but I'll have something for you on Instagram. You'll have a locked-in video tonight. And then, yeah, man, let's just wrap a Rooney. I'm going to get my leg day in. I got to go right at 1, though. I have to, that call I took in the morning, I had to schedule it till after the bell. So that's why I gotta dip right at the bell, my friends. I gotta get popping. But not much time left, my friends, and I would wrap a Rooney, Chattadooney. Hey, AI art, 'cause it's not really art. All right, finalizer plays, my friends. And then, oh, where's Qualcomm? Those are still up. It's like 250, 300%. 300. That was a nice one in the morning, though, Habibi, huh? You know, very good. Very, very good. Wow. Wow. All right, Chad. 1 minute! I was a little late. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. It's time to wrap it up and bring it home. You gotta, earnings. You got Kimberly tomorrow, so you gotta decide on that. We're going to get the ball rolling. We're going to hear after the bell probably about what's going on with Iran. But after the earnings, I mean, that'll probably be the deciding factor. So wrap it up and bring it home. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chatadonia. Oh, we did it. We made it. New all-time highs. Let's go, baby. I need a GG in the chat. Give me the G. I can't believe it, bro. The long term. Everything, my friends. Everything. Let me get a good game, baby. Shout out to Chaz, the real ones. The ones holding it down. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. You learned something. Everybody that contributed. Everybody that stuck to the plan. Follow the lighthouse. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, the locked in, everybody, the people with the long term. The Willoughby. Shout out Willoughby, dog. I see you, baby. Good game. And I love you, Chad. Have a good evening. God willing, I see you in the morning. Thank you to all the ones making it a positive place in the chat. All the people not doomers. Are you kidding me?
He wants
to fight you mad. Good game.
I think he's so sad. For a little cuckoo.
I'm talking about leg day. Buku! They hate AI art because it's not really art. Oh my god.
Jesus from the start.
Good game, baby. I love you, Cat. I hope you had a good day. Good Monday. I was excited on a Monday. Now we get more. King Jesus is Lord. I captros that cause he gets bored. But Jesus is still Lord. That's it, baby. A good Monday. We're about to end April, dude. Are you kidding me? Good game, baby. Have a wonderful evening. May the Lord be with you. May you be with him. I pray to God that you pray to God. Have a good one, Chad. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone, baby. Every day. Every day. So I got to get going. I wish I could hang out a little bit more. But I'll see you bright and early. Or again, just you better be, again, you'll be on the Instagram tonight. That's it. So that way you're ready for tomorrow. Especially if you get a pullback. You're going to be ready, dog, okay? And this is a big week of earnings, dog. Okay? So that being said, thank you for your time once again. And I hope y'all really think about the long term and some of the stuff we talked about today. And just for real, good shit if you actually did it, man. It's a long journey ahead. And that's why, man, whatever life leads you to, I hope you pursue it. And like I'm saying, you just got to do it the right way. I ain't going to try to stop you, man, but that's why you learn certain principles and apply them. I mean, may you never go full doomer, and may your future be bright, my friend. So on that note, I got to get going, but before I leave, please take a minute here, and just a brief minute for a message from our sponsors, Long-Term Monthly. Thank you, and goodbye. Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using Long-Term Monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to Long-Term Monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking Long-Term Monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term Monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term Monthly. Pay yourself.